This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Sinful Blaze, Book 1 of Chekhov Bratva, written by Naomi West, performed by Alexis Page and Dane Anderson.
Chapter 1. Daphne. Today is the worst shit show of my entire life. I'm exhausted, weary down to the bone in every part of my body. I need makeup like the Pope needs Jesus. I need caffeine injected directly into my frontal lobe. I need a fresh start and a REM cycle. I need a Xanax and somewhere, somehow, a glimmer of hope. None of that is forthcoming, and it's all Conrad's fault. That's because, as of 8 hours ago, my now ex-boyfriend decided to throw me into the streets so his mistress could move in and enjoy what used to be my home. I couldn't even fight back. Why? Because duty calls. Work duties, specifically. I'm the curator at Bloomington Brothers, an up-and-coming gallery on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. And tonight is one of the biggest events of my life. I have to curate the art show, at which my cheating ex is the star artist. Conrad, you've done it again! A woman standing in the midst of the gallery cries out in a posh, has-to-be-fake accent. She clutches her husband by the tweed elbow of his suit. Oh, darling, look at this! We simply must add it to our collection! I wish so fucking much that I was allowed to drink on the job. It's probably for the best that I'm not, though, because I'm pretty sure I'd clean out the bar just listening to the show's patrons spew endless garbage in Conrad's direction. The funny thing, and not funny as in haha, but funny as in, let me know if you see a bridge nearby so I can jump off it, is that I used to be one of them. I used to swoon over every piece Conrad's brilliant mind created. I'd sigh and fawn and ooh and ah, especially the central piece of tonight's showing. That one is his pièce de résistance, his magnum opus, the culmination of his life's ambitions painstakingly poured onto canvas with all the love and adoration of a man worshipping his personal goddess. I used to think that goddess in the painting was me, but the 2 tiny freckles on her left breast, bared for the world to see, give the secret away. I don't have freckles there. Brittany, though, the woman on Conrad's arm currently blushing and waving off her new admirers, the mistress who stole my bed, my man, my life, she has those freckles in that exact same spot. That's my day in a nutshell. My boyfriend cheated on me, kicked me out of our home, then forced me to curate his art show, which prominently features a nude painting of the mistress he left me for. I must have pissed off someone celestial. Conrad has been pretending to not notice me since the event began. Even now, as I stare at him and wonder how the hell I ever found his slimy ass remotely attractive, he acts as if I'm not standing 2 feet away. That is, until the admirers dissipate and we're left alone for the first time since he arrived with his new girlfriend. Are we really going to do this here? He mutters under his breath through a gritted smile, as though I'm responsible for everything that's happened. Do what? I tilt my head to one side. This. You. His gaze grows cold as he scans me up and down. You couldn't even bother to dress up for tonight? Try to look somewhat professional? Wow. Okay, let's just go ahead and go there, why don't we? But instead of blurting out a witty comeback, something scathing that will blister his soul for the next millennia, I just freeze. No worse, I choke up. I feel the tears I refuse to shed lodge like shards of glass in my throat. And no matter how hard I try to coax myself into retaliating, it won't come. You've got this, Daph. You're a badass bitch who doesn't need some man to validate her worth. He did you a favor. She did you a favor. I almost believe what I'm saying. Then the bane of my existence materializes in a cloud of sulfur, smooths her left hand on his chest, and leans into him.
Don't let it bother you, baby.
That's probably all she had left after she had to leave in such a hurry this morning. Brittany Cleary's smile oozes venom. Oh, which reminds me, Nini, do you still want those stud earrings from Cartier? Or did you leave those for me? I wince. Conrad gave me those earrings as an anniversary gift, 5 years together. 5 whole goddamn years burned up and discarded like radioactive ash. Consider them a gift. I croak through a painfully tight throat. They'll match your personality. AKA, a lumpy piece of nothing I want to squeeze to shit until something worthwhile pops out. Thank you, she preens. They'll look better on me anyway. You could barely see them behind all that dark hair of yours. Oh, fuck you sideways with a socket wrench. Fuck him too. Fuck all of this and all of them and everyone who let it happen without batting an eye. Everyone who didn't tell me the obvious. He's cheating on you. He doesn't love you. He never will. I clear my throat. If you'll excuse me. Aw, don't be like that. Brittany purrs and nuzzles Conrad's shoulder. You can't blame Connie for wanting better for himself. My vision goes red. Excuse me? Brittany sighs and dramatically rolls her eyes. We've talked about this, Nini, remember? Back in prep school? You have to put in more effort. Do better, be better, dress better, if nothing else. She eyes my wrinkled outfit with a matching wrinkle of her nose. I mean, look at you. It's no wonder you couldn't keep your man interested. Once again, I remind myself that it's good that I'm not allowed to drink on the job. Or the broken stem of a champagne flute would be lodged in her throat right about now. Instead, I feel a warm hand grab my elbow and pull me back from other fantasies of violent homicide. Steady, girl. My best friend Hazel whispers in my ear. Just a few more hours, then you're in the clear. Bless her for coming. It's her night off and she really didn't have to show up. But Hazy is as ride or die as they come. She would never leave me alone in the trenches. In fact, when I called her this morning and told her what Conrad had done, her first suggestion was that we take an X-Acto knife to every single one of his works in progress, pee on his couches, and steal the batteries from all the remotes in the house. Hazel swears she has Viking blood in her veins. I doubt it less and less with every passing day. Oh, would you look at the time? She crows over her shoulder to Brittany and Conrad as she steers me in the direction I've been avoiding this whole time. The bar. It's drink o'clock. I try to dig my heels in. Hayes, I can't. I'm on the job. You can, and you will. And if anyone wants to argue, they can kiss between my booty cheeks. I dare the Tweedles to so much as try, because I'm not in the mood for their brand of bullshit. The Tweedles is what Hayes and I call our twin bosses, Todd and Keith Bloom, who run the gallery like a prison camp. A quick glance locates them in the corner, chatting up a rich heiress from Long Island. I sigh and my shoulders slump. Okay, thank you. Excellent. Hazel turns to the bartender. I need 2 double shots of absinthe, please. My eyes damn near bug out of my head. Absolutely not. I have to work. Oh, right, because dealing with Conrad and his floozies bullshit is best done sober. She rolls her eyes sarcastically and hands me both shot glasses. Knock these back. Leave no drop behind. Do yourself a favor and live a little. And then do us all a favor and consider them tranquilizers to stave off your murderous rampage. Not that I'm not here for it. Believe me, I absolutely am. I just need to earn all my commission before the bloodbath ensues. I can't help but laugh. Somehow, she knows just what to say and when I need to hear it. Fine, you win, but I will not be held responsible for whatever happens after I consume these. She waves a hurry-up hand at me. Say less, drink more. Well, alrighty then. Down the hatch we go. I knock the first shot back, then the second. Damn, that liquor hits hard. Absinthe is not a drink to toy with. It is, however, spreading a lovely warmth through my aching body. Hazel may be right. This may be exactly what I need to get through the rest of the evening. Suddenly, Hazel spots something over my shoulder. I turn to see one of the Tweedles marching toward us. "Stay here," she mutters. "I'll handle him." Before I can protest, she's gone in a cloud of Joe Malone perfume. I close my eyes and squeeze the bridge of my nose for a few blissful seconds. The gallery is filled with the white noise hubbub of patrons circulating and chatting amongst themselves, and for a moment, I lose myself in it. It's going to be okay, Daff, I tell myself. Everything's going to be okay. Then the microphone screeches like it begs to differ. I hear a few taps, the blast of feedback, a man clearing his throat, then, "Everyone, excuse me, if I can have your attention, please." I glance up to the stage. Conrad raises his arm and gives his admirers that signature charming smile that suckered me in years ago. I hold my breath. This is it. He's going to take it all back and issue a public apology. He's going to unravel this nightmare. He's going to... "Babe." I take an automatic, unthinking step forward, and then freeze when Brittany emerges from the crowd before I do. She flips her hair over her shoulder, beams at him, and takes his outstretched hand. Conrad kisses the backs of her fingers. "I know this is kind of a whirlwind, but what can I say? I'm an artist, albeit not one who colors inside the lines, apparently." The whole room chuckles. I have to force myself to not roll my eyes in disgust. I can't believe they're buying it. I can't believe my paycheck depends on them buying it. "Brittany, baby, you are my muse, the inspiration behind every piece. I can't imagine life without you in it, constantly filling my darkness with your radiant light." Definitely heard that one before. Gonna pretend it doesn't cut me as deep as it feels. Conrad drops to one knee. My jaw drops right along with him. No. This can't be happening. But it is. "Will you marry me?" The screaming that fills the air isn't mine, though I sure wouldn't mind joining in, albeit for very different reasons. Brittany bounces up and down and screeches in sheer delight. If she doesn't calm down, she'll end up flashing the assembled crowd with more than just her side boob and that skimpy excuse for a dress. I watch Conrad slip a ginormous diamond ring onto her finger. The exact one I'd picked out only a few months ago when he made me believe it was for me. Nope. Nopity nope. I spin around on my heels and beeline back to the bar. Absinthe. More. Now. The bartender lofts a brow. "How many shots?" I think about it for 0.5 seconds before I answer, "The whole bottle." "Pardon?" Before he can answer, I reach out and snatch it from its resting place. I don't bother turning back, even as the bartender protests after me. I slice through the crowd, headed toward the rear alley exit. The bottle feels heavy in my hand, but my heart feels even heavier. Maybe drowning one with the other will balance things, or maybe it'll knock me out cold. Either is fine. The bartender shouts again, and I turn around to explain to him that it's the worst day of my life and he needs to get off my case. But as I turn, I run into something solid. Correction, I run into someone. And my absinthe splashes up the neck bottle and onto the very front of his very fine, very expensive shirt. Oh my God! I damn near drop the bottle in shock. Instead, I set it down on a nearby table, grab a few napkins, and backpedal into my best form of groveling. "I am so sorry. Are you okay?" The man gazes down at me with an unreadable storm roiling across his face. "Better than you, it seems." I stop and look up at him. Is he mocking me? His full mouth is curved up in what looks like a suppressed smirk. His dark, curly hair hangs in front of his eyes, but even through that, I can see brilliant green eyes sparkling with mirth. The only thing I can find remotely funny around here is, well, me. I'm... "Nini, there you are." I stiffen. He notices. The mirth leaves his eyes in an instant, replaced by an icy mask. He buttons his suit jacket around the splash stains on his waist, giving my worst enemies a polite nod. When he looks at me again, I do something completely out of character. I mouth the words, "Help me." He looks at me, glances over my shoulder at the oncoming nightmare. In the blink of an eye, I can see him process everything. And then he does something completely, utterly unexpected, unscripted, unbelievable, really. He scoops my face into his hand and kisses me like it's the last thing he'll ever do.
Chapter 2. Pasha. I almost walked away. Maybe I should have. I'm no knight in shining armor, and I'm definitely not the man people turn to for help with their petty personal problems. Even when this beautiful, distressed-looking creature barreled into me and spilled her self-medication all down the front of my shirt, I told myself, do not get involved. Bad things happen when men like me get involved with damsels like her. But I couldn't help myself. It's something in the way that insufferable Modoc, Conrad Ewing, the artist, the way he looked at her, then at me. I saw an instant flash of jealousy and possession overcome him. He looked at her like he owned her, looked at me like he thought he could intimidate me away. That sealed the deal. I wasn't walking away from a goddamn thing. The beauty with the absinthe bottle mouths two words, two little words that make her luscious lips pucker. And call me crazy, but if I squint and tilt my head just so, help me looks an awful lot like kiss me. Fine, if she insists. For a moment, I forget the rest of it. My reason for being here at this godforsaken dog and pony show. Buying art to bribe a United States senator. What a fucking joke. I forget who I am, what I'm capable of. I forget the blood on my hands and the men waiting outside for me to give them their orders. For one moment, while my lips seal against hers, I stop thinking and scheming and conquering. I just kiss her. It ends sooner than I like, although longer than I should have allowed. I have to pull myself away, if only so that I don't throw her on the table and fuck her brains out right in front of God and everyone watching. Not that I wouldn't enjoy it. Seeing the look on Conrad's face would more than make up for the ensuing dramatics. But I didn't come to cause trouble. Not tonight, at least. The artist eyes me up and down. "Well, Daphne, you sure moved on fast," he grumbles to my new little accomplice. "You want to talk?" The girl, Daphne, smooths out her dress and holds her head up high. "At least I waited until after the breakup." I like her. I loathe him. The bitch of a mistress, who I understand has recently been promoted to bitch of a fiancé, glued to his side, sniffs and makes a whole show of caressing her man in ways designed to flaunt the gaudy rock on her finger.
"Nini, please, let's not do this here. It's so low rent of you."
She flicks her gaze to me and offers a coy smile. I suppress a shudder at how viscerally she makes me hate her. "I hear congratulations are in order," I drawl. To the happy couple as well as the talented artist. It's funny. I've lied to police, to special agents, to enemies holding literal guns to my head. Somehow, it takes the most effort to lie to this asshole in particular. I feel Daphne stiffen at my side. When she starts to back away from Ewing and his mistress, I pull her into my embrace instead, one hand looped around her waist. "Relax," my touch says. "I'll handle this." "Yes, well," he snaps at me. "I'm sure you're not here just to drink free wine and seduce the staff. Got your eye on anything in particular?" "As a matter of fact, I do," I answer coolly. My grin is wolfish as I keep Daphne close to my side and point to the nearest painting. In the corner of my eye, I see Daphne's face curdle. I'm guessing this piece is Conrad's worst sin of them all. I'm inclined to agree. It's atrocious. A huge, gaudy painting of a woman with 2 freckles on her breast and a haughty look in her eye that demands, "Worship me." One glance at Ewing's woman fills in the blanks. The dress she's wearing doesn't leave much to the imagination, so it's easy to see 2 small freckles on the side of her breast, matching the painting. Ah, yes, that makes sense. How long did this one take you? I ask Ewing. As I do, I feel the woman at my side shudder. Again, I'm no hero. I'm definitely not the good guy. But I'm also not a cowardly fucking cheater, and I have 0 tolerance for those who can't muster up the minimum amount of loyalty. Oh, literally years. Ewing chuckles and pulls his woman close. I started off one direction, but could never get the lighting just right. Needed my beautiful muse here to make it perfect. I glance down at my side. The woman with the absinthe is all dark hair and golden skin with soft, luscious curves that mold so perfectly against me. But those eyes, bright and blue and practically glowing, that's what keeps me here. I almost laugh out loud as I eye his mistress, then Daphne. He left her for that? It's like burning the Mona Lisa and hanging a waterlogged Playboy on your wall instead. No accounting for taste, I suppose. I muse out loud. Ewing's bride-to-be looks like I just slapped her in the face. Ewing himself looks like he wants to tackle me to the floor. And with that, I whisk Daphne away from the disgusting duo and somewhere quieter, someplace where we can actually breathe.
Thank you,
she whispers.
really, thank you. You didn't have to do that for me.
A little of it was for me, too. I shove my hands in my pockets so I don't do something stupid, like pull her to me and rip that dress to shreds. I'm surprised you ever dated that fucking weasel. A blush colors her cheeks.
Yeah, well, arranged relationships don't bat 1,000, right?
She tries to brush it off with a casual laugh.
We try and tell ourselves there's something there that just isn't.
Arranged? Daphne shrugs.
My parents wanted it to work, and honestly, I wanted him to love me just as much as I loved him, despite all the red flags.
Something inside me twists. It is not like hearing her mention loving someone else. Ridiculous. I have 0 stake in this soap opera. I'm just amusing myself. Daphne smiles up at me. It's the first and only genuine smile I've seen on her face all evening.
You know what, though? I'm glad. I'm glad he cheated on me and dumped me and threw me out of our apartment hours before his showing. I'm glad, because now I'm free. It just sucks to know how long he kept me in the dark.
My teeth clench. I don't even know this woman, and I want to march back over there to beat him into a bloody smear for her. I don't get my chance, however. The 2 idiot owners of this gallery have decided now is the best time to interrupt us.
Daphne, darling, come with us. Someone has a question about Conrad's latest work.
They both eye me suspiciously, but not so much as to be disrespectful. They know I have money, and they know I came to bid a good chunk of it on an S.C. Ewing original. Daphne touches my arm.
Sorry. I'll be back later, okay?
I nod. I don't know why. It's not like she needs to know I'll be here waiting for her. And yet, as she leaves, I can't stop myself from watching her walk away. Her head is high, her stride strong and unbothered, and anyone who doesn't know her would never guess how she must be crumbling to pieces on the inside. She's strong, defiant even. I wonder how strong she'd be without anyone to perform for, without her employees or her ex, or anyone else watching her every move, waiting for her to slip up so they can belittle her some more. What would she be like with me, without anything between us? Not expectations, not trauma, not a stitch of clothing. I watch, I brood. Daphne turns to one side to answer a guest's questions, giving me the perfect view of her figure. Add blindness to the list of Ewing's endless sins and failings. Who wouldn't trip over themselves for the chance to consume her? To taste her and make that delicious body move and twist and writhe beneath them? I'm not going to trip, but I am going to take what I'm craving the moment I see opportunity open the door. Chapter 3. Pasha. Everyone takes a seat so the auction portion of the evening can begin. The auctioneer steps up to the podium, clears his throat, and opens up the bidding with some small landscape by a minor artist, an icebreaker of sorts. I sit and drift off in my thoughts as one lot after another is rattled off. I came here tonight with a singular purpose: find the most expensive S.C. Ewing I could get my hands on, and have it delivered to a certain amoral politician who has been nothing short of a pain in my ass. For months, Senator Scott Brennan has hemmed and hawed as we hashed out the details of our arrangement. I've showered him with gifts he doesn't deserve, complimented him at dinners where criminals like me didn't belong. This is the final straw, the last attempt at bribery. If it doesn't work, and he doesn't approve the military arms importing deal I've shoved across his desk time and time again, then we're switching tactics. He'll get whiplash from how fucking fast the carrot is exchanged for the stick. Fine by me. I much prefer wielding the latter. At the sound of a cleared throat, I wrench my attention back to the proceedings. The feature of this evening, Conrad's so-called life's work, is the final item up for bid. The auction team wheels it on stage and whips off the curtain, and people gush over the fucking scribbles. I glance across the room in time to see Daphne roll her eyes. She's been quiet and subdued throughout the earlier pieces. But this one keeps crawling under her skin. I have plans for it.
We're opening the bid at $50,000,
the auctioneer says.
Do I hear 55?
Some scarf-wearing art critic in the back raises their card. I raise mine too. 70. The auctioneer blinks his surprise at the quick escalation.
70,000 from the gentleman in the front. Do I hear 75?
Another patron, a snooty woman in a feather boa, raises her card. 90. I counter. Daphne shifts uncomfortably in her seat. I stay focused on the bidding. The bids keep climbing, and I refuse to back down. More jump in as others jump out. None of them deter me. The auctioneer looks positively giddy as the numbers grow and grow.
Do I hear 900,000?
Boa lady raises her card. I have no idea what the fuck she wants with some misogynistic fever dream covered in Jackson Pollock-styled paint jizz. I do know she won't be getting it. 2 million. The auctioneer sputters at my response.
2 million? Do I hear
2.5? I roll my eyes. Now the moodhawk in the Coke bottle glasses wants to participate and be a fucking hero? I raise my card again and shoot him a dangerous glare. 3. Boa lady bows out with a mutter and a grimace. Critic huffs.
3.5.
I'm done playing games. 5 million. A hush falls over the crowd, all except for Daphne, who lets out a soft groan. The auctioneer looks at me like I've lost my damn mind.
5 million. 5 million from the gentleman in the front. Do I hear 5.5?
No one raises their cards.
Anyone?
I dare them to fucking try.
5 million. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the gentleman in the front.
The gavel clacks on the podium. The monstrosity belongs to me. Off to the side, Ewing smirks with pride. The crowd shuffles to their feet with odd gasps in my direction. I stand up and stride across the room to Daphne, who looks like someone just sucker-punched her in the stomach. Is something wrong? I ask. She sighs and shakes her head.
Sorry, it's fine. I should have figured. And hey,
she adds with a forced smile.
You helped me look good for my bosses. So, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. I take her hand in mine and pull her after me. Come on.
What? Where are we going?
I don't answer. I just take her with me to the table where sales are finalized so I can sign on the dotted line and clear the funds. She keeps glancing nervously over her shoulder where her bosses are huddled and whispering in a dark corner. I sign the paperwork, wait for the transfer to finalize, and nod solemnly when the agent gives me the all clear. Wait here, I order in Daphne's ear. I lead her to the end of the front row, squeeze her hand once more, then stride to the front of the stage.
Sir!
The auctioneer sputters at me in shock.
Sir! You cannot be up here! I must ask you to step down!
Take a fucking breath, my friend. This won't take long. I spot the painting I just bought and pluck it off the wall. It's almost as wide as I am tall, and 1,000 times uglier up close.
What are you? Sir!
Gasps echo through the room when I toss the painting off the stage and onto the floor. One part of the wood frame cracks. Music to my ears. Ewing leaps to his feet.
What the fuck, man?
I hop off the stage right as Daphne rushes forward.
What are you doing? You just bought this!
I know. I smirk at her with what must be a wild gleam in my eyes. And now I want to enjoy it. I snatch up a shot of vodka from someone's limp hand and fling it onto the canvas.
What do you... Oh my God, stop it!
Damn, nowhere near as much liquor as I wanted for this, but it'll have to suffice. I steal another glass and slosh it around the painting as best I can. Daphne grabs my wrist, eyes wide with panic.
You're ruining $5 million worth of art!
I use my other hand to reach into my back pocket and pull out my lighter. Even more horrified gasps fill the air, including a yelp from Ewing himself. The resounding click of the metal cap accompanies a satisfying flicker of flame. It dances in front of me, white hot and beautiful. He ruined how many years of your life? I asked Daphne softly. How many hopes? How many dreams? It's there. The temptation is there. I see it in her face, in the stunned quiver of her lip. But Daphne hesitates, then shakes her head.
No, I can't let you do it.
I don't want to do it. I flick the lighter shut, then press it to her palm. You do. She does. We both know it. That fire in her soul matches the flame shimmering at the tip of her thumb. She's definitely thinking about it. But then she snaps it shut.
No, I'll lose my job.
I steady my gaze on her two employers, who are beet red with anxious fury, clustering closer and closer like they think they have any hope at all of stopping me from doing whatever the fuck I want. But when they look at me, they realize how wrong they are. I am not a man to fuck with. If you lose your job, I say, loud enough for them to hear, they'll lose their highest-paying client. The best way to keep my business and my money is to do what I want. Daphne swallows, and yet, just as earlier, her fingers don't betray a single tremor.
What do you want?
She asks me. That is a loaded question, mainly because the answer has changed dramatically since I arrived at this godforsaken affair. I want to see you smile. I have no idea where that came from, but it's true. Probably one of the truest things I've said all evening. Daphne studies my face. She sees that I'm serious. And then she tosses the open lighter onto the painting. The spilled alcohol helps the flames grow fast and hot. In seconds, it's an inferno of crackling canvas and burning oil. Daphne's face is illuminated from below, shadows shifting across the planes of her cheeks. Then she begins to smile. It's soft, tentative. It's the smile of someone who didn't know that it could feel so good to win instead of losing again and again and again. I don't believe in love at first sight. I don't believe in love, period. But as I stand here, watching this woman revel in the destruction of her enemy's most valued possession, I feel a sudden euphoria. Is this what love would feel like? Then she turns to me, throws her arms around my neck, and pulls me in for an open-mouthed kiss nearly as fiery as her vengeance. "Thank you," she breathes. Somewhere amidst the shouting and panicking, Ewing sobs and the two dumbasses who run this shithole are screaming at Daphne to leave. She just smiles, absorbs the energy of the chaos. I want her. Now. I grab her by the waist and haul her off to the side as the chaos unfurls on every side. "Come with me," I murmur into her ear as the scent of ash cloaks us both. "I'll show you something else to light your world on fire."
Chapter 4. Daphne. I should be mortified by what just happened. I should be terrified I'm going to lose my job. Instead, I'm laughing and giggling and running through the hall hand in hand with this insane man I only just met. He's got the bottle of absinthe in his other hand, though hell only knows when he found time to recover that, and we keep passing it between us to take long gulps. He gives it to me and nods at a door. "What's this?" I shrug. "Some storage closet. We only use it for overflow." He tries the doorknob. It opens. He gives me a wicked grin and winks. "That'll do." Then he pulls me inside. I follow him in, and the door swings closed behind us. I don't know why, but being alone with this man suddenly has me feeling all warm and self-conscious. I wrap my arms around myself and toe the cement floor. The laughter fades. The craziest man I've ever crossed paths with turns his back on me and starts thumbing through canvases stacked against the wall. His face scrunches up at the sight of one of them. "The hell is this supposed to be?" I lean against his arm and peer at the print in question. Leda and the Swan, which is a reimagination of the Greek myth. "Which was about as fucked up as this. I guess you could call it a painting, but it seems like a stretch to call it art." I giggle. "You know, you don't strike me as the academic type." He sighs and sets the painting back in its place. "I'm not." "But you seem to know a lot about art, mythology, classical stuff." "I've read books on occasion, believe it or not." At first, I think I've crossed a line. But then he flashes me that disarming smile and slowly swaggers toward me until I'm backed into a folding table set up as a makeshift desk. "So, moja plemia." He takes a swig from the bottle of absinthe, but never once looks away from me. "How does it feel to be the vandalizer of someone's very, very expensive property?" I can't hold back the impish grin. I grab the bottle from his grasp and tip it back to take my own deep sip. But right when I'm about to swallow, he holds my chin, pulls me to him, and kisses me. I don't know if I've ever experienced anything as erotic as this. His tongue sweeps between my lips. He's drinking the liquor from my mouth. And even when there's nothing left, he does it again and again, stroking my tongue with his, drawing soft moans from my throat. When he pulls away, I'm left completely breathless. "Like that," I pant. "It feels like that." He smirks, sets the bottle down, and then, next thing I know, I'm sitting on the edge of the table and he's wedged between my legs. His hands rub my thighs, teasing my dress up to my waist. "Wait," I gasp. "I don't even know your name." He chuckles against my throat and sucks a warm kiss onto my skin. "Pasha." "Pasha." "Mm-hmm." "Russian?" "What gave it away?" "Probably the part where you started speaking Russian." It's lame, I know. But the way he's touching me, leaving trails of fire along my skin, and sending shivers of pleasure straight to my core. I'm scrambling to maintain some grasp on my sanity. Quipness is not high on my list of skills at the moment. Pasha reaches up to cradle my face in his hands. I've never been so held by a man before. Revered. Worshipped, really. That's the only word for it. It makes my heart race in ways it has no business doing. You are so fucking beautiful. Do you know that? On a logical level, I know I'm not the ugliest duckling. I've got most of my features in the right places, more or less. 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, all that good stuff. Did Conrad ever take the time to tell me that? Not so much. At the reminder of everything else that's happened today, my cheeks burn with shame. I try to look away, but Pasha keeps holding me in place. I try to lower my gaze, but he kisses my eyelids and my heart instantly hurts. I want him. I want him to want me, but I can't do this, I mean. I brace my hands against his chest, his very solid, very warm, very carved chest. I can't fraternize with a client. Pasha regards me for a moment. You may not remember this, but you just burnt the only bridge between me being a client and not. I officially own nothing that was purchased here. He smells incredible, like leather and wood and sex. It's intoxicating, paired with the sound of his deep voice. So that doesn't matter anymore. He continues. Nothing does. Nothing but you and me. Right here, right now. So, his thumb rubs my bottom lip. What's it going to be, moja plemia? The part of me determined to be a good girl scolds me for even being in this back room with him. The rest of me tells that part to shut the fuck up and kiss him already. Our lips collide. Pasha's chest rumbles with a pleased growl. I start popping buttons open so I can feel his bare skin beneath my fingers. He's a literal wall of muscle and heat, and I sense his heart racing underneath my palm. I want to taste him, every last inch of him. His hands envelop me as he caresses my body. So far up beneath my dress, I have half a mind to rip the damn thing off. I feel his fingers smooth up my waist and stroke my back, and then my bra pops open. My eyes widen with surprise. That was smooth. Pasha breaks away from our kiss to look at me. Is the door locked? I pant. He nods, but then that grin widens as he peels my dress up and over my head. Would it matter if it wasn't? What do you mean? Of course it would. Another kiss. Another embrace. By the time we separate, I'm practically naked in his arms, my hardened nipples rubbing against his bare chest as he sucks on my tongue and starts to slide my panties down my legs. And then he's pushing me down, his mouth trailing hot kisses down my jaw and neck to the valley between my breasts as he lays me out on the table. Now this, he snarls when he looks at me spread out like a feast for him, is a work of art. I blush. I gasp, too, when he leans over me and devours one nipple. His hands continue to massage every stretch of my body, and I don't know if I'm melting or flying or a little bit of both. I can stay quiet. I assure him. I can. I've never really been one for loud sex. No one has ever pulled that sort of reaction from me. Pasha lifts his head from where he's kissing my stomach. Why? My brow furrows. Why, what? Why stay quiet? His tongue passes over the crease in my hip, and I shudder. Because they'll... I can't think. His lips press over the sensitive skin right above my mound, and he's draping my legs over his shoulders. Is he doing what I think he's doing? They'll hear me. Us. Good. Let them. My back arches at the first glide of his tongue between my folds. His grip on my thighs tightens, then smooths up my legs to my waist where he presses me down. Oh my God, I don't know what to grab, but I need to grab something or I'm gonna buck off this table so hard it'll be like a rocket launching into space. So I fist my hands in his hair and tug. The same time, he nips and sucks and tugs, then sweeps his tongue even deeper inside me. I don't. When was the last time Conrad kissed me down there? Has anyone done this to me before? I can't remember. I can't fucking think. Pasha is somewhere between making out with my slit and fucking me with his tongue, and then he moves up a bit. His wicked mouth latches onto my clit. His hands keep me anchored in place, but nothing stops the loud cry of pleasure from pouring out of me. Back and forth. Back and forth. His tongue flicks and swirls and teases that small bundle of nerves that makes my toes curl and my hips grind against his face. And then one of his hands leaves my waist, and I think he's going to move on to something else. I cry out again. He's filling me with his fingers. First one, then two, and instantly searches for the spot deep inside me that no one, especially not Conrad, ever tried to hit. Sing for me, moja plemia. Pasha breathes over my pussy. He presses, his fingers curl, and I feel the sudden surge of pleasure when he finds that sweet spot inside me. I'm writhing like crazy, my moans pitching as the pleasure builds and builds and builds deep inside. And then it bursts open. I'm seeing stars. I don't know how long I ride that high. I don't know if I ever want to come back down. Pasha holds me, murmuring his encouragement for me to just let go. Let it out. Let them hear. Let them all fucking hear. So fucking beautiful. He whispers against my skin as he kisses the insides of my thighs. Then he's suddenly rising over me, dragging me closer to the edge of the table until my ass dangles over open space. His hands are the only thing keeping me from crumbling to the floor. He kisses me and fuck, I can taste myself on his lips and tongue. It's so dirty, so wicked. I love it. He groans when I lick him clean, and I moan right back when I feel his hot, hard length slide over my core and tease my clit. We pull apart just enough to look at each other in the eyes, and it's almost like he's asking me for permission. I bite my lip and nod. This time, he swallows my cry of pleasure, and I'm glad because I swear this man is going to make me scream. He's spreading me open, pushing me to new fullness I have never felt. His cock is surging and pulsing and pushing. Oh, God. That's it, moja plemia, my little flame. He growls in my ear. Let me hear you sing. Let the whole fucking world hear you sing. Pasha wraps his arms around me and lifts me up until our chests rub and slide against each other, and gravity helps him bottom out inside me with every single solid thrust. I can't. I'm not. It's too much. I want so much more. I don't know if I've ever been so completely filled, so stretched open to my absolute limits, so completely and utterly fucked. The table creaks and groans beneath us, battering against the far wall in time with his thrusting. His hands grab my ass and spear me on him over and over again. Moans turn into grunts, and grunts turn into cries of deep pleasure. The cries turn into sobs as that sweet release builds and builds until I don't think I can hold back anymore. Come for me. Pasha orders between kisses on my shoulder. I want to feel you come. That's all I need. He sheathes himself inside me right when that second bubble breaks, and I'm flying, shattering, screaming his name over and over. My hips want to ride him and push him off, but he's holding me there, filling me with him, and it makes me grind even harder on him. Pasha groans. He's panting as hard as I am, but the moment I calm down from that toe-curling orgasm, he's pulling out, flipping me over, and smacking my ass. I'm not done with you yet, moja plemia. Oh, fuck. I'm pretty sure I just came a little again. I hear him chuckle, and yep, I did. I can feel the evidence trickle down my thighs. Pasha rubs his hands between my legs and caresses my thighs open wider, takes his time kneading my ass like he's inspecting me. I don't know if I'm ready for him to go there yet, but I don't know if I'd refuse him either. I feel him line back up right where I want him to be. I breathe a sigh of relief. He chuckles and gives my ass a loving squeeze. Don't worry, beautiful. Pasha swallows back a grunt when he starts pushing back inside me. I'll give you plenty of preparation before taking you here. He thumbs me there when he says it. Not hard, not deep, more of a caress right outside the rim. It's enough to make me squeal with pleasure and feel him slide into me even more. Fuck, baby. He leans over me and kisses a fiery path up my spine. You feel so fucking good. He's stroking my ego almost as much as his shaft is stroking my inner walls. I push up onto my elbows and arch my hips up more. I'm not just going to lie here and take it. I'm going to give him exactly what he wants. What we both want. Pasha smacks my ass again, this time with a deep growl of appreciation. It spurs me on, and I ride him, grind on him, throw my hips back to take him deeper on every solid thrust of his thick cock. Now he's snarling my name as much as I'm crying out his. Daphne. I shudder, lean back into him. I'm so fucking close. One hand squeezes my breast, the other hand slides down my body to press right over my womb. Something about that makes every fiber of my senses snap. I feel him pouring heat deep inside me. At the same time, I shudder even harder, sob even louder, chant his name like a mantra on my trembling lips. Pasha holds me tight to him and grunts over and over, working himself into me deeper and deeper with slow, solid, punctuating thrusts that push that liquid heat exactly where he wants it to go. I can't feel my legs, or my fingers, or my toes. All I can feel are his kisses fluttering along my shoulders, his arms wrapped around me, holding me to him, preventing me from falling to the ground. All I can hear is my name breathed through his own panting gasps, paired with whispers in Russian that I can't interpret but that feel like something close to a prayer.
Chapter 5. Pasha. I should have walked away before I ever kissed her. I didn't. I should have walked away before we set the painting on fire. I didn't. I should have walked away before I fucked her, or during, or after, or at any point in the moments that have followed. But I didn't. I can't bring myself to do it. Even now, as Daphne chews on a french fry and gazes thoughtfully out the diner window, I find myself lingering, though the hours keep ticking past like someone's playing tricks on me with the clock hands. So, tell me about that painting, I say, if only to stop the reckless thoughts from spiraling out of control. Daphne snorts. You mean the $5 million masterpiece we just burned? That was the one I was referring to, yes. She sighs and stirs her raspberry iced tea for a moment. The original sketch was mine. Of me, I mean. I was his model, his muse, his grand belle. He just started laying down the first layers when they started fucking around. Daphne casts a panicked glance around the diner. Shh. Yeah. I laugh. It's practically midnight. Anyone here is either too tired to hear us or too drunk to care. Still. I have to secretly confess an admiration for her sense of propriety. Even after tasting her pussy and making her scream my name, real music to my ears, she carries herself with grace and dignity. Is that what tipped you off to the affair? She squirms in her seat. I know I'm inviting myself into her personal life, but I'm curious to know what exactly I walked my way into. I went to the gallery expo for a painting, for fuck's sake, and instead of leaving with one, I burned $5 million into ashes and then pounded my release into the artist's ex, who is now looking at me like she expects me to backhand her into the booth seat if she speaks so much as one syllable out of place. The fuck kind of number did Ewing do to her?
No,
Daphne takes a tentative sip of her tea.
I did notice some alterations at first, but artists, you know? Especially the abstract ones. No, it was the, photo she sent him that popped up while he was taking a shower.
Something ugly boils up inside me at the mental image of Daphne, naked and in Ewing's bed, while he's in the shower washing off whatever pathetic attempt at sex he'd just done to her body. I shake it off. Not my circus, not my monkeys, not my woman. Immediately, every fiber of my instinct challenges that last thought with a resounding, yes, the fuck she is. Photo. I force myself to keep my voice calm. It's not her fault I'm feeling a very misplaced sense of possessiveness over her.
Yeah, the one she took while they were, I suppose, doing it is the technical term?
I snort a laugh. I can't help it. Stereotypical idiots playing stereotypically idiotic games. But when I see the crestfallen expression on her face, I regret it. Do they know just how stupid they really are?
No, not at all.
But you're smart. Daphne flashes those magnetic blue eyes at me.
Am I? Because this sure doesn't feel smart.
What doesn't? I cock my head to one side. You left him. You left both of them to burn their world down together. You showed them, both of them, what happens to people who fuck you over. And then, you took the most gorgeous man at the event and rode him until you were done with him. That sounds pretty damn smart to me. She stares at me like I've lost my ever-loving mind. What the fuck do I know? Maybe I have. What I do know is that for some inexplicable reason, I need to see her smile. And when it breaks across her face and she laughs, it's almost as good as feeling her fingers digging into my back.
Wow.
Daphne shakes her head and tries to stifle her laughter.
When you put it like that, I am so messed up.
Yeah, well, you're in good company. She steadies her gaze on me. The smile stays where it is, thankfully.
So what about you?
What about me?
What's got you so messed up? I mean, no sane man just literally blows away $5 million. You must have some skeletons in the closet.
If only she knew. It's cute that she thinks she has nothing to do with my insanity. To be fair, there's more than enough to answer that question long before meeting her tonight. I'm just not at liberty to talk about any of it. I roll my shoulder in a half shrug. Family, mostly. Growing up with expectations no one is ever able to fill, no matter how perfect they are. Daphne scoffs.
Tell me about it.
Rough upbringing?
Oh, no. Don't try to turn it around. This is about you now.
I feign surprise and point to my chest. She grins and nods. In mock surrender, I sigh and slump back in my seat. I swear, I'm really not that interesting.
Says the man with $5 million to quite literally burn.
Trust fund kid.
Bullshit.
Damn, I really like her. She meets me eye to eye and doesn't fawn over me like every other woman who sees my Black American Express card and instantly wants to become a sugar baby. Investments. I smirk at her incredulous look. That's the honest answer. I watch trends, hunt for opportunities. Every now and then, I see something new and promising that turns out to be the next big thing. Her dark brow arches.
Like Conrad?
Fuck no. We share a laugh, and my God, I could drown myself in her voice. His art, if it can even be called that, is a plague upon mankind. I'm honored to have been the one to personally eradicate the worst offender.
There you go again.
Daphne sips her drink as she studies me.
1 minute, you're this laid-back, kinda crude dude bro. The next, it's like you just gave a cultural aesthetics lecture at Yale.
I wasn't lying when I said I'm literate. I do read a lot.
War, general biographies, and porn magazines, I'm guessing?
I chuckle. Among other things.
Don't tell me you're picking up art history textbooks in your free time, she replies. I'd say you look like you should be the one on display, not the one studying it.
I'll take the compliment.
Don't act like I'm the first one to ever tell you you're attractive either,
She accuses. Then, straightening up.
So where did you go to college?
I sigh. That's a part of my life I try to pretend never happened. Though it did, and was a few of the more precious years of my existence. I was far the fuck away from my family, from those responsibilities, from the never-ending shit show that comes with being in a family with a capital F. Yale. Daphne balks.
You're kidding. I was joking when I said that, you know.
I'm not. Spent 3 years there. Never got to graduate, though.
How come?
Father died. Had to go back and help take care of the family. She nods like she knows exactly what I mean, which is fair, if incorrect. I'm not exactly blasting through a megaphone that I'm in charge of a Russian mob family and my father, the former pecan, was murdered by the people he fucked over. I eye her again. Her face in the fluorescent diner lights, half shadow, half glowing. The curve of her jaw. Highlights gleaming in her hair from the red neon sign over the door. It's tempting to take her back to my place. There's a part of me that wants to protect her from the world and give her sanctuary in my home, in my bed. But I have to shake it off. I remind myself of what I am, and, more importantly, what I am not. I'm not her saving grace or her valiant prince riding in to save the day. For all she knows, I'm just some guy who fucked her brains out, fed her. In a few moments, I'll be the guy who drives her home and then disappears, never to be seen again. It's better that way. So as we pay and leave, I take advantage of the car ride to memorize this feeling. I linger where I shouldn't. A few extra minutes to smell her vanilla perfume filling up my car. An unnecessary breath, just to hear her sigh with contentment as she settles into the leather passenger seat like she's meant to be here, next to me, all along. For a scant few minutes, we can pretend like there's more to this than there really is. It'll all be over soon enough. Might as well enjoy her while it lasts.
That's me,
Daphne says eventually, pointing through a window to a looming apartment building, a tall block of shadow in the night. I nod and park, kill the engine. The silence feels like a third person in the car with us. Daphne stares out, fingers on the handle, though she doesn't open the door yet. She turns and looks at me.
Thank you.
You gonna be okay? The question flies out of my mouth before I have a chance to even think it over. What do I care? That stupid nagging sensation in my chest says, a whole fucking lot. She sighs.
Yeah, Hazel's good people. I'm safe here.
I can tell she doesn't want to leave. I don't want her to leave either. We both know it has to happen. We both know that once that car door closes behind her, this is it. Forever. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Daphne pulls out her phone and checks her messages.
She's probably wondering what the hell happened to me. Hey, what the hell?
Something possesses me, and before either of us can blink, I've got her phone in my hand. I tap in my phone number, send myself a text, then hand it back to her. There.
What's this?
My number. And now, I have yours.
Yeah, but why?
Again, something alien to my nature possesses me. I pull her close and take the longest, sweetest moment to taste her lips, to caress her tongue, to just feel her. Because, even with that lifeline tossed, I'm not sure I'll ever see her again. If I choose what's best for both of us, I won't. Good night, moja plamia. Daphne blushes, nibbles her bottom lip. If she doesn't stop, if she doesn't leave, I'm dangerously close to driving her away and showing her just how large my bed is and how much time we can spend in it. In the end, she makes the right choice.
Good night, Pasha.
Then she's gone.
Chapter 6. Daphne. 4 months later. Honestly, I don't know why I even bother these days. I stop myself from rolling my eyes. These days? Since when has she ever bothered at all? Ophelia Hamish, lifelong Silver Spoon socialite, wife of the former president of Chekhov International, and mother to 2 beautiful daughters who'd rather have nothing to do with her, dramatically sighs and sets her literal silver spoon on the even daintier matching saucer. I mean, really, this whole thing is utterly ridiculous. You're telling me. I try to hide my mumble behind the tiny, gold-rimmed teacup filled with what I think might be chamomile. But to my bad luck, she hears me. You need to apologize. I damn near spray the tea all over my mother. Fucking excuse me? Daphne Elizabeth, please! Mother glances around and shoots me her best scolding look. I know it's difficult for you to act like a lady, but I must insist you maintain some decorum. I won't be publicly disgraced any more than you and your sister have already done. I wince. As much as I tell myself I don't care, that one kind of stings. In any case, she continues, I've had many talks with the Ewings, and they assured me that the wedding's still on, granted that you can swallow your pride. Now it's my turn to shoot her a scathing glare. Under absolutely no circumstances, at all, whatsoever, am I apologizing to Sidney Conrad Ewing. For what? Not being sleazy enough? You do realize, Mother, that he's the one who left me. I keep my voice sugary sweet just for her benefit. He can't keep it in his pants to save his life. That's hardly something I need to apologize for. She scoffs. Well, it wouldn't hurt you to put in a little more effort. Dress up a bit more. Wear those diamond earrings he gave you for your anniversary. Show him you... How can I wear them when they're on his fiancé's ears? I stab my salad viciously with my fork. Or did you forget that too? Mother rolls into another one of her prepared speeches about a woman's duty to keep her man interested, and how I'm disgracing the family by not throwing myself at his feet and begging him to take me back. To be honest, I don't think he would. Not now, anyway. Things have changed. I nudge the leather bag at my feet just to reassure myself it's still there. In my worst nightmares, I drop the bag, and what's inside goes skittering across the floor to land at the feet of the last person I want to know about my not-so-little secret. Who that person is, I'm still not sure. Conrad? Brittany? Mother? One face in particular suddenly comes to mind. It's the same face I've been dreaming about for 4 months, ever since that wild night at the gallery. Well, what do you think? I snap out of my daydream and blink at Mother. She stares at me expectantly, which means she asked me a question I definitely don't have the answer to. Sure, sounds good. I take another bite of my tasteless salad just for the excuse to not be able to talk. Mother rolls her eyes yet again. Pointless. Everything is pointless. You are no help either. I ask you for one simple thing, and it's like you think I want you to pull your own teeth out. Doing favors for you tends to feel that way. Sorry, Mom. You got me thinking about Conrad, and I kind of drifted off. I hate groveling to her, but I hate when she makes a scene and then passes the blame onto me even more. So, when she sighs and her harsh expression softens, I can't help but to let out a sigh of relief myself. One less disaster to navigate. Hopefully. Maybe. My relief is short-lived because my phone starts vibrating on the table. Mother expects me to at least check to see if it's Conrad. Right now is no exception. One super quick glance confirms it. The devil himself is trying to call me for the umpteenth time today. Just like he's been calling me every day, practically nonstop for 19 weeks and counting. Usually, his calls are paired with simultaneous texts from Brittany, warning me to stay away from her man and stick to my lane, and whatever else she can think of to stake her so-called territory. At this rate, I'm surprised she hadn't peed around his house. Or maybe she has. I wouldn't put it past her. Are you going to answer him? Shit, she saw the screen. I try not to make a face as I turn off the vibration and tuck the phone into my bag. I don't want to be rude. I'm having lunch with my mother, and he needs to respect that. This does help preen her feathers, so to speak. Mother sits up a bit straighter and offers me a peacekeeping smile. Well, even so, his parents keep saying how despondent he's been since the breakup. You could throw the poor man a bone. I just love how everyone has made Conrad's infidelity and selfishness my problem. Like I'm the one who cheated on him with his longtime rival, threw him out on his ass, and then made him worship the ground I walk on for the sake of his job. Oh wait, that was him who did all that to me. And honestly, whenever I think about everything that happened afterwards, it's still not even remotely close to my fault. It's not my fault I got swept off my feet by some hot Russian bajillionaire who looked like sin and tasted like chaos. That was all... what was I saying? Focus staff. Honestly, Mom, I don't think Conrad will want me back at all, ever. She frowns, mostly because she hates being called Mom, especially in public, because it's so uncouth for our social echelon, or some bullshit like that, but also because she can't envision a world in which her carefully manipulated plans don't work in her favor, like Sydney Conrad Ewing wanting me for his bride. Why not? You come from good breeding, high status, exceptional education. Sure, you had a little tiff, all lovers do. I'm pregnant. Mother freezes mid-sip. I decide the radish on the edge of my plate is fascinating, and opt to stare at that rather than see her veins literally ice over. What did you just say? I clear my throat and try to delay with a sip of my own tea. Another cough, a silent prayer that the waitress walking by with a tray of crystal water glasses will dump them all over me. Anything to distract Mother from her oncoming tirade. Daphne? I ask innocently. What did you just say? I purse my lips, nudge the bag at my feet once more, debate on waving the wrapped pea stick in front of me like a fencing saber to fend off whatever is about to come next. In the end, though, the damage is already done. I'm pregnant. Mother stares at me. Then, without missing a beat, she returns to her meal. Well, then that's that. Obviously, you have to go back to Conrad and... It's not his. If the first bombshell didn't do it, the second one sure does. I think I see... Yep, there it is. The frigid fury she spent decades honing into her most powerful weapon, the Ophelia Hamish Special. It starts in the stillness of her fingertips as they clutch the silverware and slowly spreads up her arms to her chest and then the rest of her body until her face becomes this frozen, unreadable mask. It's honestly impressive. At least it would be if it wasn't currently aimed at me. Who the hell else could it belong to? Her sugary sweet voice is promise aplenty that hell itself is about to open wide and swallow me whole. Shit, she's about to drag me down there herself. I don't know how to answer her, not just for my own self-preservation, but literally. I don't know how to tell her about the complete stranger who came to my rescue at the 11th hour and not only pretended to be my date, but literally burned millions of dollars on exacting vengeance for me, and then taught me what full-bodied, screaming orgasms actually feel like. He gave me his first name and his phone number. That should have been plenty for me to find and just follow up, see if there's something actually there, or if it was mutually a one-time thing. Not that it can't be a one-time thing, just The thought of returning to mediocre limp fish flopping between my legs is enough to make me cry. I think I've stared at that open text conversation every morning, afternoon, and evening since we parted ways. I wake up, wonder if today's the day I finally test the waters and send him a simple, "Hey," then remind myself the 1,000 reasons why that's a terrible idea. At night, I wonder if his sheets are as cold and empty as mine. Maybe he could come over to my new apartment and help me christen my new bed, and bathroom, and couch, and kitchen. But men like him live entirely different existences from women like me. He's probably making a new woman scream his name every night, several at once even. I wouldn't be surprised if he has more of a harem situation than a little black book of conquests. Now, I'm carrying the third thing he gave me that night. And the fact that I'd sooner confess to my overbearing, hyper-controlling, narcissistic Medusa of a mother before I send the father of my unborn child a text should be evidence enough of how chicken shit I really, truly am. I'd rather not say. Mother's brows pop back up. You'd rather not say, or you don't actually know. I hate how the jab lands. It shouldn't affect me at all, but it does. The fuck is your problem? I hiss. Watch your language, young lady. She glances around the room for the 100th time, just to make sure no one she knows is eavesdropping. For your information, you're my problem. You and your sister. I can't. Oh dear Lord. She's crying. Mother melts her icy facade enough to collapse back in her chair like someone just bitch-slapped the anger out of her body. Now all that's left is self-pity and a dramatic sense of injustice. I cannot believe how far our family has fallen. Her voice pitches high, but manages to stay quiet. Your grandmother would roll in her grave if only she knew. Now is not the time to roll my eyes. Now is not the time to roll my eyes. Now is not the time to remind her that Grandma didn't give two shits about anyone or anything if it didn't involve canasta. I bite the inside of my cheek to suppress the smile I want so badly to show in fond memory of my grandmother. She really was a lovely woman, kind, selfless, and a hell of a baker. I have no idea how she managed to bird the witch now wailing across the table from me. I know I raised you girls better than this. Melanie for damn sure. And how does she repay me for everything? Now we can't even show our faces at the country club, and that would be bad enough, but, Daphne, are you listening to me? Yeah, sorry. Not even a little bit. Melanie, my younger sister, is the lucky one, which is hilarious to say because she was dragged through the mud, chewed up, spit out, then rolled into social sushi when word spread that she had a serious and seriously sexy income as a webcam girl during college. I'm not sure which is worse in my mother's eyes, the fact that she wore skimpy lingerie for thousands of viewers to ogle, or that she made bank on said activity. I'm pretty sure that if she had done just a few things and only had a few followers, the whole thing would have been swept under the rug. But Mel never did stuff halfway. She was raking it in, living well, living free. Until some asshole decided to expose her, to our parents no less. That's the most messed up part of the whole situation. No one really knows why the guy went out of his way to utterly ruin my family's reputation. It didn't matter that Melanie never actually slept with anyone, or that she'd left the hobby behind long before she wed, or that she was married now to a man who knew all along and didn't care. What mattered were the words people threw at her. Slut, skank, whore, unforgivable, unlovable, unworthy, disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. It was my mother's worst nightmare. My father's, too. All this money and prestige, and yet Mr. and Mrs. Hamish couldn't afford to bring up perfectly chaste daughters to marry off into high society. And so the inevitable conclusion, there must be something wrong with them, too. Whoever exposed Melanie did it for a reason, I still think it had less to do with my sister and more to do with my parents. Why waste time and energy on your enemies when a simple, fact-based rumor can destroy them while you sleep? So I must ask you again, Daphne Elizabeth Covington. I narrow my eyes at her in low warning. My last name is Covington now. Don't remind me. Your sister's idea, I'm sure. Wrong again. I'm the one who chose to give myself a new name. A fresh start. Mother shifts in her seat, straightens, and does her best to regain control over this conversation that's gone wildly off the rails. I must ask you. She firmly repeats. Do you or do you not know who the father is? I sigh. Might as well concede a little here. I know who he is. What's his name? I just shake my head. Daphne, my God! Mother sighs with exasperation and no small amount of frustration. You cannot sit here and tell me you plan on raising this child by yourself, without any help, financial or otherwise, from the father. What will people think? That I'm a strong, independent woman who doesn't need a man? She rolls her eyes. Please, that's only what ugly poor people think. I cannot believe you just said that. I pluck my napkin off my lap and plop it onto the table because fuck propriety. I need to use the restroom. Excuse me. I avoid looking at her while I shove my seat back. I need a moment to collect myself before I lay into her and really cause a scene. But when I take another deep breath and flick my gaze up to try and soothe things with a small smile, I stop. Mother is staring over my shoulder, wide-eyed and pale, like she's seeing a ghost sitting behind me. What is he doing here? She hisses under her breath. Who? I twist around to see for myself. My stomach flips. My lungs forget how to function. The man who ruined us, who ruined our lives. The man who exposed your sister.
Chapter 7. Pasha.
I still can't believe you burned the damn thing.
I shrug and take another sip of my lemon water. Felt fantastic. You should try it sometime. Senator Brennan chuckles.
That would be a dream come true. I'll never understand what my wife sees in that artist. What's his name?
Ewing.
Ewing.
He drawls it out over his tongue with a twisted look on his face, as if the name tastes terrible. To be fair, I don't relish it either.
Conrad Ewing. That's right. I swear I'm seeing his work everywhere these days. Senator Gerhardt even has one in his office. Can you believe it?
As much as I hate it, I can believe it. Nepotism is a hell of a resource for talentless hacks like Ewing. Sidney Conrad Ewing is a third-rate, barely graduate of Yale's art program, who wouldn't have been admitted were it not for a generous donation bestowed upon the university by the wealthy Mr. and Mrs. Ewing. I know more about the bastard than I care to. It wasn't hard to pull the records and follow the paper trail. The only thing I haven't been able to figure out is how the hell he ended up with a woman like Daphne. Moya Blavia, my little flame. And my never-ending distraction. The second her face appears in my mind, I shake it away before I lose track of the conversation. How is Cora these days? I don't care about the senator's wife on a personal level. It's just good to know where things stand. Especially when the dirt I have on Senator Brennan is only as powerful as his obedience to his ball-busting wife. There's a running joke that isn't such a joke about who the real senator is. He'd never say as much, but I wonder if part of her power over him has anything to do with what she's like between the sheets. Memories of Daphne flood my senses. Her soft skin beneath my fingertips, her lips caressing mine, her mewling gasps in my ear, the way she rippled around me. Brennan wipes his mouth with the cloth napkin.
She's fine. Still pretty upset over the loss of that damn painting. I'll never hear the end of it.
I'm sure there will be a new one, a better one. A worse one would be damn near impossible, I think to myself. In any case, tell me what you think about the new contract. I force myself to focus on why I'm here to begin with. I want to get it all over and done with. This place, gilt-edged teacups, waiters in tuxedos with stiff upper lips, is not my preferred business environment. For starters, white tablecloths show blood far too easily. Brennan nods and leans back in his chair with a heavy sigh.
I like it. In the way that ensuring our troops are armed with the best of the best, I like it.
I don't like the hesitation in his tone. But
there are some concerns about your sourcing.
That's not a problem, Senator. I'm sure we can figure something out. I nod to the waiter, who promptly refills my ice water. Give me a few days to pull the records together for you. Brennan nods and tucks into his salmon without another word. I pick at the capers on my own plate. I don't have much of an appetite. My siblings, Makari and Sophia, have been up my ass about tracking down the woman from the gallery. I've rebuffed them at every turn. It's better to leave the past in the past. Enjoy what Daphne and I had and let it go. I'm decent enough to recognize a bad idea for what it is. I may be a violent bastard, but I'm not a selfish one. And she's not fit for my world. Actually, on second thought, I set down my fork and relax back in my own seat. Time to pull the reins out of this idiot's hands. I won't be giving you those verifications. Brennan arches an eyebrow. Oh? Just like I won't be giving Cora the latest batch of surveillance tapes from your recent, what was it you called it again? Business trip? He coughs on his food and frantically fumbles for his water. I shrug. It's not much, I'll admit. But even those meager 10 minutes we did manage to grab happens to show you with your, shall we say, associates. Now, Pasha, interesting how you're almost always away on business, and yet the one time I need to speak with your wife directly, she's busy, and you're able to step in on her behalf. I grin and lean forward, dropping my voice to a conspiratorial whisper. This wouldn't have anything to do with your sweet new secretary, would it? The one who joined you on that trip? Brennan's face turns beet red. I thought as much, or at least I had my suspicions. Everyone knows that Cora Brennan has her husband by the short and curlies. It's better to discuss deals and contracts with her in order to get the senator to agree. Matter of fact, it was she whom I originally scheduled this lunch meeting with. Senator Brennan stepped in at the last minute to inform me that Cora had a scheduling conflict and he'd be handling the details himself. All I had to do was check the surveillance footage we stole to find out why. Can't a man keep his privacy? Brennan growls, his eyes darting around the room. I don't blame him. Should anyone overhear, lips are bound to start flapping. When he's stepping out on his wife? No. He narrows his eyes at me. Like you've got any ground to stand on? I'm sure you've got skeletons in the closet aplenty. I'm not like you, Senator, I answer coolly, and thank God for that. I push my chair out and stand. I'm done talking with this incompetent excuse of a man. I'll finish the deal with his wife, or I'll out him and cut my losses. Either one works. I step away to pace in the glass-arched side lounge and make a phone call. Mac, it's me. How'd it go? About as good as can be expected with that dumb fuck. Cora wasn't there? No. I sighed and rubbed the bridge of my nose. But I reminded him about the dirt we've got, so he's still on board. He wants verification of sourcing, and I told him to go fuck himself. Might not be such a bad idea. Mac blows out a puff of air. Considering the longevity we want with the contract, want me to build some shell companies and hide the paper trail? Yeah, do it. Cover our bases. Speaking of, how'd the reviews go? Mac lets out a nervous laugh that sets me on edge. Mac? Everything's fine. Good.
got it all loaded up and funneled through, all numbers accounted for.
But, he sucks in a breath.
But the Vors kept mentioning you, and your heirs. More so the lack thereof.
I swallow back a growl of impatience.
Tell them to keep their noses in their own damn business. Oh, I did. But you have to admit, the concern is legit. People want to know their investments will continue with a legacy and not just die off with you. Then reassure them that you'll be taking care of that yourself. Sooner rather than later.
Max sighs.
Yeah. Still, though, we worry about you. Don't. Says the overprotective big brother. He can't see it, but I do manage a smirk.
Let me worry. You and Sophie find spouses, get married, and have lots of babies.
I'll pick an heir from the bunch, and then none of us will ever have to worry about another repeat.
The line goes silent. I didn't mean to dredge up old, dark memories, but here we are.
Things are different now, Pasha.
Max sighs after a long pause.
You are different. And I want to keep it that way.
I don't need to justify my personal choices to anyone, least of all some corporate underworld busybodies. That's what Mac is for, getting married and having kids so I don't have to. A peek around the corner verifies that Brennan is wrapping up his lunch and flirting with the waitress, which means I'll be in the clear to leave without interruption in about a minute. I could leave now, but knowing him, he'll keep begging me for me to keep my mouth shut until I agree, just to make him stop fucking talking. I can't afford his wife finding out about his dalliances. She'd take him to the cleaners and then some. I'm suspicious she already knows. The woman is far more intelligent than Brennan gives her credit for.
You're also pecan,
says Mac in my ear.
You have responsibilities in the family realm just as much as you do in the business realm.
My teeth grind.
He means well, I know that. I just don't like being pressured into doing something I've already refused.
Make sure the shipments get through, I snap. Pay off whoever you need to. I don't fucking care how much it costs. Just make sure we're secured for next month. The call ends abruptly. I peek through the glass and check on the senator once more. He's finally waddled off to do whatever it is pasty sleaze bags who hold public office do, giving me wide enough berth to slip out. Off to one side, I hear female voices rising in argument. Hysterics, really. I don't look. The last fucking thing I want is to get roped into some hoity-toity family drama. This place is filled to the brim with overdramatic mothers and their equally desperate daughters looking for any excuse to sink their claws into the next unsuspecting, maybe eligible bachelor. I pause. I know that voice. A familiar waterfall of hair cascades down a very tense back, swaying as she abruptly shoves her chair back and stands. It looks like the woman with her, undoubtedly her mother, is about to rip her a new one. But then the mother pauses and looks over her daughter's shoulder at me. The light in her eyes and her painted-on eyebrows leaping up her forehead says she recognizes me. And I'll be damned, but I could swear I recognize her too. From where, though? I don't catch what they're saying to each other. I'm too distracted by the actual, tangible presence of the woman who's been haunting my dreams for 4 solid months. Daphne whirls around to see what's captured her mother's attention. Like her mother, she sees me. Like her mother, her eyebrows fly high and her jaw drops open. Unlike her mother, however, she immediately turns and sprints for the exit. Chapter 8. Pasha. I can count on 0 fingers how often in my life I've chased down a woman. First time for everything, I suppose. Maybe that's why I feel a rush of adrenaline instead of irritation as I rush after Daphne, not giving a fuck who I bump into or offend on my way. I finally catch her elbow through the double doors. Stop! She turns, flustered and out of breath.
I have to go. Sorry, I have to...
Her voice dies when she tries to tear out of my grasp and her bag slips off her shoulder and upends. We both reach for it at the same time, and the jostling knocks a smaller bag out of it. Here, let me get that.
No!
I bend down to pick up the baggie, intending to just give it back to her. But when I see what it's holding, I freeze. I look at it. At her. At it. At her. Say something. You need to say something. But what the fuck am I supposed to say? Congratulations? Who's the father? Are we having a boy or a girl? Oh, fucking hell. The valet pulls my car up right behind where Daphne is standing, staring at me with utter terror in her eyes. That bothers me. She shouldn't be afraid of me. What kind of man does she think I am? The kind who just stares at her without saying a single word while holding her pee stick like a fucking creep? That's what kind of man she thinks I am. But there aren't words for this situation. None that I can think of right now, at least. So I do the next most rational thing and shove her in the back of my car. Surprisingly, she doesn't utter a single protest. I expect her to shout or even scream at me to let her go. But instead, she just sits there and waits for me to grab my keys from the valet and slide into the driver's seat. She doesn't look at me, but she doesn't try to get out either. I should say something. Instead, I pull us out of the parking lot and start driving. To where? Fuck if I know. Did you eat? I finally ask. Daphne stares at the dashboard. I had a salad. So no. Now she looks at me. What? A real meal provides calories, protein, nutrients. What that place serves is 2 pieces of lettuce and a carrot even a rabbit wouldn't touch. She snorts a small laugh. I take that as a win. Then I take her somewhere we can talk, someplace to break the ice, catch up, answer a few pressing questions like, what the actual fuck? Daphne's eyes widen when we pull into the parking lot of Vita Smooth, a smoothie bar Sophia is obsessed with. My sister swears it's going to take over the world by storm. I wouldn't know and couldn't care less. But I do know that vitamins and nutrients are important for pregnancy, and there's no way in hell that Chez Delacour served Daphne enough of either to nourish our baby. Her baby, I correct in my head. We don't know anything for certain yet. I hold the car door open for her, and she slinks out. When we step inside the smoothie shop, we're accosted by this thick smell of wheatgrass and ginger. I jerk my chin toward the menu hanging over us. Pick what you want.
Okay.
Daphne blushes and turns to the cashier.
I'll have a small...
Large, I interrupt. She side-eyes me. There's that fire. The first flickers of it I've seen in a while.
Medium.
Large. She sighs.
Large acai Cado avalanche.
With a Vita pack, I order the cashier. Add the prenatal mix as well. Daphne sucks in a deep breath. I'm pushing her buttons. Good. I'd rather that than the stunned, terrified silence she's been stuck in. The cashier darts a curious glance between us, but otherwise doesn't say anything. We grab our drinks and head back to the car. I don't think either one of us wants to have the much-needed conversation in public, or at all. So we slide into the Charger, settle into the leather seats, and brood in silence.
Thank you.
Daphne wraps her lips around the straw again, and now that I am watching her do it, I'm all sorts of distracted by thoughts of those same lips doing that same thing to something else. Not a problem.
I hate the way prenatals taste like freaking horse pills. Makes me gag every time I try to take them. I keep hearing these smoothies are good for you, but I mean, $12 a day? Just for some stupid vitamins?
Worth every penny if it means keeping your baby safe and healthy. Daphne flushes and looks away. I scowl. She isn't getting off that easily. Were you ever going to tell me? She sighs.
I don't know. I mean, I wanted to.
But
I've only just found out myself. I'm still...
She waves her fingers in the air in a little circle.
Still trying to wrap my head around it, I guess. It still doesn't feel real.
How far along are you? She looks down at the lid of her cup.
4 months?
She mutters. I wince, rub my jaw, try to find the right words that aren't, how the fuck did you think you could keep that from me? But you had a test in your purse.
Yeah,
she whispers.
I did.
How is it possible to go so long without knowing? She cringes and withers like she wishes she could disappear from my sight.
Sometimes stress can make a period vanish, just like pregnancy. After the breakup and everything at the gallery, and my bosses, and the move.
You moved?
Yeah, about a month ago. Had to juggle that with work and my family, and I was under a ton of stress. I've had it happen plenty of times before, so it just never occurred to me.
What tipped you off?
Who?
She corrects. She takes another long sip.
Hazel is the one who put 2 and 2 together. I hadn't been using the pads in the bathroom, but I'd also been battling nausea a lot. When I complained last week about needing to buy a new bra, she came home with a box of pregnancy tests.
Daphne offers me a shy, regretful smile.
I'm sorry to break the news to you like this. I really didn't plan on running into you.
I'm glad you did. Now she really smiles. Something in my chest boils uncomfortably. The moment passes. She grows serious again and slurps on her straw.
I'll take a paternity test, if you want, just to make sure everything's super clear. I mean, it's,
She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear.
It's definitely yours, to be honest. I haven't been with anyone since we met, and I hadn't slept with anyone for at least 2 months prior.
I frown. What about Ewing?
Conrad? Right.
Daphne rolls her eyes.
Too busy dancing the horizontal mambo with his mistress.
Makes sense. Doesn't do anything to calm my racing heart. I drive us out of the Vita Smooth parking lot. Our next stop isn't far. Daphne sighs. The look of defeat on her face as she stares at the new building in front of us is not one I expected, nor do I like it.
I get it, really. I can't expect you to believe me.
It's not that. I do my best to ignore the glowing sign of the public fertility clinic advertising abortion services. I do believe you. Her mouth twists into a wry smile.
You don't think I sleep around with half the city?
Fuck no. Who the?
My mother.
Ah, of course. The family drama causing the sudden wave of rubbernecking at the restaurant club. Just because she's your mother doesn't mean she has a right to say that. Daphne sniffles. Shit, is she crying? But instead of bursting into tears, she only nods.
Thanks.
I rub my jaw again. Look, it's not for me. I believe you. But the company I work for, they need the paperwork proving it's mine. Plus the inheritance, naming of my heir, etc.
What, are you some hotshot CEO or something?
Daphne chuckles. I look at her. The heavy silence does the talking. After it gets too awkward, she shuffles out of the car. I follow her inside. She stiffens as I step up behind her at the counter. I don't interrupt her conversation with the receptionist, just shadow her and wait, which is how I hear that she gives a fake name. Sarah Harcourt.
And yours?
The receptionist asks, peering over at me. Jacob Harcourt, I say. She nods and scribbles it down. We both step aside and take seats in an empty corner of the waiting room. Daphne lofts a brow at me. I shrug my shoulders in response. We're happily married. She laughs miserably, then plucks up a magazine and starts thumbing through the pages. I don't think she's actually reading anything, because she asks me without looking up.
So, was that a yes to the hotshot CEO?
Something like that.
Old money or nouveau riche?
Old world, old money.
Ah, right. pre or post Soviet Russia?
I blink at her. Does it matter? It's Daphne's turn to shrug.
I'm just curious. If this really is your baby, then I'd like to be able to tell him or her all about their heritage. Plus, you don't have an accent.
I nod, begrudgingly impressed. My ancestors were friends with the kinds of people it was convenient for us to be friends with. When it became less convenient, we moved to America and started fresh. Daphne falls silent, but she nods thoughtfully and continues to skim through the magazine. Apparently, that's all the information she wanted from me. I'm about to lob my own inquisition when the nurse steps into the room and softly calls for the Harcourts. Daphne plops the magazine down, stands up, and follows the nurse without a bit of hesitation. I'm impressed by her composure. She's as defiant here as she was in an exclusive restaurant meets country club where they charge $50 for a fucking salad. I'm guessing Mummy Dearest was footing the bill, which means Daphne has a history. Not that I doubt her. I meant it when I said it. This paternity test is less for me and far more for my company. And the Bratva. They've been chomping at the bit, demanding I get married and produce heirs to maintain the family line. My original plan was to marry Makov to some beauty he genuinely likes, then name one of his kids as my heir. But now that I might have a child of my own, things are about to get very fucking complicated. And so it's somewhat of a relief to see that the mother of my potential child can stand her ground, and then some. We both give blood to a nurse with the bedside manner of a fucking gravedigger. She drones rapid fire about results being sent by mail within a week, about follow-up appointments, yada yada. I tune it all out. When she's done, Daphne tries to slip out ahead of me. I sigh, count to 10, then charge after her. In the parking lot, we recreate this afternoon's earlier dance. Stop! I pin her against the side of the car so she can't pull away. Look at me! She doesn't, so I tip her face up with the finger tucked under her chin. As I do, I can't help but sigh. I want to breathe fire and brimstone in her face, to show her that she's gotten herself into deep water and I'm the only one who can get her out. I want to scare her into submission, because that's what I do best, what I've always done best. But something in her eyes stops me. It's not that she looks afraid, though she does. It's not that she seems fragile and on the verge of shattering, though I'd bet every penny I've ever earned that that's exactly how she feels. It's that she looks like she expects my fury. She's cowering before I land any kind of blow. So instead of pouring it on thick, I just exhale. Just relax. Take some time to just process this. And when the test results come in, my fingers instinctively brush along the curve of her jaw, and already I want more. So much more. You're not doing this alone. If this baby is mine, I'm not going to run for the hills. I'm going to be right here, by your side, through everything. I won't allow you to raise them alone. Daphne's eyes sparkle with unshed tears. And then, to my surprise, she hugs me. Tight. Her face buries into my chest and I'm overwhelmed by her scent, her touch, the way she feels pressed against me in this moment of raw vulnerability. Then, reluctantly, she peels away. She rubs the heels of her hands into her eyes to hide the tears, straightens up, and pulls her mask back into place.
Thank you, Pasha,
she says curtly, her voice thick and unreadable. I nod and we stand looking at each other for one more moment. Then I help her into the passenger seat, shut the door for her, and grab my phone to send a text to the family group thread. Pasha, we might have a problem. Chapter 9. Pasha. Bliat. I need another drink. The bottle of vodka hasn't left my side for the better part of an hour, which is how long I've been staring at the laptop screen, trying to process this email, trying to process the fact that I, Pasha Mikhail Anatoly Chekhov, am about to become a father. Sophia's sing-song voice rings in my ears.
Is that a problem or a blessing?
I chug more vodka down and pray the screen will start swimming enough for all the information to blur together until it makes sense. Because as it stands now, none of this makes sense. I had everything meticulously planned out. Makari was supposed to be the family continuer. He should have been the one to go to the gallery and flirt with the attendants and... No, I can't think about what if. Even though he's my little brother, the mental image of him being the one to sweep Daphne off her feet and into that storage closet makes my stomach churn. So does this mean I have no regrets? Maybe one. Ever letting Daphne out of my sight once I heard how beautifully she sounded moaning in my ear. If I'd possessed her like I wanted to, she never would have slipped away and suffered through this on her own. I could have tasted her again. At the very least, we could have caught on to this sooner, and I'd have had more time to absorb the new reality. Me, a father. Fuck. I tap out a text to my assistant and return to the screen. I need to figure out where I recognize her mother from. Something tells me it's going to be a fucking nightmare waiting to happen. The door to my office opens. Paris, my assistant, sachets into the room with my two siblings close behind. I don't look at her. I don't have to in order to see the way she's provocatively dressed. Paris still hasn't gotten the memo. We're done. Over. No amount of belly-bearing, professional attire is going to entice me to bend her over my desk ever again. The fact that our convenient little arrangement ended the day after the gallery auction is merely a coincidence.
Do you need anything else, sir?
Paris purrs. Yes. I gesture for my siblings to take a seat and relax. I still don't look up at her. I need you to button your damn shirt and remember to be professional. She gasps softly and fingers the open fabric.
This? But I remember you like... Get the fuck out! Tasli yucha!
Sophia barks. My little sister glares at my assistant with nothing short of a death threat until the door closes behind her short-skirted ass. I used to think she was about as good as it could get, until I met Daphne. Now I wonder what I ever saw in her. Sophie's whole demeanor changes the moment we're alone.
So?
She clasps her hands together and bounces on a love seat where she's made herself at home.
Was I right? Am I going to be an auntie? A totya?
I glance over at Mac, who was smirking at me from the overstuffed lounge chair and waiting to hear if he's about to become a dyada. And, I'm sure, eager to know if his love life is officially off the hook. My fist tightens around the vodka bottle. Yes, I grumble. I'm the father. The room fills with Sophie's squeals and Mac's booming laughter. Both of them are bouncing in their seats like children, and I'm sitting here wondering how it's possible to get a hangover before I'm even properly drunk. Dude! Mac laughs and shakes his head at me. When I said you should go for it, I meant something a little more official than bumping uglies with some stranger in a closet.
Oh, shut up, Mac.
Sophie smacks his arm.
I'm happy for you, Pash. Really, you're going to be a great father.
Am I?
Of course you are. Why the hell wouldn't you be?
Oh, gee, I don't fucking know. I wave the bottle in front of me, which she snatches from my grasp and hands back to Mac. He, of course, decides to imbibe on my private reserve without hesitation. I narrow my eyes at him, but even that requires more effort than I've got energy to give. I'm not exactly known for my charitable contributions to society. Sophie dismisses it with a wave of her hand.
Psh! You are a family man, first and foremost.
Everything you do is for the good of our family.
Babies need gentleness, compassion, softness. All the things I definitely do not have.
Right. You're such a hard ass. Too hard and uncaring to take care of Mama when she was sick and needed all that compassion and softness.
I suck in a low breath. I know what Sophie is getting at, even though I don't want to admit it. When our mother sank into a dark depression and nearly starved herself to death, I remained by her side and nursed her back to health. And I didn't do it by barking orders. Still, I'm gonna break the kid. You remember how Aititz was? What's stopping me from becoming just like him?
That.
She snaps and points at me.
Right there. You remember what not to do.
Mac nods. Amen, sister.
The only conserve I have, Pash, you knocked up a civilian.
Sophie's brows knit with concern.
I'm sure she's a lovely woman, but you've got a lot of enemies. A lot of people who won't hesitate to hurt you by hurting your new family.
I know she's right. It's the exact reason why I didn't want to have a family of my own in the first fucking place. We're only talking about hypotheticals, and I'm already feeling the overwhelming rage to go to war for Daphne and our child. They can fucking try. I'll end them before they lay a finger on her or my baby.
As will we.
Sophie glances at Mac, who nods again.
We're with you in this, Pash. You're not going to be alone raising this kid, and he or she is going to be the most loved, most protected, and most spoiled child in the whole world, okay?
I sigh again. I'm not alone. Neither is Daphne. Our child will never be alone either. We've got work to do. I shut the laptop and rise to my feet. Daphne and our baby are under my protection. Our protection. Whether she likes it or not.
Chapter 10. Daphne. I should be getting ready. Should be doing something more, at least. More makeup, or more jewelry, or more, I don't know, better hairstyle, maybe? Instead, I'm lying on my bed and staring at the ceiling like it's going to spit out all the answers to my burning questions. How is this supposed to work? How am I supposed to raise a baby with a man like Pasha? Should I raise my baby with him? What if he thinks I'm just some gold digger? I don't need Pasha's help. Even if my parents have fallen from grace, my job at the gallery pays enough to keep a roof over my head. I have enough to cover rent, bills, and make sure my baby has everything they need. But I want Pasha's, not his help, but more like involvement. Yeah, that's it. I just want him to be involved, to be a part of this whole process of learning how to become decent parents in a less than decent world. He doesn't know how much his promise means to me, that he'll be right here by my side, raising our child with me, because he's basically the only person in my life to make such a promise. Mother still won't talk to me. Father is, well, he's surprisingly not as furious as I anticipated. More like he's wallowing in grief over the fall of the House of Hamish. His 2 daughters are a curse upon his name, and he's been praying for answers as to what he did to deserve any of this. Thus far, God has declined to pick up his calls. At least Melanie is excited to be an aunt. She did promise to check in on me frequently and to be there for the birth, so that's something. But she's got her own shit to deal with, so I can't exactly ask her to hold my hand through everything. So it really does circle back to Pasha. Gorgeous, sexy, way too damn sure of himself, Pasha. Will our baby have his eyes, his rugged jaw, his devilish charm? An image of Pasha cradling our baby in his arms, bare-chested and cooing in the middle of the night, sends a surge of heat straight to my core. Fuck. I want him. I want that. I want him and that and so much more. The alarm on my phone goes off before my hopes devolve into raunchy fantasies. Ugh. showtime. I grab my purse and keys and head for the door, pausing only to slip on the heels that match my little black dress. I might as well enjoy them now before my ankles and feet get too swollen. And then I damn near trip over a heavy vase in the hall. What the hell? I mumble to myself as I swoop down to catch the huge bouquet of flowers before they topple over and spill water all over the carpet. Roses. Interesting. Champagne-colored with pink tips, and there's at least 2 dozen. Shit. They're from Conrad. There's a note scrawled inside the card, but the only thing I actually read is his boorish signature at the end. It's enough to make me want to toss the note into the trash and the bouquet out the window. But they are roses, and beautiful ones at that. I'd hate to waste them. They'll survive in my car until I figure out where they belong. When I see Pasha waiting for me outside the restaurant, I nearly groan. Not because of anything bad. He just looks so damn good. His thick hair is playfully disheveled, and yet somehow makes his charcoal gray look all the more professional. There's a 5 o'clock shadow dusting his jaw, and I'm suddenly struck with the desire to find out what that feels like between my thighs. Focus, girl. You're here to talk business. At least I didn't overdress for the occasion. Pasha picked the restaurant, and I figured an LBD would be the safest bet, no matter where we ended up being. To my surprise and delight, this is a deep dish pizza joint. You look beautiful, he murmurs into my ear as he helps me slip my coat off. It's not particularly cold out, but better to be safe now that I'm carrying our little one inside me. And now I'm officially overheating. Pasha hands my coat to the interior valet and nods when the host leads us to our table. His hand never leaves the small of my back. He pulls out my chair and waits for me to be comfortably seated before he settles himself in. I've never felt so protected before. I'm not sure how I feel about it exactly. This is nice, I remark awkwardly as I look around the room. It is a pizza place, but one of those higher-end joints where you still get waited on, and the water is served with decorative slices of lemon and mint leaves. A whole lot of men here, though. They're mine. Pasha casually flips through the menu and says that like it's supposed to explain anything at all to me. Yours? Like, security. Right, because that makes sense. I pretend like it does, at least, and peek at the menu. Where are the salads? We're not eating salad. Well, I mean, you don't have to eat a salad, but I do, and Pasha closes his menu and motions for the waiter. You're not eating a salad. Excuse me? But before I can rail into him about dictating my dining choices, the waiter appears with a broad smile and welcomes us to this magical evening. And when he asks us if we know what we want to start with, Pasha orders one of everything off the appetizer menu. We'll let you know when we're ready for pizza, he adds. I blink at him until the waiter leaves, then, Are you insane? We can't eat all that food. Pasha simply shrugs. We'll box up whatever's left. It won't go to waste. Besides, you deserve to have what you want. I want a salad. No, you want to make your mother happy and maintain some demented idea of what your figure's supposed to look like. I don't have a rebuttal to that. He smiles at me and nudges the basket of buttery breadsticks toward me. Eat up. Live a little. Fuck your figure. I did. And now you don't have to worry about it. I'm not taking that bait, mister. I narrow my eyes at him. I'm also perfectly capable of deciding what I should and should not eat. I'm sure you are. But are you capable of shutting off all the nagging voices in your head and allowing yourself to do whatever the fuck you want? What's it to you? I hate that he seems to know more about me than I've let on. I hate that he's right. I'm constantly eyeing the good stuff while forcing myself to enjoy salads because I'd rather not have to deal with Mother's nagging over my weight. Why does it matter? Because you're pregnant with my baby. Pasha unrolls his silverware and tucks the cloth napkin onto his lap with practiced movements. I promised you I'd take care of you. Apparently, that starts with making sure you don't starve yourself and our child. The waiter returns with platter after platter of appetizers that do, in fact, make my mouth water. Fried ravioli, bruschetta, spinach dip, stuffed mushrooms. I want it all. Until now, I've never got to have any of it. I glance up at Pasha, who nods for me to dig in. So, against everything I've ever been taught since childhood, I do, starting with the fried ravioli and mozzarella sticks because, damn it, I'm a cheese addict. At one point, somewhere between the spinach dip and our supreme deep dish pizza arriving, Pasha frowns at something over my shoulder. Then he barks something in Russian, I think, before returning to his own plate. What was that about? He shrugs it off. Just needed to remind my men to keep their eyes to themselves. I playfully waggle a brow. Ooh, they getting flirty with the waitress? No, I don't pay them to ogle you. That makes me set my fork down and stare at him. What? What does that even mean? Pasha is completely unbothered by how bothered I am. It means I do pay them to show you respect as the mother of my child. And so they're not allowed to look at me? Not like that. He tucks into his bruschetta like this is a totally normal conversation. Not at what's mine. Excuse me? Pasha just continues eating and looking at me, which apparently he's allowed to do because he's the one who fucked a baby into me. I can't help it. I actually laugh. Wow. Okay, what are you, some sort of mob boss? He doesn't answer at first. The clink of silverware and the whooshing of the AC is all I can hear for a long, long minute. Finally, Pasha says, I would like to discuss with you the logistics of hiring bodyguards. Just for work, shopping, basically any time you leave your apartment. Cue another bout of laughter. You can't be serious. One look at his face says he is. I mean, there's no way my bosses will allow it, or our clients. I dab my mouth with the napkin just to feel like I'm wiping away the smirk because, holy shit, this man is coming on more than a little strong. They expect a certain level of anonymity and privacy, and we pride ourselves in giving that. Fair enough. He nods. Then you can come live with me. I nearly spray him with the sip of water I just took. Pasha sets his fork down and leans back in his chair with a sigh. I'll cut right to the chase, especially since you've all but figured things out. You asked me if I was CEO or something. I mean, I just guessed from the money you literally burned, I mumble. Right. Well, to answer your question, I'm both. I'm a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar defense contract company, and I'm something else. He glances at a table full of serious-looking men quietly enjoying their lasagna near us. I follow his glance, then I notice the faded tattoo below his ear, and it all clicks into place. He's Russian. He's insanely wealthy. He's all sorts of crazy possessive and overprotective. He's surrounded by men who look like they enjoy a good gangland murder every bit as much as a good bruschetta. Shit. I slump in my own chair. Holy shit. You are totally a mob boss. Pasha has the gall to smirk. That's all the answer I need. I press a hand to my stomach. Shit. Shit. This is your baby. I'm pregnant with your baby. So now you understand why I need to keep you safe. You and our baby. As much as I'm working on making friends with the government, I have plenty more enemies who wouldn't lose sleep over harming you so long as it harms me. His words sound garbled in my ears. I'm trying just to draw in the next breath, exhale, and repeat. I'm pregnant with a Russian mob boss's baby. I fucked a mob boss, a criminal, an insanely hot criminal, but this is not the time to split hairs. I just got my new apartment. I don't mean to yell, and I hope it's not actually coming out as yelling. The last thing we need is every eye in the restaurant on Don Corleone here, or whatever the Russian version is. But I'm panicking. I'm panicking and struggling to maintain a grasp on whatever shred of control over my life I have left. I paid a deposit and everything. Do you know how cutthroat the real estate industry is in this city? Oh my God, he's actually laughing at me. This man has the balls to laugh at me. Pasha waves at me to sit back down when I move to stand up and march the hell out of here. I don't obey because I want to. I obey because I'm surrounded by like 20+ armed men who take their marching orders from him. Shit. Fuck. My baby's gonna be a mob boss one day. Better that than a debutante, right? And that momentary thought is how I'm suddenly snorting up and coughing on my raspberry sweet tea. Now Pasha's the one being waved back down because, no, I do not need his help. I just need a moment. Come to think of it, I don't want his help. Thanks, Pasha, really. I offer him my most magnanimous smile so he knows there's no hard feelings. For everything. You've been wonderful, and you're absolutely right. This food is too amazing to skip for a salad. So, again, thank you. He casually lofts a brow. But I don't need your help, or your money, or your protection. The other brow joins his hairline. Oh, really? Why do I have this sinking feeling that he's not taking me seriously? Really, I'm a big girl. I can tie my own shoes and everything. I've got a great job with great employers and a solid paycheck. I will provide for my child and you. The tone of his voice brooks no argument. He's not raising his voice or expressing any anger, but the muscle in his jaw is ticking, and I think I'm actually starting to irritate him. With respect, I offer, I am grateful to you for your generosity and your willingness to be a part of my baby's life, however, our baby. Yes, well, I have no desire to become a kept woman. I sure as shit have no desire to bow to some archaic, misogynistic notion of being barefooted and pregnant while the father of my children goes out and does whatever the hell it is you do. Weapons dealing, mostly. Weapons dealing. Fantastic. Truly the stuff role models are made of. I tap my finger on the table the same time my leg starts shaking. It's a nervous tic I developed after a certain traumatic event occurred to make me hate guns with every fiber of my being. So tell me, Pasha, what exactly are your plans for our child? Raise them up to be your, what, heir? Prince in waiting? Take over the family business someday? His gaze doesn't leave mine as he nods. That's the general idea. Cool. Great. No thanks. This time I shove my chair back hard. I'm done. Out of here. Sit down. Fuck off! I turn to march straight the hell out of here, but I'm blocked by the slow rise of 3 of his men. They only look at me to silently suggest I listen to the boss man and play nice, but otherwise they wait respectfully for his orders. I realize this is difficult to understand. Pasha's voice moves with him as he rises and steps up behind me. Once his hands rest on my arms, his men step back and give us plenty of space. So here are the notes. Yes, I am a mob boss. These are my men from my bratva, and I am their pakan. They do as I say. Everyone in my household does as I say. And since you, moi plemia, are carrying my child, you are now part of my household, which means you do, in fact, need to do as I say. Tears sting my eyes. I don't want to look at him. I don't want them to see me cry. I just want to go home and hide under the covers until all this blows over, until he forgets about me, until I no longer matter to him. But what then? Will he take my baby? You should have told me. It's the only thing I can manage through the lump in my throat. Pasha turns me around and wipes my fallen tear away with his thumb. You're right. I should have. But I cared too much. I didn't want to ruin your life with mine. He cares about me? No, don't. Don't let him love bomb you and railroad everything you've worked so hard to achieve. That's the same shit Conrad did. I just don't need the stress. Not right now. It's bad for the baby. He genuinely seems to take that into consideration. Of course. Speaking of which, I'm coming to your next appointment. My cheeks heat. I don't have one scheduled yet. He sucks in a breath that sounds like the tail end of his patience. I will arrange for... No, thank you. I can manage. His face shifts like he's putting in a ton of effort not to steamroll me into whatever it is he wants instead. Then you'll let me know when and where to be. I nod even as I swallow past the huge knot in my throat. I'll text you. See that you do. And Daphne? Pasha's face hardens. I'm not heartless, but I am a man who has no choice when it comes to protecting my own. As of now, that includes you. I don't acknowledge his words with my own, or even a nod. I'm too scared that, if I do, I'll be entering into some Faustian bargain I'll never be able to escape without groveling at his feet for crumbs. I just want to go home, please. I hear him sigh again, but he nods and signals for his men to let us through, and they part without hesitation. Against everything in my self-preserving instincts, I find myself enjoying his arm around me as we wind our way toward the exit. The way he helps me dodge a chair here, a table corner there, he's not a happy camper, but he's still showing a great deal of care and consideration for me. My heart squeezes. I know better than to want more with him. He's too dangerous, too unpredictable. That doesn't stop my heart from wishing. Pasha walks me to my car. His men trail at a respectful distance. When he sees the champagne roses peeking through the passenger window, he stops and his face darkens at once. I didn't know you were seeing someone. I'm not seeing anyone. For all you know, they could be from work. When I open the door to toss my handbag in, he snatches the card from the vase and narrows his eyes. Conrad. His stifled glare shifts to me. You're going back to him? Fuck no. I snatch the card from his fingers and rip it into tiny shreds. He wishes. Then explain why these aren't in the trash. I roll my eyes. Because they didn't do anything wrong, and they happen to be some of my favorite kinds of flowers, so excuse me for wanting to enjoy a little beauty in my life. Hey! Pasha grabs the vase from my car without asking. Give them back! I yelp. I don't want to throw them out. I'll take good care of them. He spits. You can come see them whenever you want. Pasha! No. He steadies his gaze on me again, but instead of anger or impatience, it's a very targeted possessiveness that hits straight at my core. If you want flowers, tell me. I'll send you flowers. I'll deliver them myself. But no way in hell is another man going to fill your home with some pathetic attempt to woo you away from me. I should slap him. I should run. I shouldn't feel the way I suddenly do, all hot and fluttery, wanting to climb him like a tree and beg him to make me his good girl. I mask the shake of my head with a scoff. Fine. Whatever, asshole. I fumble with my keys inside my purse, yank them out, and stomp over to the driver's side. Hopefully, he'll interpret the tremor in my fingers as anger, frustration, grief, something other than aching arousal. We don't bid each other goodnight. Surprisingly, Pasha doesn't even attempt to shoulder his way into my car. I honestly half expect him to, either to wrestle the steering wheel out of my hands or wrestle me in the back seat. Instead, he simply stands off to the side and watches me drive away. No wave, no shouted second thought. But I think in the dim light of the security lamp, I see him smirk.
Chapter 11. Pasha.
Your coffee, Mr. Chekhov.
The words are purred, but they sound like nails dragging down a chalkboard to me. I only glance up at Paris to take the mug from her hands. She seems to misinterpret that as an invitation to sidle around my desk, far closer to me than she ought to dare.
Is there anything else I can do for you, Mr. Chekhov?
You can fuck off, spits the voice in my head. Remember what the word professionalism means, and then show me you understand the definition. I set the mug aside and snap my gaze back to the paperwork in front of me. Paris's cleavage bounces with the force of her giggle.
Should I use the dictionary or your definition?
I hate that she has a point. Several months ago, my own version of professionalism would have my face buried in that same cleavage and her short skirt hiked up over her ass. Unfortunately, it seems I created a monster. A succubus hungry for what I can't and won't give her now that my child is growing inside someone else's womb. Ice shoots through my veins for a millisecond. What would have happened if I got Paris pregnant? I'm not a religious man, but right now I am praying my thanks to any god that's listening that the worst-case scenario never came to life. Whichever helps you keep your job, I drawl. Paris giggles again and saunters her way out of my office, her rounded hips swaying side to side with every step of those sky-high stilettos. The only reason why I notice is because I want to make sure she does, in fact, actually leave my presence. Which means I also managed to catch my brother smirking at me with a raised eyebrow. What? Max shrugs, not so innocently. I'm just thinking. Take a shit or get off the pot, man. The fuck? Fuck her or fire her, but pick one. I snarl every curse word in Russian I can think of under my breath, which only makes my little brother chuckle. You want her? I snap at him. Have at her. Get her out of my hair. Fuck no. Mac makes a face and settles back into his favorite chair. I prefer my women to have more substance between the ears. I could defend Paris. She is, after all, a fairly competent assistant. I wouldn't have hired her otherwise. But she's also an outlet who was convenient when I needed something. Rather, someone to burn off my horniness. Now, I can hardly stand her. I'm pretty sure it's mostly my own fault. The door opens again, and I'm about to tell Paris off when I see my sister's familiar smile poke in.
Got a quick question for you.
Fine. Sophie slides through the door and closes it behind her. But before she can voice her question, my phone buzzes and I grab it from the desk. Hold the thought, I order as I answer.
Thought you should know about a schedule change.
Victor, the vor I assigned to tell Daphne, reports.
She's been consistent every day, but made a sudden outing this morning. We're following her now.
Not to work? I tell myself to calm the fuck down before I start jumping to conclusions.
She's off today. We had Lev call in as a prospective client and they told him she'd be back tomorrow. When he pressed for info, they just said she had a personal emergency.
My heart leaps into my throat. Is she okay? Is she hurt?
She seems fine.
I can hear the shrug in his voice.
But I thought you should know.
Good. Keep on her and let me know what happens.
Will do, Pach. Wait, we're turning off here.
I hold my breath. Sophie and Mac look at me expectantly. Victor clears his throat and readjusts the phone.
We're across the street from an outpatient clinic. Looks like an OBGYN. She's getting out of her car now.
Stay where you are. Call me when she leaves.
You got it, sir.
I hang up and set my phone back down on the desk. My heart has returned, somewhat, to my chest, but it's not beating any easier. Daphne's at the doctor? Didn't she promise me she'd let me know about her appointments?
Hey.
Sophie's gentle voice wafts over from the small couch.
How you holding up?
Fine. Everything's fine.
Then why do you look like you've been gut-punched?
She's got me there. I feel gut-punched. Daphne made an appointment with the obstetrician and didn't tell me. I want to be there for her. I want to be there for our baby. I don't want to miss anything. I glance up at my 2 younger siblings and sigh. Maybe they're a little to blame for this, just not intentionally. With all the shit our parents had to deal with, Mama more than Ojciec, I was the one who poured the cereal, helped with homework, divvied up chores, basically raised them. Family is everything. And if Makari and Sofia are anything to show for it, I could actually raise a decent, happy kid, if I'm allowed the chance. Dinner didn't exactly go as planned, I explain haltingly.
What did you do?
Sophie deadpans. I narrow my eyes at her. That's assuming I did anything. She stares at me, unflinching. I sigh. Fine. I may have come on a little strong.
A little?
If she wasn't my baby sister, I'd give her a warning glare for questioning me. As it stands, she's one of the few people who dares to check me. You might have been right. She's a civilian, and I'm responsible for her safety. I told her as much, and she didn't take it well.
You told her what precisely? In what kind of words?
Again, I sigh. That we're a bratva, and I'm the boss, and that she's part of my household.
And that means she has to do what you say.
The fact that both of my siblings fill in the answer in unison does not inspire confidence. Sophie rolls her eyes and rubs the bridge of her nose, while Mac laughs and shakes his head. Great job, he remarks between chuckles. Oversharing on the first date. Chicks love that shit. I'm allowed to hit him. He's my brother. Sophie stops me with a hand held up before I can even rock forward in my chair to launch a swing at Mac's huge head.
What do we know about Daphne?
Not much, I admit as I settle back down. She works for an art dealer, and she's probably using an alias, because records don't go back as far as they should.
Okay.
She sucks air through her teeth and nods.
So what's the plan?
I don't have a plan. Both of them stare at me in disbelief. But you always have a plan. Yeah, well, I also always manage to not knock up total strangers. I shuffle the papers on my desk just to have something to keep my hands busy. This is new. All of this is fucking new. I sure as fuck wasn't planning on becoming a father anytime soon. Or ever. So no, I don't have a plan. Because nothing is going as planned. They exchange a look. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear these two are twins with the way they always sync their thoughts.
You know what's not new?
Sophie leans against the back of the couch.
You're the Bahan. You told her that, right?
I side-eye her, suspicious of where she's going with this. Yes?
So then act like the Bahan. You call the shots. You give the orders. You say the word and it happens. You want Daphne closer? Make it happen.
I glance at Mac, who shrugs. Sophie's right, he agrees. Besides, Daphne probably doesn't know what it means to be the mother of your child. Yeah, you could tell her, but why not show her instead? They both have solid points. Against my better instincts, I set out at the dinner to deliver the news of Daphne's new reality as gently as possible. But she also needs to know I'm not a pushover. And I'm definitely not someone who accepts empty promises. Daphne is about to learn that lesson the hard way. Chapter 12. Pasha.
Sir? Sir! You can't just go back there!
Room 5, right? With the nurse's widened eyes, I know I've guessed the right one. Thanks. Not my fault they left the computer unattended. I'm even less impressed with the condition of the hallway as I charge toward the examination room. This place hasn't been updated in, 30 years? That, paired with the shit security and how fucking easy it was to read Daphne's medical records just sprawled across the desk. Well, I'm in no mood to negotiate.
What the hell?
I shut the door behind me just as quickly as I opened it, fully prepared to duck any flying specimen cups or whatever Daphne launches at me.
What the actual fuck?
She scrambles to tug the threadbare blanket over her body with one arm while she waves me off with the other.
Get out!
She glances over at the perplexed nurse, her features shifting from shock to rage to embarrassment.
I am so sorry. I didn't think he would just barge in like this.
Again, she whips on me.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
For a brief moment, I'm a little distracted. The sight of Daphne reclining on the medical table, her blouse undone and the blanket draped over her curves, manages to reroute some blood flow from my head to my other head. As does the sight of her bare stomach, swollen slightly in a way I hadn't noticed before. I swallow back my baser emotions and remind myself that I'm Pahan, and I'm here to lay down a few ground rules. Rule number 1, no one excludes me from my own family. This is my baby too, I growl to the nurse as much as to Daphne. You promised you'd let me know when your next appointment would be, and I promised to be by your side through every second of it. Guess which one of us lied? Daphne looks away, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She has the decency to look sheepish, if nothing else. The Pahan in me is determined to teach this woman a thing or two about loyalty. The man in me is determined to show her what it means to be protected. I'm late to this one, I acknowledge as I stride over to her. But I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Whatever anger Daphne may have felt at my intrusion vanishes. In its place is disbelief. Who are you, I wonder? What's been done to you? The nurse checks her clipboard for the 80th time and shrugs.
Sounds good to me. Shall we take a look?
I step aside enough to give her plenty of room to squirt the jelly on Daphne's stomach, but I plant a hand on Daphne's shoulders so she knows I mean what I say. She stiffens but says nothing, though she steals a few uncertain glances up at me whenever she thinks I might not be looking at her. How could I not look at her? She's beautiful, and she's carrying my child.
There we go.
A sound fills the room. Low at first, then louder and louder as the nurse moves a paddle over Daphne's jelly-covered stomach. A screen in front of us glows with a bluish-green hue as pixels struggle to fit together. Until they do, and then shapes form. A head, a face, fingers. Is that? I can't form any more words. My mouth is too dry. My lungs have stopped working altogether.
What you're hearing is your baby's heartbeat,
the nurse explains.
And this, on the screen, this is your baby.
My baby. Our baby. I've seen a lot in my lifetime. I've experienced far more than most do by the time they're 30. I've lost family and friends, seen good men die and worse men laugh over their corpses. But nothing has ever brought me to my knees. Nothing like this. My baby.
Are you gonna say something?
Daphne's muttered voice pulls me back and reminds me that I'm supposed to be a man with his shit together. I nod. Looks good, I croak. Daphne smiles tightly at the nurse.
Can we get a color printout?
The nurse forms a tight smile and shakes her head.
Sorry, That tech isn't in our budget yet. I can grab you a black and white, of course. We'll take it,
Daphne says. She shoots me a warning glance as if I was about to say something to embarrass her. Which I was. This place is deplorable. It's the 21st century and they can't afford a color printer or a decent paint job. The wall is chipping in one corner, and I'm pretty sure that's black mold in the ceiling tiles. Daphne deserves a better doctor. She needs a better doctor. Next time, I growl into her ear when the nurse moves into the adjoining room. We're going to my doctor.
It's cute you think there's going to be a next time,
Daphne hisses back. I look at her. My blood runs cold. Explain yourself.
You got lucky figuring out where I was.
She adjusts herself on the table and nudges away from my touch.
I didn't tell you because I didn't want you here.
I stand tall and glower down at her. You act as if I'm not allowed to be in my child's life. Our child's life.
And you're acting as if it's totally fine to just raise my baby in your fucked up world of anything you say goes.
She tucks the blanket around her more.
Which it's not.
Ah, so that's what this is about. I lean down so my face fills her vision. If you think for 1 second that you will get to do anything concerning this child without my explicit permission, I suggest you think again, moja plamia. That's a piece of me inside of you. I will decide its fate. Daphne opens her mouth to say something else, but the nurse comes back in with a broad smile and a copy of the ultrasound for each of us.
So,
She chirps.
would you like to know what you're having?
Both of us still. To my surprise, Daphne looks up at me.
What do you think? Should we?
The nurse waits for our unified nod before she smiles.
From everything we can see, she's a healthy baby girl.
A girl. We're having a girl. I'm going to have a daughter. A daughter who looks just like her mother, or just like Mama, or Sophia. Maybe a little mix of both. Whatever she looks like, I know she'll be beautiful. Without thinking, I press my hand to Daphne's swollen womb. It's not so big, just enough to see and feel the fullness of life growing there. Our daughter. My daughter. Something flutters beneath my palm.
Did you feel that?
Daphne asks me. She sucks in a sharp breath and sits up a bit more, rubbing her hand next to mine. Again, another flutter. Is that? Daphne's eyes well up with happy tears.
This is the first time I've been able to feel her.
I don't know what washes over me. All I know is that it's intoxicating and debilitating, and only my hand on her stomach and my arm around her keep me from falling to my knees in the most literal sense. At some point, our fingers intertwine. We still wait for the flutters and kicks, but with joined hands that seem to somehow calm our baby girl. Soon, she's still, which the nurse informs us can happen when she feels safe and falls asleep. I let my hand linger there for a moment longer than I should. I don't know this woman as well as I need to, or as well as I should, but I do know that I will move heaven and earth for her, and for our daughter.
Chapter 13. Daphne. A knock sounds on the door. Hazel pops in with a shit-eating grin. You're gonna want to clear more space off your desk. Stop. Really? I glance at my tiny desk, which is already covered with several vases worth of champagne roses, note cards signed by Pasha, and a few empty smoothie cups. Are you serious? Not as serious as Loverboy is. She steps aside. Right on cue, several men and women in uniform march in carrying vases of blood-red roses, a large box tied with velvet ribbon, and yet another prenatal packed smoothie with an itemized label of every ingredient slapped on the side. Okay, I might be enjoying the attention a little bit. Just the teensiest, tiniest little bit. How many roses this time? Hazel lets out a low whistle as she does a quick count. 4 dozen, and the expensive kind. Don't these last a whole year? I let out a wistful sigh and nod. As do the ones he sent yesterday, and the day before. Every day since our first ultrasound appointment, actually. Hazel flips over the closest note card and sighs dreamily. Listen, you know I'm not one to condone rebounds right after a bad breakup, Haze. But can we say upgrade? I mean, major upgrade. This man is head over heels for you, obviously rich as hell, and if I didn't know any better, engaged in one serious pissing contest against Conrad. I snort. She's not wrong. I never again saw the flowers from Conrad that Pasha snatched from my car like some jealous boyfriend. But looking at the office turned greenhouse, it's like Pasha saw Conrad's pathetic attempt to woo me and decided everything he sends will be bigger and better. But honestly, the one thing that makes my heart squeeze and the butterflies in my stomach flutter a little more than my baby girl, the smoothies. It's stupid, I know. The man has to be dropping hundreds of dollars per floral delivery. And yesterday, there was even a small velvet box with a Cartier tennis bracelet inside. But the one thing that shows he's actually putting thought into what I want and need are the silly little smoothies. He remembered me mentioning I hate choking on horse pills. He remembered which flavors I mumbled when he took me in the day he found out I'm pregnant. He remembered the size, the ice level, even the fact that I absentmindedly mentioned I always love grabbing the green straws from the bin. Every smoothie he sent has a thick green straw, extra ice, prenatal boosters, and a little heart next to my name, which might just be the barista or whatever smoothie makers are called. But the hopeless romantic in me wants to imagine Pasha scribbling out some tiny artwork on the side of the cup between doing whatever it is mob bosses do for work. Sign here, please. The lead delivery person holds out a digital clipboard and stylus. Just as I'm scrawling my name, my phone buzzes on my desk. It's buried somewhere beneath the forest of roses, and I'm about to let it go to voicemail. It's probably my parents or Conrad, but I managed to spot the glowing screen through the canopy of champagne petals. It's my apartment super. Weird. Hey, Mr. Marquette, what can I do for you? Actually, Daff, it's about what I need to do for you. His gravelly voice sounds apologetic, which doesn't exactly make me feel at ease. We had to run a last-minute check of the premises after another tenant moved out. Turns out, the place is infested with bedbugs and what looks like the beginnings of a cockroach clan. I damn near spit my smoothie back down the straw. Ugh, are you serious? Afraid so. But don't worry, I made sure you'll be fine before I even made the call. Given your condition and all, the wife and I wouldn't feel right keeping you near all the toxic fumes while we fumigate. Don't panic. Panicking isn't good for the baby. I really appreciate that. We've got a penthouse in an adjoining building, 3-bedroom, fully furnished and ready for move-in. Only one neighbor, but he's hardly ever home. Normally, the rent would be higher, but given the circumstances, the building owner would rather maintain the rates and give you a stipend so you can get whatever needs replacing. Clothes, food, you know. I'm sorry. I sink into my desk chair. I have to set the smoothie down on the desk before I drop it on the floor. A stipend? Hazel's eyes snap to mine. She mouths her question for more details, but I signal for her to wait while I hear this out. Mr. Marquette huffs a laugh. I wouldn't broadcast it, that's for sure. But yeah, I've got a check with your name on it, and I'll send you an email with all your lock codes. Also, I hope you don't mind, but my wife went in to save a few things you might need from the fumigation. She said she'll put them in your new place. No, I don't mind. I really appreciate it. Really. I take a deep breath so I can sound at least a little put together. I'll see if I can swing by a little earlier. No rush. Just let me know when you're on your way and we'll meet you outside. I set my phone back down and take a moment. In the corner of my eye, I see Hazel impatiently waiting for updates. Well, I've been upgraded. I glance around at the flowers with a soft snort. Again, to a penthouse, 3 bedrooms, with a stipend. Holy shit. Something pings on my phone. It's an email from Mr. Marquette, the lock codes as promised, and a note of the amount direct deposited into my account. I damn near fall off my chair. Hazel reads the screen over my shoulder, and when she sees me slump in shock, she too is in complete disbelief. Holy, who the fuck is your landlord? And do they have any vacancies? I don't know, and I don't know, and right now, I don't know if I care. I mean, I cover my mouth with a laugh. Is this happening right now? Is this really happening right now? I'm surrounded by dozens and dozens of expensive, luxurious roses. I'm sipping on a personalized indicator of how closely Pasha pays attention to my wants and needs. I'm several $1,000s richer and about to settle into a penthouse. And to think, only a few short months ago, I was sobbing as I scrambled to pick up the shattered ashes of a life I thought I wanted. I gotta get back to work. Hazel sighs. She casts one last glance around the office and chuckles. Let me know if he comes crashing in on a parachute or a pumpkin carriage. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he sweeps you off to some magical palace and goes down on you for 5 hours straight. I wait until the door latches behind her before I let out a dreamy little sigh. This is all so overwhelming that I don't even know what to do. I should text Pasha at some point, but I won't hammer him with questions. I'll just thank him for the beautiful flowers, the yummy smoothies, eventually. I think. Don't judge me. I coo to my fluttering baby bump as I settle in to try and get some work done. I can't help being a big fat chicken. I rub a gentle hand over the swell and feel myself break into a smile. But don't you worry. I'm gonna be the best mommy in the whole world. I'm gonna love you and smother you with hugs and kisses and... I look around at the dozens of boxes of roses. There's still so much uncertainty gnawing away at me, but it's hard to ignore the evidence stacking higher and higher right in my line of sight. And so will Daddy, I bet.
Chapter 14. Pasha. I have to remind myself that killing a senator is a bad idea. Brennan is mostly oblivious about my internal struggle. He hems and haws as he fumbles with the drawers of his desk in an attempt to avoid eye contact. You're not allowed to kill the senator, no matter how good it would feel. Explain to me again what's preventing you from signing the contract, I drawl. He adjusts his suit jacket and clears his throat.
It's not just me. It's the whole Department of Justice I have to worry about. Budget constraints, verification measures. People are going to want to know where their tax dollars are going, and I have to be able to provide answers.
I drum a few fingers on the arm of the chair so I don't ball them into a fist and drive that fist into Brennan's face, no matter how fucking good it would feel. It's interesting to me how all these concerns are only just now coming up. I keep my voice level. If I didn't know any better, I'd almost think you were stalling. His face begins to redden at the implication, but is he able to tell me I'm wrong? Not a fucking chance.
Think what you want, Chekhov, but the answer is still the same. We need time.
Time for what? Brennan sniffs and rummages through his top desk drawer some more, which is really starting to piss me off.
Rome wasn't built in a day, you know. And What you're proposing greatly impacts the national infrastructure.
What does Cora think? As expected, the mention of his wife stops him in his tracks. Figures. I'd bet good money he hasn't even filled her in on the details of my offer. She's a ballbuster, but she's not an idiot. Cora Brennan knows a good deal when she sees it, and had she been shown this one, I wouldn't have to sit here and tango with her pathetically flustered husband. I narrow my gaze at him. You haven't shown her. I bet you haven't even spoken to her about it at all, have you? He sniffs again and spreads out his hands.
Look at this. This is my office. My name on the goddamn door, not hers. I don't have to show her a damn word if I don't want to.
Oh, I understand that. I lean forward, my smile anything but warm, which begs the question, why don't you want to? Brennan has no response to that. You and I both know this is the deal of the century. For you, for your career, hell, for our troops overseas. I will get you state-of-the-art weapons at a fraction of the cost compared to what your department is currently paying. You want to talk about taxpayers' money? Try telling them you'd rather waste it on cheap, shoddy artillery that jams up when their boys need it most. Truth be told, money is the least of my concerns here. I'm in this for coverage. Plausible deniability from my other enterprises. That's where the real riches lie. In the shadows. And there, the Chekhov Bratva has billions to gain. If only this asshole would stop pussyfooting around and sign on the dotted fucking line. I suck in a deep breath and consider my next words carefully. As much as I'd love to treat him the same way I treat every other bastard who goes back on his word, I can't. Not if I want to stay out of prison and keep things running smoothly for the Bratva. For my family. This is your office, yes, and you and I go a long way back, brokering many other deals right here. I tap his desk with a finger. In this office. Senator Brennan eyes me warily.
So you understand?
So I think you need to understand. I rise to my feet. You promised me this deal. You gave me your word as a senator of this office. I expect you to fulfill your word, or we're going to have some serious problems.
You can't threaten me.
I'm not. I straighten, adjust my suit jacket, and give him one last hard stare. I'm promising you, and believe me when I say that unlike you, I know how to keep my promises. I'm in a foul mood after leaving the senator to cower in his office. I need visceral reminders that someone in this world knows how to pull through, so I text my sister and arrange to meet up with her at one of our private hangars. Sophie let me know this morning that a new delivery of specialized ammunition was due to arrive after a long delay. She'd insisted on overseeing the inbound processing herself to avoid further fuck-ups. As I park my car in the hangar, I can see her barking orders to every man who isn't already scrambling to swiftly obey her. She doesn't stop her stride even when she hears me slam the driver's door shut.
Get Vlasky on the phone and tell him it's today or never.
She orders one of our lower Vors.
If he pulls any shit, we're canceling the order. Make sure he knows it.
Watching my baby sister keep everyone in line is already soothing my temper. She's a mirror image of our mother, with long, dark hair and slim build, but she has the same fire and tenacity in her soul that I need from any man as my second. Which she reminded me of the one and only time I suggested she find a man, get married, and have a few kids of her own. My ears are still ringing from how loud she screamed in my face that day. I cock a brow at the crates being loaded into one of our covertly disguised trucks. I do like making money. Can't do that if you pull the order.
Yeah, well, I don't like being nagged by some moodock who can't wait one more goddamn minute for his fucking guns.
Sophie braces her hands on her hips as she keeps a sharp eye on the whole process.
Did you know he actually propositioned me? Me, as compensation for the delay.
I scoff. What did you tell him?
He can kindly go fuck his own ass with his precious guns, loaded and with the safety off, preferably.
That makes me smirk. I should kick Vlasky's ass for even suggesting he's good enough to touch my sister. But Sophie would take it as an insult. She's plenty capable of handling her own shit, especially when it comes to men overstepping their bounds. I should tell the senator that, I muse. Sophie shifts her sharp gaze to me and softens.
I wondered what crawled up your ass and died. Meeting didn't go so well?
It went as expected, but not as I wanted. Brennan's bitching out on us.
The deal's not much different from before.
Exactly, which is what pisses me off. She takes a moment to consider our options.
Well, if it helps, I do have some potential good news that might light a small fire under his ass.
Shoot.
Remember that blood test I had my sources slip in during the beginning of the school year?
Sophie pulls her phone out and flicks through the photos until she finds what she wants to show me.
I was right. It's Brennan's kid.
My nose curls with disgust. It's bad enough the man sleeps around behind his wife's back with escorts and interns, but to have a child by one of them? Does he know?
If he does, he sure as hell doesn't care. There's been no contact between them since his last appointment with her.
I resist rolling my eyes. People like Brennan are the real scum of society. No sense of honor, loyalty, or dignity for themselves or the people they swore to love and protect.
If he's being that difficult,
Sophie continues,
it might be worth giving him a little congratulations nudge. He knows as well as we do how much that'll make his wife go nuclear.
It would, but I don't know if we should go that nuclear yet. I grimace as I weigh my options. I hate treating people like him with such care. He sure as shit doesn't deserve it. But he's a government official, and the last thing any of us need is for him to suddenly grow a backbone and turn the tables on us. Keep eyes on the kid, just in case. We'll hold this in our back pocket for an emergency.
Done. Speaking of kids...
A grin suddenly spreads across her face, and my grimace deepens.
How's Daphne?
She hasn't returned any of my flowers or trashed them, so that's something.
Have you tried actually talking to her? You know, in person?
She side-eyes me.
Like a normal human being?
I roll my eyes. Acting like a normal human being is what got us in this mess to begin with. I open my mouth to say something more, but my phone vibrates in my pocket and saves me from having the obligatory heart-to-heart I'd rather avoid. Chekhov. It's done. She's moved in as much as can be, and we'll be putting up the rest after work. Perfect. Make sure the codes to her old building are changed before she gets there. Let me know if there's any trouble. I hang up on Daphne's super and try to avoid the scrutinizing gaze of my now very interested sister.
Care to share with the class?
She purrs. Not really. I took your advice. I bought Daphne's building.
When did I say that?
When you said to bring her to me. To act like the Bajan and make shit happen. Sophie stares at me like I've just grown 3 new heads, then bursts into laughter.
Good luck with that, stalker. She's gonna love it when she finds out.
Maybe she won't find out. I mutter more to myself.
Right. Maybe she's blind and deaf and has no sense of smell. There's literally no way she'll ever figure out you're behind her relocating to... Wait, where exactly did you move her?
A nearby penthouse. That brow pops back up to her hairline.
Your penthouse?
What is it with the women in my life challenging every little thing I do? Fucking irritating. It's nearby.
Uh-huh. Precisely how nearby?
Daphne needs to understand what it means to co-parent. No more leaving me out of shit like ultrasounds, or sneaking around like I'm some horrible person.
You mean like a criminal overlord?
Shut up. Sophie nudges me and offers a small smile.
Hey, I get it. All I'm saying is, there's a fine line between pursuing and corralling, and any woman who sticks it out through your crazy ass, definitely worth meeting.
A smile spreads back into her mischievous grin.
I can't wait.
Someone clumsily drops a crate of guns off the back of a truck, breaking up our impromptu family meeting and snapping Sophie's focus back into her duties. She fires off a string of Russian curse words and marches toward the mess, leaving me to ponder phase 2 of corralling the mother of my child. Daphne and Sophie can call it whatever they want. We're in this together, and I'll be damned if I let anything stand between me and my family.
Chapter 15. Daphne. To new beginnings! Hazel and I clink our shot glasses together, but when she knocks hers back in a single gulp, I secretly toss mine into my glass of ice water. She smacks her lips and adds our empty shots to the growing stack at our table. Yeah! She shivers with glee and giggles. Yeah. I try to fake enthusiasm over tequila I didn't drink because, hey, we're here to celebrate. After seeing the immense and immensely gorgeous penthouse I'm now calling home, the stipend burning a hole in my bank account, and a hefty commission on a major art sale that came out of nowhere shortly before closing time, well, I've got a lot to celebrate. I wanted to go to a steakhouse and tuck into some filet mignon, but Hazel wanted to ring in the weekend the proper way, so I've been tossing aside shots of liquor and discreetly ordering virgin versions of the cocktails she picks from the menu. I'm having a great time. It's just hard to match her energy when I'm not matching her intoxication. So, have you told them yet? Hazel wiggles in her seat in time to the beat of the music, sipping on her Long Island iced tea. Told who what? The Tweedles, that you're pregnant? I damn near snort my iced tea up my nose. Sorry, what? Hazel rolls her eyes. Oh, come on. You're not being as subtle as you might think. And I've seen you throw back double cheeseburgers without gaining a single pound, so I know that sweet little tummy you're sporting isn't a food baby. Shit. If she can tell, can anyone else? Hey. She rests her hand on mine, shifting into concern, which is yet another sign that I wear far too many secrets on my face. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell them. And honestly, I think you're right for not telling them, too. Really? I let out a heavy sigh of relief. It does ease some of the stress to know that Hazel has my back. It feels even better to know she agrees with my paranoia when it comes to Keith and Todd. I don't want to add more kindling to the fire, you know? They're still pissed about what I did with Conrad's painting. Which was glorious. Hazel laughs and mimics the inferno with her fingers. The look on his face, the look on her face. God, every time I need a little pick-me-up, I just think of that moment. Perfection. Yeah, well, Brittany's after my head. She called the gallery at least 3 or 4 times, demanding I get fired. After 5 months now, you'd think she'd take the hint. But this is her we're talking about. Fair. Hazel sagely nods and slurps down the last of her cocktail. Bitch is dumb as shit. And honestly, I've never seen the Tweedles display any great intelligence either, so you should be fine. I'm not so sure. I poke at the ice in my glass with a straw. Yeah, but I'm hitting my 5th month of pregnancy. I'm not showing much now, but give it a few weeks and I'll balloon up like a whale. She stares at me, silent for an eternity. Then, it's that hot Russian guy, isn't it? The one who helped you burn the painting? I feel my cheeks suddenly heat. Her eyes widen, and I know I'm found out. No way. It was a one-time thing, I protest. No, it was not. Hazel signals the bartender for another Long Island and gives me her biggest shit-eating grin. I mean, I know you had some loaded guy after your panties with all the flowers and smoothies and shit, but damn, he is after you in the best way. Lock that shit down. I hardly know him. We're just trying to figure this whole thing out, one step at a time.
Seems to me he's figured it out just fine. What's holding you back?
Again, her eyes widen, but for an entirely different reason.
Oh shit, what does Conrad think of all this?
My blood drains from my face. He knows nothing.
He has to know something. He was there that night too.
Even if he does know something, he's not taking the fucking hint. And as if he's queued up somewhere with headphones honed into our conversation, my phone lights up with Conrad's name. I point at it. See? He's pathetic. I want nothing to do with him, and he won't stop blowing my phone up.
Obviously, he wants what he can't have, and he clearly saw your mega upgrade.
She waggles her brows and dives into her new drink.
Talk about a dick punch to his ego.
Yeah, well, like I said, it was a one-time thing. I wouldn't count Pasha as an upgrade because we're not actually together.
I wouldn't discount him either. You and I both know Conrad wouldn't be showering you with gifts and attention if the roles were reversed, and he actually does know you. So what does that say about this so-called stranger who's putting in all the effort?
I really don't want to think about the answer, because every time I do, my head starts swimming and my heart starts getting more and more hopeful for a reality that just doesn't exist. At least, I don't think it exists. I mean, I've got a veritable greenhouse of roses in my office, 10,000 calories worth of healthy as hell smoothies in my system, and that moment we shared at the OBGYN. None of which ever happened with Conrad. He always treated me like some obligation. At the time, I was so starved for affection and attention that I savored whatever scraps he threw my way. I've come to realize that I was over Conrad long before I found out he'd been cheating on me. Was I hurt by the betrayal? Of course. But with it came a sense of relief, one that wouldn't have existed if I'd still been head over heels for him. Sometimes it takes a swift kick in the ass to do the right thing. Apparently, I needed to be kicked out of my own home to leave a relationship I should have abandoned ages ago. And now I have Pasha. Not like have, but he's around. He's treating me with a considerable amount of respect compared to Conrad. And yeah, he's kinda hot. I just can't count him as a new guy when I don't even know how long his dedication to all this baby stuff will last. Just don't tell Conrad about the baby, okay?
Right, because he and I hang out so much.
Hazel drawls.
Of course I'm not going to tell him, Daff. I can barely stand breathing the same oxygen as him. But keep in mind, if your parents know...
Shit. You don't think my mother would tell him, do you?
I wouldn't put it past her. But if she thinks it would chase him away, then probably not.
Hazel has a point. Mother has been so die-hard for this marriage arrangement with Conrad to work out, she'd be shooting herself in the foot if she told him I'm pregnant with another man's baby.
But again, she continues, Con and I have a lunch date tomorrow, followed by a hearty round of paintball and then a couple's massage. There's no telling what I might say when me and my best pal Connie get to talking.
Laughing, I chuck my wadded-up straw wrapper at her. Hazel chuckles, lifts her glass to me, and we salute our pact of silence together. She's always had my back, and it's a weight off my shoulders to know that she'll be here, helping me field the drama of Conrad and my family for the future to come, whatever that future may hold. Chapter 16. Daphne. I'm not drunk. There's no way. I have absorbed exactly 0% of alcohol this whole evening. So why is my door blurry? Damn, girl, you are tired. It takes a few moments of blankly staring at the door to my new penthouse to process the fact that it's not blurry at all. It's covered in plastic sheeting and also locked. The fuck? Hi, Mr. Marquette? I'm super glad I put him on speed dial for things like this. It's way later than I intended to be out with Hazel, and being overly tired is pretty damn close to being drunk. Sorry to bother you so late. What's up with my door?
Oh my God, my apologies.
Mr. Marquette sounds like he's scrambling out of bed as he wakes up more to talk to me.
I completely forgot to call you. I feel terrible, really.
It's totally fine. I force the smile into my voice. Unlike my mother, I don't turn into a raging bitch when things inconvenience me. I'm just trying to get in, and my key isn't working.
Right. We had a huge water leak earlier today. Damn near exploded through the whole ceiling. I had to change the locks and put plastic sheeting everywhere just to minimize the damage. And, theft and all that.
Odd, and a bit frustrating, but I refuse to take it out on him. It's not like he cut open my new ceiling and punched a hole through the pipes just to spite me. Oh no! I mean, thank you for moving so quickly, just... Where am I supposed to go?
I actually swapped the locks to the penthouse next door. You're free to go in and use that place from now on.
I frown. I thought there was someone already living there.
There was.
He hesitates, then sighs.
There was, right. He ended up moving out yesterday. Perfect timing, right?
Right, yeah. I add with what I hope sounds like a laugh. I'm so tired, and I'm kind of tired of all these sudden issues.
So, I'll have your things recovered and moved over first thing in the morning. And I'll talk to the new landlord about bumping up that stipend so you're compensated for the trouble.
That's not necessary, really. Thank you. But if he insists, I won't stop him. This isn't a slum house. I paid good money for a nice, safe home to start raising my baby in. The fact that it's getting infested with bugs and now exploding with water just has me wondering if I picked the right building. Or maybe this is my life now. Shitty events paving the way for mega upgrades. Just like how Hazel described Pasha. I shake my head and suddenly remember I'm still on the phone with my super. Hey, I should be okay. Sorry again for calling so late.
Not at all. It's my job. Let me know if you need anything.
Know a good burger place still open? I joke as I shuffle my way down the hall to the only other door in sight. Marquette's smile is audible.
Actually, I do. Double or single, on the house.
I'm about to shake off his offer when I realize, nah, this is a win. Take the damn win, Daff. You won't judge me if I said double, with cheese and all the fixings?
You're pregnant. I remember how my wife was for all 3 kids. Steak fries?
God, yes. Thank you. He hangs up right as I start fumbling with the new door. It opens on the first try. Nice. I don't know why he wouldn't just give me new keys, but whatever. I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I'm kind of butthurt that I can't drink anything until after this baby is born. Burst pipes are a hard liquor situation. Call me crazy, but this place looks even bigger than the last one. All the lights are recessed, casting a soft glow through a large foyer and into a huge front living room decorated with chocolate woods and gold detailing. A suede wraparound couch calls my name. I'm tempted to answer it, but I know the second I sit down, I won't be getting back up. I wince as I kick off my shoes. Pride said, "Where are the kitten heels?" But pregnancy is saying, "Haha, stupid bitch. Gotta love water retention." My feet aren't at a Cabbage Patch Kids level yet, but that's the key word. Yet. Things are all gonna start changing pretty soon. One mouth-watering double cheeseburger later, I'm finally able to shuffle myself into the master bedroom. Just like everywhere else in this penthouse, it's all dark wood and gold hardware softened with pastel velvets. Whoever lived here, if this used to be theirs, damn. Just as Marquette promised, a lot of my new things have been transferred over here, mainly my new clothes that I just bought after the last fiasco. There are a few pieces I don't remember buying, but whatever. I'm too tired to care. The tags are still on, so I'll check sometime later. Way later. Whenever my feet don't feel like lead weights, I'd rather cut off. I sweep the clothes up off the bed with every intention of hanging them up in the walk-in closet. But then I don't. Too tired. Bed beckons. Instead, I drop them unceremoniously into a pile on the side of the chair and faceplant onto the super soft, warm, luxurious bed. Smells so good. I know that scent from somewhere, but I can't put a finger on it. It's warm, kind of spicy, but with this comforting blend of leather and wood and something else I am just... I want to swim in it. I already kind of am, what with the way I'm writhing my tired ass onto the mattress. Somehow, I managed to kick off most of my clothing, save for my layering tank top and panties. I throw my bra across the room and vow to clean up before work in the morning. Right now, I just need sleep. Even the pillows smell good. Spicier, warmer, like I've come home with some gorgeous guy from the bar and can just bury my face in his chest and breathe this in. I do just that, hugging the biggest pillow to myself and sinking into the best sleep I've had in weeks. My eyes fly open. Someone's at the door. At first, I think I'm dreaming. It's way too late at night for Mr. Marquette to come by, and I already got my burger and fries. Who the hell would be coming by now? A key slides into the lock. Shit. I still can't think of who would reasonably be here. Maybe it's not a key. Maybe they've worked the lock and are breaking in. I don't know what to do. Maybe it's Marquette after all. Come back to tell me there's a bear chomping through the wiring, because at this point, what else could go wrong? But the footsteps are wrong. Heavier, slower. And the intruder doesn't call out like Mr. Marquette would. My heart hammers in my ears as I fumble around as quietly as I can for something heavy. I don't care about myself as much as I'm ready to protect my baby. And damn it, I'll go down clawing the bastard's eyes out if I have to. My fingers wrap around the heavy lamp of my nightstand and I yank it from the wall. The lights are still off. Maybe whoever it is will just grab my wallet from the coffee table and get the hell out. He doesn't. He comes closer to the bedroom. I quietly step to the other side of the door, forcing myself to take slow, silent breaths. The door opens, and I swing. Not today, fucker!
Chapter 17. Pasha. I duck just in time to avoid getting clocked in the head by a decorative lamp. Son of a bitch still clips my shoulder, though. Fuck! I have a good feeling I know who's responsible. My unassaulted arm reaches out to flip on the lights, and my guess is correct. Daphne is standing in front of me, wide-eyed and clutching the lamp from the nightstand like a battle axe. Give me that, I growl, snatching the lamp from her hands before she manages to give me a concussion. You! Daphne sighs in something almost like relief. Then she freezes, straightens her back, and glares at me.
I mean, you! What the hell? What are you doing here?
I live here. I wait for the news to process. As I do, I have to be honest. I'm not hating the vision standing before me. Her hair is a sexy tangle of silk, her tank top barely covers her breasts, and she's definitely not wearing any pants. The pain in my shoulder fades away pretty quickly. The blood flow has better places to be.
The hell you do?
Daphne gestures to the room.
This is my place. I just got it today after the last guy moved.
Her voice wobbles and falls away as she looks at me, and it all comes together for her.
You're him. You're the neighbor.
I nod.
But why?
Because you're carrying my child.
No, I mean, why would Marquette...
She pauses again. Then,
Wait, what?
The fuck did you just say to me?
I sigh and shrug my jacket off my shoulders. It's been a long day, and I have a feeling the night is about to get a lot longer. I own the building. I paid Marquette to take care of you and make sure you're in the best we have to offer.
Your place. Your penthouse.
Now you're getting it. Daphne folds her arms across her chest. She's grown at least a cup size since our first rendezvous. Her brave little stance only manages to deepen her cleavage, and now I'm way more distracted than intimidated.
You can't do this. You can't be in here.
She waves a hand in the air, then pinches the bridge of her nose.
You're stressing me out. It's not good for the baby.
Neither is being away from her father. She opens her mouth, then shuts it. Then, with more vitriol in her voice,
I'll leave. Right now.
Go ahead. I even step aside to clear the doorway for her. I'll just follow you.
That was not an invitation.
I know. I calmly start unbuttoning my shirt as if this is just another conversation between husband and wife. I don't need one. Daphne is all fire and fury as she stomps her foot and grunts her frustration at me. I catch the way her eyes fall on my chest, then my stomach, and there's no mistaking the arousal there. Good. That makes two of us, Blamia.
This is seriously crossing the line.
She's hissing at me, but still hasn't looked away from my chest as I tug the shirt off. You're
going way beyond what's appropriate.
Then enlighten me. What is appropriate? I chuckle wryly and toss the shirt aside. Fucking each other in a storage closet? Having a baby together? Please tell me, because I'm starting to get confused. At first, I assume her silence means I've got her, which would have been much easier than I anticipated. But then, I see the way she's paled. Her eyes are wide and glued to a spot at my hip. I glance down, but all I see is my gun holstered in the sidearm belt. Daphne hiccups, then wheezes, then... Shit. I rush to scoop her up in my arms before she falls, but that only makes her dissolve into shrieks and squeals as she frantically shoves me away. Every time I try to comfort her, she slaps at me and scrambles to get as far away from me as possible. But her gaze is fixed on my belt, on my gun. I hold my hands up in surrender and slowly back off. When I reach the bedroom door, she's clear across the room and breathing a little easier, though not by much. Her eyes are still wild and her limbs are trembling, but at least she's not hyperventilating. I unstrap the holster and sling it over the door handle. It goes against every fiber of my instinct. I never sleep without a gun within reach. But at this point, I'd rather take my chances with a cross-room sprint than threaten her health, or our baby's health, with this fear response. It's okay, I say. My hands are still up so she can see they're empty, unclenched, unarmed as I cautiously approach her. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. Daphne hiccups another sob and glances between me and the gun, now several feet away from me.
Why do you have that?
To protect you. You and our baby. She shakes her head. I don't know what else to tell her. By the way, I make these for a living. Finally, I'm able to wrap her up in my arms and ease her onto my lap. I curl us both up against the stack of pillows on the bed and cradle her head to my chest. I've got you, I murmur into her hair. No one is going to hurt you. Not me, and not while I'm around. And I'll always be around. To my surprise, she actually snuggles into me rather than tries to pull away. I do my best to ignore how perfect she feels like this, how perfectly she fits onto my lap and against my bare chest. Her soft breath fans across my skin as she gradually calms even more, and I find myself subconsciously stroking her hair back behind her ear. I have no idea what the fuck just happened. Clearly, she's not in the mood to explain it either. So I decide to question it some other time, preferably when she's not coming off the edge of clawing my eyes out. I protect my family. I smooth a hand down her arm to comfort her, to show her I'm not the bad guy, not someone she ever needs to be afraid of, not like my father. You're my family now. I will always protect you. Why do you think I'm so determined to be near you? No response. Is she drooling? I ease myself back enough to confirm that yes, Daphne has fallen asleep against my chest. I should be amazed at how quickly she's crashed. But then again, she's pregnant, and it's late, and she did just practically panic herself into passing out. Maybe this was a mistake. I have no choice but to keep her close and keep her safe, but I'm starting to have doubts about any of this actually being a wise decision. Then, Daphne lets out a soft moan and snuggles deeper into my chest. I freeze. God damn it. I don't know what to do with this. I'm not the snuggling type. I haven't been since I was a kid and my siblings would run into my room when the storm scared them, or when our father did. Maybe this isn't so different. Something scared the wits out of Daphne, and she let me comfort her. It's just what I do, apparently. I choose, for tonight at least, not to question it. Chapter 18. Pasha. Peeling Daphne off me took more willpower than I expected. My dick wants me to go a hell of a lot further than just quietly holding her as she dreams. But that's easy enough to tame. What was much harder, surprisingly so, was how good the rest of me felt. She just fits so perfectly, naturally, like she's where she belongs. I swallow back whatever the hell these feelings are and focus on fixing the situation at hand. Once I'm sure she's sound asleep, I tiptoe out of the bedroom and head for the main living room. "What could you possibly need?" Mac yawns into his phone. "You're not running recon, are you?" I've got a problem. I flop down onto the suede couch with a heavy sigh. "So take a pill. Or one of those nighttime cough syrups. I don't care, as long as I can sleep." I ignore his complaining and cut to the chase. "She's terrified of me, brat. How the hell is this supposed to work?" Max sighs. "Let me guess. You just barged on in without so much as a text." It's my penthouse. He can't see me do it, but I'm glaring at the phone while he laughs his ass off. It's a solid minute before he calms down enough for me to get a word in edgewise. "Please tell me she clocked you good. I bet good money she hit you so fucking hard," he cackles. My shoulder still smarts where she hit me with the lamp, but I'm not about to admit anything. "You're useless. And you're clueless. Watch it." No, you don't get to pull the mob boss bullshit at 3 a.m, not while we're off duty. You called me as my brother, so you get my responses as your brother. You're a dumbass. I click my tongue against my teeth. Do I need to call Sophie instead? She will murder you if you wake her up. I'm your best and only option. And I'm telling you right now, you're asking for the moon from this woman and wondering why your spaceship keeps crashing. The fuck are you talking about? Max sighs, groans, and sounds like he's sitting up in his bed. Dude, I don't know the first thing about pregnant women, but I do watch a lot of nature shows. So, take what you will. Every time something knows it's about to have babies, they start nesting, right? Making a home, getting everything set up, making a safe space. All right. Right. Nice, warm, safe space for baby. He takes a deep breath. So, what have you been doing lately, I frown. I gave her a safe space. Mine. It's safe, with me, and has plenty of space. Uh-huh. And how
many times did you manipulate her into relocating so you could give her this little love nest of yours?
It's not a love nest.
Does she have her own room?
I glance at the only other bedroom down the hall. No.
Did you turn the second bedroom into a fully furnished nursery for your baby with the hopes that she'll see how thorough you're being?
Have you been going through my accounts again? I can hear Max smirk through the phone.
Let me guess. If she were to walk into that kitchen right now, she'd find it fully stocked with all the best prenatal foods your Google research has come up with. All organic, too.
It's important to be prepared. He's really starting to grate on my nerves.
You literally created a love nest. Look at me, I'm the best mate. I made you a nest with food and shiny rocks. Penguins mate with more subtlety than you.
Get to the damn point, man.
You made your biggest, bestest love nest to show your intended mate how ideal you are on all the logical terms. But you never once considered that she's been making her own nest on her own terms. For the baby she's carrying. Instead of taking sentimentality into factor, you smashed all over her nest and squawked in her face until she had no choice but to hunker down in yours. So yeah, congrats. You have your right where you want her, but you don't have her where she wants to be.
I despise that he might have a point. Fine. I know when to accept defeat, temporarily as it may be. The hell do I do about this now, though?
You don't do anything. Time does. But while you wait for the clock to tick in your favor, maybe do your best to make her feel more at home. And that may mean swallowing your pride and letting her put up some of that flowery pink shit girls like. Hide your guns. Make the Bratva life feel more like normal life.
I sit up. Hide the guns? Are you...
Nesting, bro. You're nesting. Please explain to me how leaving guns out in the open makes a safe space for an infant. You want your heir toothing on a shotgun?
Again, I'm annoyed at how right he is, and that I've been overlooking things that should be obvious to me. Call it nerves, call it being distracted by the siren currently sleeping in my bed. Whatever it is, it's affecting me in ways I don't like one fucking bit. I blow out a puff of air and stare at the ceiling.
I'll keep you posted.
I could go back in there, curl up beside her, hold her close, make her feel how safe she is with me. But Mac might be onto something. In the very least, it wouldn't hurt to give her some space and save me the trouble of additional bruises courtesy of weaponized decor. So I find a few pillows, a throw blanket, stretch out on the couch, and set an alarm for the morning. I meet Daphne in the bedroom the moment I hear her begin to stir. She might interpret it as being overbearing, but she'll thank me once she goes out wearing something less revealing. Not that I mind, especially as she stretches with a yawn and her nipples strain against the fabric of her tank top. Dobro jutro, I greet her from the chair by the window.
Shit,
Daphne yelps, then presses a hand to her eyes and rubs them.
Did you sleep there all night?
No. I won't misinterpret her question for concern. Did you sleep well?
Yeah, actually.
The fact that she sounds confused about that has me worried. Is she not sleeping well? Deprivation isn't good for her or our daughter. I tuck away those concerns for the doctor and refocus. Hungry? I made us some breakfast. She squints at me, thoroughly confused.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
I chuckle. You don't even know what I made, or if I'm a good cook.
You could hand me a pickle and peanut butter burrito and I'd smash.
Daphne kicks off the covers and rolls up onto her feet.
Stupid pregnancy hormones.
The way she shuffles around the bed half awake does something to my chest. And then I start wondering what she'll look like waddling around with a sizable baby belly, the one I gave her, and I have to change subjects before I lose myself in a fantasy. I got you something too. Something to wear. Daphne rolls her eyes at me.
Is it a teddy with a thong? A straitjacket? A French-maid costume?
Not yet, but there's an idea. None of the above. Just something comfortable for around the house. I walk over to the overstuffed chair and rummage through the pile of new clothes before I find what I'm looking for. A silky soft lounge set, complete with drawstring sweatpants, a tank top, and a buttonless open robe. I hold it out to her on the hanger. It's maternity, so you can adjust it as you grow.
Oh, thank you,
she mutters shyly. She takes the hanger from my hand and ducks into the bathroom. When she reemerges, I stiffen at the sight. Daphne's wearing clothes I chose for her, draped in fabrics I imagined her in. Her swollen stomach, the constant reminder of how thoroughly I claimed her body just a few short months ago. Months that felt like eons when I didn't think I'd see her again. Months that now feel like mere blips now that she's here. In my home, wrapped up in me, inside and out. Off we go. I nudge the door open and beckon her through. Daphne begins to say something about how delicious the kitchen smells when she stops in her tracks. I wanted to introduce you to my team, I explain. Well, your team, mostly.
My team?
Daphne croaks as she looks in complete confusion at the four men making themselves at home in the dining area. Security, Bratva specifically, just so you know. I ease her to a seat at the kitchen island. Figured it would be better to make introductions so you know who they are instead of wondering who's following you around. Daphne spins around on the stool to fix me with a hard, bewildered stare.
You're having me followed?
I focus on serving up a plate of scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, and fresh strawberries, which I set down in front of her at the island. She still tries to demand answers from me, but the smoothie I procure from the fridge shuts her up before she can launch into a full-blown inquisition. I make my own plate and sidle into the seat next to her. Daphne seems to relax the moment I sit down next to her. I don't know if it has more to do with close proximity to me, or the mere fact that I'm obscuring her view of the guards and the guns strapped to their sides.
I'm so sorry,
she suddenly says. I'm ready to ask her what for, what can I fix, when she leans around me and smiles at them.
I didn't mean to be rude. I'm Daphne.
We know, the closest man rumbles. She deflates a little and returns to her plate. Shatrovye idioti. I turn my stool to shoot them a glare, which gets them to straighten up and attempt something close to friendly greetings. I'm Boris, the one sitting closest to us offers up. My apologies, miss. It's just that we're supposed to know who you are ahead of time. Force of habit and all. Daphne smiles at him and nods her thanks. Her mouth is too full of scrambled eggs to answer with words. The rest of the table say their names. Anton. Ilya. Them. For her part, Daphne keeps glancing at the weapons strapped to their hips, but says nothing. I still have no idea what the hell last night was about, but something in the air feels like this is a significant shift for her. We eat our breakfasts in silence. I watch closely to make sure she devours every bite. The way Daphne wraps her lips around the straw to drink her smoothie makes my mind wander elsewhere, to the point where I'm almost regretting having the guards right there as an audience. She hops up to take her empty plates to the sink, but as I go to take them from her, "Here, let me." She balks and twists, and I somehow end up with my palm plastered against her belly instead of plucking the dishes. Both of us freeze. Idiot. Too far. Way too fucking far. But just as I'm about to peel my hand away, I feel something. A flutter. A twitch. Life. And so I leave my hand right where it is. I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. I know I look like a damn fool, but there's no chance in hell I can bury these feelings down in the same dark place the rest of my emotions go. This shit is too strong, Too big, too formless and life-changing to be sealed up in that cave in my chest. I have a child. Right there, inches away from my touch, is my daughter. My eyes float up to meet Daphne's. She hasn't breathed much more than I have since we ended up plastered together like this. And just like me, she doesn't look like she wants the moment to end. I don't know what I'm doing here, but it's beyond obvious she doesn't either. My fingers slowly edge the hem of her shirt up until I feel her warm, bare skin now pressed to my palm. It takes a shit ton of control not to growl my approval, but god damn, something like heat spreads from the simple contact. I want so much more. Another flutter pulls my attention back to where it should be, as if our daughter is scolding me for straying. I glance up to check the time, and that's when I catch the guards watching us a little too closely. There's nothing wrong with situational awareness, but we're in my own damn kitchen, for fuck's sake. This is obviously a safe space, and there's no reason for 8 eyes to be so completely transfixed on my woman. My grip on her baby bump tightens. Not enough to harm either of them, but enough to show these idioti where the territorial line is drawn. My woman. My child. Дерзай wie Shutrovia глаза присеб. I keep my voice light for Daphne's sake, but the message is clear to each of the guards who look away. Keep your fucking eyes to yourself. Daphne asks me. You should get ready for work. I lie. You don't want to be late. It might be my imagination, but she seems almost reluctant to slip away. I wouldn't complain one bit if she decided to call in and stay right here, pressed to me, for the rest of the day. Fuck. She should do that. I'd feel a lot better knowing exactly where she is and what she's doing firsthand. Unfortunately, we both have things to do, and my duties start the second she's out of earshot. When she's gone, I growl, "Keep your weapons covered at all times, especially around her." Boris is the first to balk. "At all times? This is Bratva, sir. We're going to carry guns. Everyone knows this. In case your wandering eyes didn't notice, this is my baby growing inside my woman." My voice lowers to a dangerous snarl. I don't like to be challenged, and I sure as fuck won't take that bullshit from underlings like these. Guns stress her out. Stress harms both of them. This shouldn't be so fucking difficult for you to understand. "We understand," Dem interjects. He buttons his coat around his waist and his gun disappears from sight. "Not a problem, Pachan." That solves that. But there is something nagging at the back of my mind. Boris is right about something. This is a Bratva. Our business is in guns, ammunition, the tools of death. We are proud of this. We thrive on this. And yet here I am, putting some woman's needs at the forefront of everything, including how we operate. What the hell is happening to me?
Chapter 19. Daphne. Things have been going so well. I should have known it wouldn't last. I turn the key in the ignition once more, and once more, the car whines and shudders but refuses to start. Things really, truly have been going so well up until this point. I'm actually loving my new place, despite the unexpected roommate situation. It's huge, comfortable, and I've been able to add all the touches of decor and familiarity like I wanted to in my old place. My roommate himself is pretty great too, for the most part. I mean, I'd have to be out of my mind to not appreciate the eye candy every morning at breakfast. And he's been respectful, sleeping on the couch so I can have the bed. I don't know why, to be honest. The penthouse is plenty big, and I'm pretty sure there's another room he could have put me in. But the one time I tried to ask him about it, Pasha just said that it made more sense to give me the biggest room with the adjoined bathroom so I could get to what I need faster. He's been so nice that it seems like massively overstepping to burden him with my sudden car troubles. It's not that he's ever made me feel like I'm too needy or clingy or a nuisance, but he's already done so much to make sure I have everything. And I mean everything. He even hid his guns, which, and I don't know much about his world, seems like kind of a big deal. I try the ignition one more time. Just one more, please. Let this be the one that works. Damn it. My good luck has run out, assuming I ever had any to begin with. I sigh and yank my keys out of the ignition, then just slump back in my seat. I'd wanted to leave early so I could grab a box of donuts for Hazel and myself to enjoy later, so it's not like I'm in a huge time crunch. I'm just out of energy to deal with this shit. Pregnancy zaps my battery before I even get to use it. I groan and heave myself out of the car. How much harder will it be when I'm 50 times bigger? I'm already noticing my stomach is touching my upper thighs at times, and I can't bend forward as deeply as usual. Sighing, I get out and ride the elevator back up to the penthouse. I shuffle back inside, fully planning on kicking my feet up while I wait for a rideshare. It's too cold outside to wait by the car. I rummage through my sweater pocket for a hair tie, but can't find one. There's none in my bag either. I know I have some in the bathroom, so I check the time and decide I have plenty of it to go hunt down a decent ponytail. Halfway there, I pause. Pasha's still here? The shower in the master bathroom is running. I'll be fast. He won't even notice I slipped in. The door doesn't make a sound when I crack it open. Steam bathes me in warmth, and it takes a second to blink through the haze. I spot my small bundle of hair ties on the counter by my brush and slip through the door just to reach it. Pasha moans. What the? I shouldn't look up. I shouldn't look over the glass shower door, which doesn't exactly obscure views of whoever is inside. The glass ripples just enough to warp the image, but it's easy to see Pasha standing under the heavy stream of water, leaning on one hand braced against the wall. The other hand is... Oh my... I really can't see anything clearly, but I don't have to in order to know exactly what his other hand is doing between his legs. Judging by the way his arm is moving, he's managing one hell of a downstairs situation. I should go. I should retreat. I just can't seem to look away. I mean, my God, his backside alone is, how would he put it, a work of art. All rippling muscle and glistening skin and Daphne. Shit, he knows. He saw me and he knows I'm here and watching like the world's biggest creep, and I'm about to croak a response when I see him tilt his head back and gasp. Fuck, Daphne. Oh my God. He's fantasizing about me. Heat instantly blooms deep inside my core. It's all I can do to not audibly gasp. Pasha's head tilts forward once more, and the pace of his hand around his cock quickens. I have no idea what he's imagining us doing, but I'm feeling pretty left out. Fuck, baby. That's it. I don't know what fantasy me is doing to him, but I'm cheering her on. Whatever it is, he's loving every second of it, and I wish I could take notes. You know, just in case. Pasha's back tenses. His breath comes out in short, heavy gasps, followed by a series of grunts that reverberate through his chest. Fuck. I want to feel him rumble against my lips. I want to taste him when he comes apart like this. I should not be thinking about him that way, or standing in the doorway, watching him like pregnant peeping Tom. I shut the door as silently as I can and step back into the bedroom, and right on time too, because Pasha turns off the water a millisecond later. And then the notification alarm on my phone dings. Shit. I just can't launch myself out down the hall. There's not enough time, and it would be way too obvious that I'm flustered. I look around the bedroom and decide to cover my tracks by rummaging through my dresser drawers, rearranging my makeup on the vanity counter, something. Oh, wait, I should check my phone. Rideshare is here. Perfect. I'll just... Daphne? The sound of surprise that wheezes from me is probably the worst giveaway. I clear my throat, smooth out my hair, and turn to smile at him. Hi. Pasha looks at me from the bathroom doorway, brow furrowed deep. I thought you left. He probably doesn't mean it as accusatory as it sounds. Unless... Double shit. Does he know? That I know? That I saw? Car broke down. I try to explain with an easy breezy laugh. I mean, it won't start, so at least it's still in the garage. My rideshare is here, so I should... Hold on. But I'm suddenly at a loss for words. The sight of his muscles, and whoo boy is he ripped, rippling while still glistening from the shower, makes my mouth literally water. And when he moves to his dresser, his back facing me, the towel around his waist drops to the floor. I look away. At least I try to. Maybe it takes me a few seconds to realize I'm staring. Maybe it takes me a few seconds to wonder why the hell we're not currently horizontal and moaning. Because it was a drunken, stupid one-time thing. A one-night stand. Emphasis on the one. If he wanted you that bad, he'd have let you know by now. Come. I'm snapped out of my thoughts by Pasha's deep voice right in front of me. He's completely dressed, splashed with cologne, and looking at me expectantly. What were we doing? Oh, right. He wants to walk me down to my ride. Probably wants to make sure it's not a serial killer and all that. When the elevator doors open on the ground floor, Pasha follows me out into the lobby. I figured this is where he's going to take a glance at my car, make sure one of his cronies is on my tail, and go saunter off to wherever it is he's going today. But he follows me through the front door, and to what is apparently my ride, idling the curb. Morning. He casually greets the driver at the lowered passenger window. Sorry for the confusion. We're good. The driver starts to ask me what's going on when Pasha pulls out a few bills from his pocket and hands them to him. For your trouble. And that's how I'm left dumbfounded as my rideshare pulls away. Pasha calmly turns around, loops his arm around me, and steers me toward the garage walkway. He doesn't look up from his phone until the Charger pulls up next to us and one of his guards, Boris, I think, slides out of the driver's seat. All yours, boss. They exchange keys. Pasha opens the passenger side, and I'm deposited into the seat like some errant child. I'm sorry, I bluntly say once he's in as well. But what the hell just happened? I'm driving you to work. He adjusts the seat in a few mirrors, not once looking at me. Buckle up. I frown at him. But I had a ride. You still do. Now buckle up. I huff and adjust the seatbelt while he pulls out into the street, still feeling like he's treating me like some child. I'm perfectly capable of finding my own way to work. I remind him. With a complete stranger? He snorts. I don't fucking think so. I didn't ask what you think. His jaw clenches for a second. You should. It'd save both of us a lot of time. The actual nerve of this man. I have my own car. You mean that death trap? He snorts. Time for a new car. Hey, that's my death trap, and I happen to like it. Yeah, well, that's my baby inside you. Pasha's gaze is glued to the road. Mine, however, studies his face to see if he meant what he said. I know our baby is important to him and all, but this feels like a bridge too far. I can't afford a new car. I finally admit, slumping back in my seat. He's silent. I figure that's the end of that when he breaks his silence with, Boris will drive you to work until we get you a new one. I don't know what to say. I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, but I also shouldn't let this man shower me with so many gifts. He pays for my food. I'm suspicious he's paid for all my new clothing, and he's put me in his penthouse, which I'm pretty sure he's also paying for. When he's covering everything, what's to stop him from asking me to start, uncovering myself? As if you'd complain, that flutter kicking in your stomach didn't happen by magic. I really like my car as it is. Again, that vein in his jaw ticks for a second or two. But then we're in the drive-thru of the smoothie shop, and he relaxes for the sake of the barista, who calls him by name and hands over an order with a beaming smile. He ordered ahead? Fine. We'll get it fixed, too. He hands me the smoothie. But you're only driving it after it's thoroughly checked, and only when someone is available to follow you. Why even have anyone follow me at all? I never go anywhere but work and home. Because the rest of the world is unpredictable. And you're carrying the future leader of our family's Bratva. Any one of my soldiers will follow you to bed if they need to. I sip on the smoothie to hide my pout. I don't exactly love being under so much constant surveillance, or being valued for what's growing inside me. Makes me feel like a mule. I hear Tibet is beautiful. I grumble to myself between sips. I definitely don't expect the chuckle next to me, or the hand palming heavy on my thigh. I use the next sip as a cover for the heated gasp I almost let out. Not that I'm in any kind of mood for this impossible man, but, well, sue me if I'm reminded of what I saw this morning in the bathroom. What I heard. Pasha doesn't say anything more, just drives me to work, caresses my thigh with his thumb, and gives no indication that he knows my little secret. Figures, but that's okay with me. It's better for both of us if the walls between us stay right where they are. Chapter 20. Daphne. The strange, turbulent car ride with Pasha leaves me with jitters for most of the morning. I'm finally rediscovering my ability to be productive at work when my phone buzzes. It's Dad. Weird. I need you to do something for me. Stuart Hamish blurts the second I answer. And a hello to you too. Find out everything you can about this Pasha you're seeing. Pasha Chekhov. My stomach flips, and it's not my baby doing the somersaults. Mother. I'd foolishly hoped she'd keep some information to herself, or maybe not even pay any mind to the second half of my pregnancy equation, but clearly that's not the case. Why wouldn't she follow us and put two and two together? It's painfully on brand for her to make my life exponentially harder. But I haven't spoken to her since our disastrous lunch at the club, so I very incorrectly assumed she didn't care or notice that I got swept away by the same man who... What did he do again? Daphne, did you hear me? I blink back to reality. And why would I do that? Because he ruined us. He owes us everything. I pull my phone away from my ear. Good Lord, this man needs to calm down. Mother had made some breathless claim that Pasha was the man who outed Melanie and brought our family to ruin. In the moment, I was so flustered, I barely registered the connection between Pasha, the man I sort of know, and Pasha, the guy who fucked us over. Well, it would be accurate to say he fucked them over and then just, fucked me. I rest a hand on my baby bump and sigh into my phone. I'm not your personal spy, Dad. I have a life of my own. A life you're dangerously close to throwing away if you insist on gallivanting around the globe with this monster. You owe us this much, Daphne. Find out everything you can to help our family. I'm glad he can't see me roll my eyes heavenward, because he'd probably cold-cock me for it. Help our family do what? Invite him to a cocktail party? Dad's voice sounds just this side of fuming. Save your petulant games for your boyfriend. He's not my boy... Oh, great. He spits sarcastically. That makes it so much better. One daughter spreads herself like a whore on camera, and the other daughter spreads her legs for the enemy.
Have you no shame? Your mother and I raised you far better than this.
I don't know if the tears that spring to my eyes are from pain or anger. Maybe a little of both. I'm used to my parents being overbearing and unreasonable, but this is a particular flavor of cruel. He treats me well. I hate so much how timid I sound. He's a good man, which isn't a lie. A good man takes care of his family. A good man makes sure his loved ones are safe and happy. Everything Pasha has done so far really does show him to be a good man, I think. My father, though, I'm doing my best to ignore the answer that whispers in the back of my mind.
Of course he treats you well.
Dad sighs like I'm a stupid little girl who doesn't know any better.
He's using you, sweetheart. He's using you to get to me, and he knows, like I do, how easy it is to make you believe him. I know it's not your fault you can't see this. Just trust your daddy. I know what I'm talking about.
There are a trillion things I could say to that, and none of them are PG. But I take the high road, which is also conveniently enough the fastest way out of this conversation. Okay. I'm pretty sure that any sign of submission will get Dad to back off, and moments later, I'm proven right.
Think it over, okay, Muffin? I don't want to see you get hurt. And with the way that man sells guns, well, we know how you are with those things. Be safe, and call me the second you have anything.
I suck in a sharp breath. He just had to bring up the guns. It's like manipulator bingo. It's predictable, of course, but I just wish it wasn't so effective at the same time. Okay. I croak again. The second I hang up and put my phone away, I feel a heavy presence fill the doorway to the office. Todd is standing there, hands shoved in his pockets. He checks his watch on his wrist and blows out a heavy sigh.
You are half an hour late, and now you're taking personal phone calls?
My car...
On top of several other instances of prioritizing whatever it is you feel takes precedence over this gallery and our clients.
He shoves his hand back into his pocket. It's clear he's trying to be calm about this, but he's pissed.
I like you, Daff. Keith and I both like you. You've done solid work since you came here, and our clients, well, most of them, have been very happy with you. So please understand our immense disappointment when we see that your priorities are not with the gallery anymore.
I rub the bridge of my nose. I feel a headache coming on, and whether it's from the pregnancy or all this stress, it's gonna be a doozy. It's not that at all, Todd. I've just had some emergencies come up at home that I need to take care of, like my water pipes exploding. I add, it was true for as long as I thought it was true, right?
Be that as it may, we're running behind and we have new clients vying for our attention. You'll be working through the lunch hour to make up for this, yes?
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. I forgot to pack my lunch anyway. Only an hour passes before it is, in fact, lunchtime, and I'm still here, fielding emails and rebalancing the events calendar and doing my damnedest to stay under the Tweedle's radar. Hazel may think they're dumb as rocks, but they're not so dumb they can't find a good reason to fire me. Like humiliating one of their best clients and burning his painting in front of everyone, and then fucking the art buyer in a storage closet on the premises. Come to think of it, it's a miracle I'm still employed. No regrets. I whisper to my daughter, who flutters inside her warm cocoon inside me. My stomach rumbles, but I have to press on. I'll grab a snack later. As if on cue, my phone buzzes once. I glance at the screen and see it's a text from Pasha. Pasha.
Lunch?
Is he asking me out? Or asking if I have plans? Or just looking for a definition of the word? The man is not an eloquent texter, that's for sure. Daphne. Can't. Working through. I tuck my phone inside the desk drawer so he won't distract me, but when I return to the calendar on my screen, the text alert pops up in front of the browser. Pasha, you need to eat. I sigh. I know he's concerned, but I'm not a child. I can take care of myself just fine. Daphne, I will eat. I just have to wait until later. Forgot to pack a lunch anyway. Pasha, I'll order something for you. What do you want? Daphne, I want to get back to work. Boss isn't happy. Sorry. Pasha doesn't respond after that. I click out of the message window on my desktop and try my best to focus on the calendar, shoving aside the gnawing hunger. Before the pregnancy, I could power through 8 hours on a smoothie or ice cream cone and daydreams of dinner. Now, my little spaghetti squash doesn't know the difference between a good meal and a good paycheck. She wants food, and she wants it now. She'll just have to wait. Half an hour later, I've managed to catch up on the morning's work. A voice at the door catches my attention. Hello? I look up from the screen, then do a double take. Sophia?
And Mac.
He pokes his head through the door and nudges her through.
We're here to kidnap you.
Sophia rolls her eyes and shoves him aside. It's amazing how much Pasha's siblings resemble him, but they each have their own kind of je ne sais quoi, too. With Mac, it's the playfulness, the puppy dog aura, something that grumpy-ass Pasha is sorely lacking. For Sophia, there's a way her eyes sparkle constantly that I wish Pasha would allow in his own for more than 2 seconds at a time. Have you eaten yet? She sidles up to my desk and rests her hip against it. We were thinking about taking you out for a bit, get to know each other more. My heart squeezes at the same time my stomach and my baby flip. I'm so sorry, guys. I can't. I've got a lot of work to catch up on. Sophia frowns and glances at my computer. You sure? We'll bring you right back. I know, it's just... I sigh and rest my brow against my hand. It's the it's my boss's. My car broke down this morning and Pasha took me in, but I was late. And then my father called and they caught me talking to him, and all this after the incident. I know I'm drastically oversharing with people I hardly know, but the stress, the hunger, makes it all come out in a groan. Sorry, I add. Mac seems unbothered. He's texting away on his phone, while Sophie's frown shifts into concern and she touches my hand. Are you okay? She asks. Yeah, fantastic. Just trying to keep my job.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Mac flashes me another smile as he slides his phone back into his pocket.
So, where do we want to go?
I'm about to explain again why I can't just up and leave when I'm interrupted by a loud commotion in the hallway. Both Todd and Keith burst out of the conference room and run down the hall, not even bothering to spare me a glance through the windows. Another few seconds of loud footsteps pounding through the main foyer, and then the main doors open and slam shut. Sophie arches a brow and tries to hide a smirk. Mac only smiles at me.
What you hungry for? Our treat.
Chapter 21. Daphne. I'm too nervous about leaving the gallery without express permission from my bosses to go to a sit-down restaurant, so we decide on a gourmet burger joint nearby that Mac swears has the best double cheeseburgers in the whole city. You're fine. He reassures me when I'm caught checking my phone for the 100th time. He pops a steak fry into his mouth and flashes me a wicked grin. You've got time. I just don't want them to get back and find me gone and freak out and... I sigh. Fire me.
They won't. They've got a few hours to kill at the vet's.
Both Sophia and I whip our wide-eyed stares at him.
What? Oh, no.
Mac holds up his hands to calm us down.
I swear, nothing like that. They're just waiting for the emergency surgery on a dog that may or may not be theirs to complete. Plot twist, it's not theirs, and a poor hit and run found on the street is about to go to a nice new forever home.
Sophie snorts. I'm confused. But what about their dog? Safe and sound. Probably getting one of those pup cups at the cafe right about now. They really need to pay their dog walker more. Make it less easy to be bribed, you know? The audacity. The evil genius of it all. The sheer fact that such manipulation doesn't even faze this man or this family one bit. I'm not sure if I'm offended, concerned, or impressed.
So, Daff, tell us more about your family.
Sophie playfully nudges my arm.
You said your dad called earlier?
Yeah, the usual family drama. I try to laugh it off, unconvincing as it feels. He's fine, though. Everyone is fine.
Are they excited for the baby?
That answer, I'm not able to come up with as quickly. I'm pretty sure I'm making a weird face when I say, yeah, kind of. More my sister. She's super excited to be an aunt.
So am I.
Sophie squeals and claps her fingertips together.
Oh my gosh, we have to go shopping.
I'm sure she'd love that. And just like that, I'm mildly terrified by what could happen with Sophie and Mel running through a mall with limitless credit cards. Time to redirect. So, what about you? Is it just you three? No sisters? One's enough. Mac drawls. But yeah, as far as siblings go, Posh is the eldest, and we've been toddling behind him since birth. Happily, I might add. Sophie smiles. There's nothing our big brother won't do for us, and there's nothing we won't do for him. So does that mean you're all... I circle the air with a fry as I try to think of how to ask it. You work together? They share a look. How much has our brother told you about his work? I busy myself with my drink. Just that he's the boss, with a capital B, if you know what I mean. But no zoot suits or fedoras, from what I understand. Mac snorts. I figured he'd have mentioned something by now, with you two shacking up together. It's not as literal as it sounds. I interject. I don't know why it matters, considering I'm literally pregnant with his child, but I don't know. I guess I don't want his family thinking I'm just some loose skank warming his bed and mooching off his generosity. Sorry, I mean, we're more just like roommates.
Right.
Sophie casts a glance to my swollen womb, but her smile never wavers.
Does he know that?
I stammer for good answer. How can I answer on his behalf, especially after the shower?
Anyway, I'm his second in command. Mac does a lot of the same work as me, but...
She winks at him.
He's more expendable.
He rolls his eyes. She means I'm marriage material. I can step down to focus on having my own family if I need to. Do you want to? The siblings exchange looks once again, and I feel like there's more to this than they're sharing. But Mac shrugs and tosses back a few more fries doused in sauce. Fair question. Now that I have the option, I might actually want to. We'll see.
Things changed when you came along.
Sophie tries to offer his explanation.
Some things Posh tried to pass off to us, and mainly Mac, are now his responsibility.
Oh. I look down at my half-eaten cheeseburger. Sorry.
It's a good thing, really, and we're so happy to have you in our family now.
Her gaze lingers longingly at my baby bump.
You and this precious little one. Fair warning, though, she's going to be severely overprotected.
That makes me laugh. No shit. I don't know how I'm gonna explain her guards to the preschool.
Ah, so you're aware you're being followed.
I sag. Boris and Dem are over at the window. They'll change shifts with Anton and Ilya in a few hours, and then return for the midnight shift outside the penthouse. Although I'm pretty sure all four of them have access to the apartment somewhere inside my building. Safe to say, I'm very aware. Mac returns his sister's wink with one of his own. I like her. What do you think? Sophie grins. I like her too.
Think Mama like her?
My jaw drops. Mother, Chekhov? I hadn't thought that far ahead. Your mom? I say in slow dawning horror. Is she tough? When I look back up, they're both snickering. Oh, just wait. You'll be meeting her soon enough.
Chapter 22. Pasha. Meeting went well?
The meeting went perfectly. We approve.
I squint as the gun range pulleys bring the target papers close, each dotted with bullet marks. I need to know who's the best shot and who needs more training before putting them anywhere near my family.
Approve wholeheartedly, really. I definitely see the appeal.
She nudges me as we walk over to one of our top Vors who chose today for his firearms testing.
And I can totally see why you've become such a bear since she started living with you. Max said you're still on the couch? You should be—
Valerie, my man! I cut my nosy sister off with a less than formal greeting to one of my inherited Vors. He served my father, but shed no tears when the man died. Now, he's someone I trust with my life, which is pretty fucking rare for me. How's the new model treating you? Valerie hefts the automatic in his hands.
Call me old-fashioned, but I like a little more weight than this. Too light, too easy to whip up at the worst moment. But in practice, not too bad.
This is one of the 3D printed versions we've been testing out. I take the gun from his outstretched hands and run a few checks of my own. How's the kickback?
Non-existent.
Valerie points at the scope.
Sight's good, but I wonder if it's too good. If it's made with that plastic shit those printers use, that piece will break off easily. Have you seen the aim on these, Nowitzki?
He shakes his head.
Pitiful.
Good to know. Mac, make sure we check in on our first few shipments of these once they're delivered. I called my brother over my shoulder. We don't want disgruntled customers coming at us over plastic shit.
You got it.
Mac salutes from where he's finagling some wiring in the control booth. I don't know what he found in disarray, but it's enough to get him cursing under his breath. Puglia, this gun range, is one of Makari's personally owned businesses. He wanted something more original than a nightclub or restaurant, and I have to admit, he was onto something great. Not only is the range something he built from the ground up, legally no less, it's served our family as the best place for arms deals to really go down. We keep the good items in gleaming display cases up front for the public to peruse. We store the scary shit in the back for the clients I'm trying to land via Senator Brennan.
Speaking of meetings,
Sophie pulls up the calendar on her phone.
Shall we schedule another one with the senator?
Give me one with his wife and my answer will be yes. Her brow pops up.
Are you sure? You know how she's with—
She gives me a once-over.
Well, you know.
Yes, I'm aware. I don't need a reminder. Senator? Valerie chuckles, drawing the attention of the other Vors in hearing range. Something we should know? I side-eye my sister, who suddenly finds something better to do on her phone. Ah, fuck it. Might as well let them know now, in case things go sideways and we get raided. Or worse. I've been in talks with Senator Brennan regarding a lucrative contract with the military, I explain. We're hammering out the details, but the goal is to make Chekhov Industries a primary provider of weapons and ammunition to the armed forces. Almost everyone seems excited for this news. Only one guy, who doesn't rank high enough to be in this conversation, pipes up with dissent.
What? Are we going patriotic now?
And you are? I snap at him. All eyes turn to the kid. He can't be older than 20. He's all bravado mixed with the sheepishness that comes with realizing his mouth should have stayed shut, but it's too late to back down. I walk over to him, calm and collected, but the other men know better. They part to let me through without question. What's your name, kid?
Tyler, sir.
One of my other Vors interjects on his behalf.
My nephew. He's new.
Clearly. Tyler grimaces at me like he's waiting for me to go nose to nose with him. He'll get what he wants, but not in the way he's anticipating. Since you're new here, Tyler, here's a crash course on how this business works. I loop an arm around his shoulders and steer him to look out over the green target field with me. What do you see out there? He shrugs. Targets? Grass? Bullet casings and shit? Right. But you can see it, yes?
Yeah. Everyone can see it.
Somewhere off in the distance, I hear Sophie groan at this kid's idiocy. She knows what's coming. So do the Vors, who have all taken several steps back. Everyone can see it, I repeat. Good. So you're not as fucking blind as I thought. Tyler stiffens. Good. If you can see that, and everyone here can see that, so can the goddamn government. I fist my hand in his hair and tug hard so he has nowhere to go, nowhere to look, but where I allow him to. I pull my own handgun from the holster and he starts to quiver. I don't know if you're too deaf, stupid, or high during your initial orientation, so allow me to remind you what a front is. It's exactly what everyone can see because we want them to see it. We want them to use it, and buy it, and enjoy it. We want witnesses, because when we need to do things that are best done out of sight, I press the barrel of the gun into his ribs. No one will notice until it's too late. His uncle shifts in my peripheral vision, but doesn't move to stop me. He knows better. He knows this kid fucked up. Kid. That word rings in my head. He's a kid. He's someone's kid. I have a kid too. I swallow the bile back down my throat, then holster my gun. Understood? Tyler can't nod fast enough. Understood, sir. I let him go with a hard shove toward his uncle. Have a talk with your nephew. Make sure he's cut out for this life before you give him a fucking weapon and let him loose. I march away from the two. I don't care where, so long as it's far the fuck away from them. And away from that disturbing shift of perspective. That's not me. That's not like me. I should be reloading my smoking gun right now. My men should be dragging his body out of my sight. No one challenges me and lives to talk about it. But he's so young. Probably has a mother at home, wondering where he is, what he's doing, if he's okay. I can't take a child from his mother. Shit. I brace my hands down on the counter. Mac pops up and hands me a shot glass full of who knows what. I throw it back and he refills the glass as soon as I slam it back down on the counter. Fucking hell. I'm not sure what I expected with Daphne crash landing in my life, but it wasn't anything like this softness, this weakness that's chewing me up from the inside like poison. Not after I spent years swearing off relationships. Not after my father. Not after what he did to my mother. I know I'm not him. I am my own man, capable of making my own decisions and charting my own path through life. But sometimes I look in the mirror or hear myself talk, and it's like he's here, in my clothes, inside my skin, possessing me, haunting me, threatening to destroy everything and everyone I love. I can't have that. I need to purge him from my system before it's too late. Chapter 23. Pasha. I was hoping to get through dinner with my mother without having to discuss Daphne or the pregnancy. Appetizers haven't even hit the table before that plan goes to shit. Pasha's having a baby, Mac blurts. Thanks a lot, asshole. Thanks very fucking much. Mama's mouth falls open.
Pasha, to pravda.
I shoot my blabbermouth brother a vicious glare before smiling at her. It's true. Mama looks at me expectantly. I don't know what else she wants me to say.
Well?
She prods when I don't speak up.
Are you a medical miracle in birthing this child yourself?
Sophie and Max snort into their respective drinks, but neither one offers any help. Figures. I sigh and set my fork down. Her name is Daphne. You'll like her, whether you want to or not.
Buzz moi! One moment you're fighting me tooth and nail for even thinking about you having a family, and now...
She flails her napkin through the air like a whip.
To be fair, Mama,
Sophie chimes in.
Posh wasn't exactly thinking when he, should we say, met her.
Would either of you like to whip that bus in reverse? Maybe throw me under it a little harder? I snap at my siblings. Mama smacks my arm and passes me the potatoes.
Be nice. Now, tell me more about my future daughter-in-law.
I damn near choke on my own water. It's not that serious.
Not that serious? Not at all.
Sophie smirks and stabs her fork into the roast beef.
He just got drunk, got her pregnant, and decided to live with her.
Mama whirls on me.
She's living with you? And you've not proposed? Have you no decency?
I barely even know her, Ma. The whole table erupts into a cacophony of Russian and English, both languages criticizing my life choices and skewering my typical man brain. The only other man brain in this room thinks this is all just fucking hilarious and joins in just to bury me even deeper. I love my family, but fucking hell, I hate this. Enough! I raise a hand, and as much as they might defy me on a regular basis, the women in my family respect it enough to fall quiet. I'm still the Phan at the end of the day, still the one who wears the crown. I know you have questions. I'm asking, not demanding, but asking for the time to figure everything out. Mama spreads her hands out with an incredulous shrug.
What's to figure out? You are Phan, and you are about to become a father. Are you going to sit here and tell your own mother that you'd prefer a bastard child take over the family business?
Bliat. I don't have an answer to that, and she knows it. That doesn't stop her and my siblings from looking at me like I'm about to give them one. I don't want to stress her out. Daphne has been through a lot, and...
Psst! Excuses, excuses.
Mama waves her hand at my bullshit and returns to her meal.
If she can live with you, she's handling her stress just fine.
My siblings exchange glances, the two of them way too smug for my liking. Outside this house, I am their brother, but also their boss. No one questions me. No one dares. Inside this house, though, all gloves are off. This is Mama's house, and here, Mama is in charge. But she must see something in me, because she relents. She always understood what it meant to lead the Bratva, what it takes, even as Oitets took and took and took from her until she was barely a husk of her former self. She wasn't always able to hide the bruises. She couldn't hide the vacant hopelessness in her eyes either, and the tears often fell freely when he brought home yet another mistress to fondle and fuck in their marital bed, until the day he fucked the wrong mistress. I'm sure he would have loved to take credit for making me who and what I am today, but that would be a lie. All credit goes to my mother. Not because she ruled with an iron fist or kept our men in line with one hard glare like he did, but because she showed me how to climb out of hell.
What do we think of this Daphne?
She asks Mac and Sophie between bites of beet caviar.
Do we like her? Do we anticipate problems?
She's great, Mac answers with a genuine smile. I'd say Pash could do worse, but I don't think he could do better. She's got a good head on her shoulders, and she can hold her own in a fight. Again, Mama's head whips around to me.
She's been in a fight? Already?
Sophie reaches out to calm her down.
I think what he means, Mama, is that Daphne's tough. She's got fire in her. And yeah, like you said, she's managed to hold her own with this guy, so that's got to count for something.
I glower at my family. You all talk like I'm so terrible to live with.
Not terrible, just hard-headed.
Grumpy.
Demanding. Stubborn.
Arrogant?
Hard-headed. Short-tempered. A royal pain in the ass more often than not.
For fuck's sake! I interrupt as they all break up with laughter. I get it. Enough. Mama's eyes twinkle as she rests a soft hand on my elbow.
The point is that we know you. But this Daphne, you need to let her get to know you too.
I have been.
The real you, Pasha. Not the Fahan. Not the man always in charge who gets his way without question. Show her the sweet Pasha. The artistic soul Pasha. My Pasha.
I slump back in my seat. What she's saying is insane. If I started doing any of that shit, I'd lose the respect of half my Vors and God knows who else in our underworld. But, fucking hell, I don't even know what. I just know that none of it sounds quite as crazy as it ought to. Let her get to know you. That's madness. And yet, it doesn't feel that way. Hell if I know what that means.
Chapter 24. Daphne. The call comes in while I'm halfway through chopping vegetables, and I nearly chop a finger off instead. Cursing up a storm, I rinse my hands in the sink and answer it on the tablet. I half expect it to be Pasha checking in, but I'm happily surprised to see that it is, in fact, my beloved sister. Mel, oh my gosh, hi. So you are alive, Melanie exclaims. For a moment here, I thought you were dead, since you missed our last 8 calls. I wince at the camera as I set the tablet up on its stand. Sorry, been distracted. No shit. Mom hasn't shut up about it since she found out. And here I am thinking, hey, Daph's obviously gonna call me and give me all the details, but no. My sister has every right to give me shit. We've maintained a consistent FaceTime schedule every week for the past 8 years, and I can't remember if we've ever skipped a single one. So for me to completely forget for as long as I have? No bueno. I swear, I really was going to call. Melanie pouts as she pretends to think about it before she laughs and waves it off. It's okay. You'll just owe me. And judging by that stunning kitchen backdrop, you can afford it now. I blush and toss the spinach into the pot of boiling water. It's just temporary. Temporary as you did or did not move in with your baby daddy. More like he's a neighbor, next door-ish. On the other side of the wall from the bedroom, close enough to hear me moan if I get too carried away with a pre-bed activity, let's say. I don't know why I'm hesitant to share the details with Mel. I know she won't betray me to our parents, and she's taken everything that happened to her in stride. Still, I'm just uneasy. I feel better keeping my personal life compartmentalized. In true Melanie fashion, her mind flies straight to the worst-case scenario. She frowns at me and leans in closer to her camera. Is there something wrong with him? Are you safe? Blink twice if you're in danger. Before I can answer, the screen blurs and jostles until it refocuses and my brother-in-law's face fills the frame.
Daph, you okay?
Jameson tries to look around the kitchen behind me.
Is he there? Let me talk to him.
No, he's out at a dinner thing. I drop the bundle of ramen into the pot and set the lid over the steam. It gives me enough time to make sure I look as at ease as possible, starting with a happy smile. I'm fine, really. Girl Scouts honor. How are you doing?
I'd feel better if you came here to live with us. We both would. Mel's been worried sick about you.
Sorry, I've just been so preoccupied with everything. Pregnancy brain, right? I laugh. Jameson looks unconvinced, but Melanie wrestles the phone away from him.
Seriously, Daph, just say the word and we'll come get you, okay?
I appreciate you. Both of you. I really do. Melanie and I were best friends from the day she was born. My ride or die through every sticky situation our family walked ass backwards into. And when Jameson fell head over heels for her, he also became the brother I never knew I wanted or needed. They really are a match made in heaven, if such a place or thing even exists. Nothing Melanie could ever do or has ever done would drive Jameson away from her side. When her side gig as a cam girl came out, he was only upset that she didn't tell him first. That was it. The whole world of Hamish high society imploded around her, and our own parents shunned her from the shame. But Jameson? He didn't care. He just held her tight, kissed her tears away, and vowed to be her new family. Take notes, men of the world. Ever since then, he's been her rock and my shield every chance he gets. I know our parents say it's Mel's despicable behavior that pushed them to disown her and call her a dirty whore, but I've always been suspicious that they're a little afraid of Jameson. He wouldn't hesitate to put them in their place. Audience of their peers be damned. I used to daydream about having a marriage like theirs, happy, full of love, bracing together against every storm that dares to test them. My husband would be the protective brother Mel always wanted and needed. Now I have, what? An unexpected, unplanned pregnancy from a one-night stand with a guy I hardly know now, sure as shit didn't know then, and who is officially a confirmed crime lord? You missed the mark there a little, Daff. How are you doing, though? Melanie relaxes on her couch with a sigh. For reals, how are you holding up? I glance at the timer on the stovetop. I've got a few minutes to dive into the ugly stuff, so I sigh and lean against the kitchen island. Honestly, I'd probably be doing a lot better if Mom and Dad weren't so fucking dramatic about everything. I keep telling you, Dav, ditch them. Cut the strings. Go no contact if you can manage it. You don't need the stress, and neither does your baby. You mean your niece? Mel's joyous squeal threatens to shatter my tablet speaker. Somewhere in her distance, Jameson demands to know what just happened. She squeals, "It's a girl!" and he whoops a victory cry. The distraction is short-lived. Mel gives me her signature, patent pending, nice try look, and settles back into her comfy couch spot. Like I was saying, you need to cut ties. Tell them to kindly fuck off in a different direction and then maintain that distance. I can't, though. It comes out more of a whine than an actual answer. This is Mom and Dad we're talking about. Oh, I know. The same people who didn't even blink when they disowned me. Which, whatever, I don't fucking care. But that's my problem, isn't it? I never fucking cared what they think of me. And I care too much. I blow out a sigh of frustration. Why do I care so damn much? Why am I such a people pleaser? Are you a people pleaser, or do you just try to avoid conflict and confrontation? Both. The timer on the pot goes off, so I turn my back to move it from the heat and add the sauce packet and egg. It also helps me to avoid her scrutinizing stare. You should try apathy. It's wonderful, liberating, and probably better for my little precious sweet angel of a baby niece. I return the lid to the pot to let the egg cook and wipe the steam off my hands on my sides. It's easier said than done. Both Mom and Dad have been blowing up my phone, trying to get me to spy on Pasha and get back with Conrad. What? Ew, gross. Mel scrunches her whole face in disgust. Please tell me you're not. Not in a million years for either one. That makes Mel go silent. I'm worried, for a moment, because I know she's smart enough to put the pieces together. Pasha isn't just some baby daddy I happened to run into. He's the reason she was disowned. You know what I just realized? I turn again to pour the ramen into a bowl, careful not to splash any broth on me. As an afterthought, I add a handful of mozzarella cheese and wait for it to melt as I settle onto a bar stool at the island. You asked me how I'm feeling, but we haven't talked about how you're feeling. Daff. Seriously, Mel. I know you know who he is. To you, I mean. I look down at my fork and finger the tongs self-consciously. I didn't know who he was at the time, but that doesn't change anything. He still ruined you.
Daphne, look at me.
I do as she says. I'm surprised to see her smiling at me.
Do I look ruined? That's a rhetorical question. Hell no, I don't. Pasha didn't ruin me. He freed me. I ought to send the man a damn fruit basket.
But
Shush, no. I was suffocating in that world. Mom never let up on her criticisms, and Dad was always trying to find a way to wed me off like it was a business transaction. Why do you think I started then OnlyFans in the first place? I wanted my freedom, my own money, my own terms, and for once, it was nice to have people appreciate how I look rather than pointing out every microscopic flaw.
My fork feels heavy as I slowly stir the ramen. Damn. I'm sorry.
Stop that. Don't be. My only regret is that I didn't do it myself. I just didn't have the balls to tell them I was leaving. And quite honestly, I was convinced they'd hunt me down and drag me back in. So when Mr. Chekhov exposed my little side gig, she sighs wistfully and rests her head on her hand. I could have kissed him right on his arrogant lips.
Yo! Jameson's voice calls from their kitchen.
I'm not gonna.
She calls back to him with a laugh.
Anyway, point is, I'm actually pretty fucking elated you're with him.
It's so poetic. Well, I mean, we're not together.
Nah, you're just having a baby together. Immaculate conception, right?
Mel sticks her tongue out at me as I do her and giggles.
Really? I am living for the drama that must be unfolding at Hamish Estate. And what does Pasha think about all this Shakespearean madness?
I busy myself with the noodles and use it as an excuse to not answer right away. I don't think he knows. Our connection, I mean. That you're my sister.
Oh.
Mel blinks in confusion.
Really?
I may have changed my last name and just not told him about it. Mel snorts.
I don't blame you. On the name change, I mean. But really, you should tell him sooner rather than later. You don't want that mess to blow up with a baby in the mix.
I will soon, I sigh. Maybe.
Well, if you do and it doesn't go well, you know where we are. You always have a room here with your name on it. Fair warning, though, I'm gonna spoil my niece so disgustingly rotten.
We share a laugh, and I'm about to launch into the finer details of nursery design when I hear the front door open. Pasha's familiar heavy footsteps make their way through the front room. I can hear him heading toward the kitchen. I gotta go. Love you. Bye. I hang up. Who's that? Pasha asks when he enters the kitchen, a frown on his face and a round container of something in his hand. He eyes the tablet with suspicion. My sister. She says hi. He shrugs and sets the container down on the island counter. How's dinner? I show him my half-eaten bowl of ramen. Delicious, as promised. I'm stuffed. Surprisingly, a small smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. Saving room for dessert? When I nod, that smile grows a bit wider. Good, because my mother... He lifts the lid off with a flourish. Made this for you. Oh my God. I almost dropped my fork at the sight of this multi-layered, powdery confection. This thing is huge. What is it? Honey cake. Pasha rummages through the drawers and cabinets for a few small plates and cutlery. She said it was specifically for you, but you're allowed to share it if you want. I can take a hint when I hear it. I flash him a playful smile between stuffing my face with the brothy noodles. I guess I can share. He passes me a fork and we dig in together. The first bite is orgasmic. The second bite doubly so. Tell me more about your mother. I mumble through a mouthful of sugar. Clearly, she bakes,
Cooks, and drives me insane.
but Pasha chuckles when he says it. He lays a thick slice of honey cake on the plate and slides it down the countertop to me.
She wants to meet you.
He adds, "Does she?" I try not to choke on the spinach. Why?
Because you're the mother of her first grandchild. Kids are important to her.
I watch him plate another slice for himself. He sits down on the other bar stool and seems to be waiting for me to finish my ramen. The way he's so calm and casual and easy about it, I have to wonder. Just her? Pasha's brow furrows.
What does that mean?
Melanie's voice still rings in my ears. Or do you just try to avoid conflict and confrontation? I slide the bowl of noodles aside and nudge the honey cake plate in its place. I don't know. I think I'm just wondering, how far this goes. For you, I mean. I get that it's important for you to have an heir. I poke at the cake with my fork, avoiding his gaze. But is that it? He doesn't answer me right away. I don't know if he's insulted or if I've pissed him off or what. I wouldn't be surprised if the answer is all of the above. And when he slides off his seat, I'm pretty sure he's too disgusted with me to stay here. But then he's right behind me. His hands spread wide over my womb, his arms wrapping around me. God, he smells so fucking good. I feel the solid wall of his chest press against my back, and when he speaks, I'm suddenly aware of how close his mouth is to my ear. Is he aware of what he does to me?
I'm right here, Daphne, and I'm going to be right here with you through everything. Every doctor's appointment, every first word and first step, every dirty diaper. I'll be here for soccer games and parent-teacher conferences. I'm not going to miss a single recital or school play or science fair or driver's ed.
His lips lower to the pulse just behind my ear.
I may be busy, I may be brutal, but nothing matters more to me than my family. Our daughter is my family. You are my family.
I rest my hands on his so we can feel our baby flutter and kick together. When his fingers lace with mine, I can feel myself sink deeper into his warmth.
You're stuck with me, moja plemia.
He rasps.
I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you.
I turn my face to look up at him. Fuck, he is so close. I could, if I wanted. But I don't. I don't know where those lines are crossed. Not that we had any lines at the start. It's good that I didn't make a move, because he blinks, then steps away from me and leaves the room. His honey cake isn't even halfway finished.
Chapter 25. Pasha. That was too fucking close. One moment, I'm in control. Calm, cool, fucking collected. And the next moment, she's in my arms and looking up at me with those big, beautiful, guileless eyes. It would have been so easy. So goddamn easy. But I've never taken easy street. It always leads into a trap. So I let her go and got the hell out of there before the beast in me took advantage of her vulnerability. She's hormonal. She's been through a lot. She might want something now, but would she want the same things in the morning? I grab my keys and head down to the main floor of the building to check the mail. At least, that's the excuse I make up in my head to leave the penthouse without actually leaving. As expected, the mailbox is empty. And why wouldn't it be? I have people who work for me who do this shit. Men like me don't check their own fucking mailboxes. I grimace and cast around for something to do. But when I nod and say hello to the guard manning the front desk, he stiffens like I just issued him a death threat. I suppose men like me don't chit-chat about the weather either. Sighing, I go back upstairs. The elevator ride is both quicker and quieter than I would have liked. Too easy to hear my own thoughts. Not enough time to sort through them. But by the time I reach my door, I'm cooled down enough to think clearly. I'm ready. I'll be able to keep myself in check. I can hear the shower running as I walk back toward the bedroom. Her clothes are strewn across the bed. I resist the temptation to touch her silky bra just to feel her warmth still soaked into it. So many other things would be easy too, like opening the bathroom door a crack and watching her, exactly the way she watched me. Because hell yes, I knew she was there. The fact that she was watching me made my fantasy of her that much better. But I can control myself. I can make myself walk away from temptation, no matter how seductive it is. So I do exactly that. I rip away from the bathroom and rummage through my dresser drawers for a clean pair of sweatpants to sleep in, grab a blanket and pillows from the closet, and turn toward the couch. But I pause halfway. I could just sleep in the bed. What is she gonna do? Stop me? It's my bed. The real threat, though, is what if she didn't stop me? What if she melted into my arms and whimpered for more? I shake off the thought and storm out to the living room couch. Aside from the one night all this shit started, I don't throw caution to the wind and let my guard down so easily. Men like me can't afford to do that. Chapter 26. Pasha. I must have dozed off. There's no sound coming from the bedroom, and most of the lights are off. I check my watch and suppress a groan. There go hours of my life I'll never get back. I shuffle into the kitchen to get a glass of water, and shit, maybe a shot of something, I don't know. I need to keep my head clear. At the same time, I need to do something to distract my thoughts from Daphne. Good fucking luck, they whisper to me. I'm on my way back to the living room when I hear a sound coming from the master bedroom. It could be nothing. She's probably sound asleep. But then, I hear it again. No one else is in here. No one else should be in here. Did she wake up? I tiptoe closer to the bedroom door and freeze. There's no mistaking that sound. It's a moan. Her moan. Oh, hell no. I shove the door open with one hard push and brace myself for a fight. I don't know with who, but whoever the fuck snuck past me is a dead man. Except, there's no one here. No one but Daphne, still in bed. Daphne? I call out in a loud whisper. She doesn't respond. I hear movements rustle the sheets, so I try again. Daphne! The light spilling through the door is just enough to illuminate part of the bed, enough to see the gentle rise of her body beneath the sheets. She doesn't move, other than a sigh and a shift of her legs under the covers. What the hell did I hear earlier? There it is again. Daphne's moan. Then Daphne's sigh. Then another shift of Daphne's legs. Pasha, she murmurs. The heat in my blood spikes. I creep into the bedroom, closer and closer to the bed, using what little light there is to try and make out the expressions on her sleeping face. At this angle, I can see the covers bunched around her waist and her hand down between her legs. Daphne. Her eyes remain closed, but she moans and shudders at the sound of her name on my lips. Her hand works that sweet spot more, but only enough to make her suck in another shivering gasp. Oh, fuck yes. I'm not going anywhere. I have no idea what will happen if she wakes up, but I don't fucking care right now, because I want to know in exquisite detail what has her so hot and bothered, and then I want to make that come to life. I bend toward her. Tell me what you want, baby. I breathe in her ear. Her brow furrows, and it takes every ounce of self-control not to kiss the frown away. I want... Daphne mumbles in her sleep. I need... She moans, Louder this time, and those fingers work over her clit even more. A wicked smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. Me, don't you? You want me? At her slumped nod and roll of her hips, I keep going. That's it, baby. Take it. Be my good girl and take every fucking inch. Her legs kick the sheets down more. I can see her fingers dipping and massaging under her panties. I want to drag that damp fabric down, shove her hand aside, and wake her up by sliding right into her sweetness. I pause and wait. My breath is caught in my throat, but Daphne's ripples out of her in short, moaning bursts like crackling heat lightning. Her hand keeps going, but her eyes stay closed.
Pasha.
I'm right here, baby. My hand hovers over her face, then her breast. The urge to touch her is overwhelming, but I resist. For now. She turns her head to the side, and my God, I could kiss her so easily. Right here, right now, without moving an inch. But part of me still holds back. Part of me demands to maintain control. I don't know what's happening in her dreams, but her fingers are going to town inside her panties. If it's working in my favor, she's dreaming about me taking her in every possible position until her toes curl, and all she can think about is how fucking incredible it feels. How incredible I feel, around her and inside her. The devil knows I dream about how she feels almost every night. Her brow furrows deeper, and her whimpers pitch into frustrated whines. I could make it all better for her. Better than better. But still, I hold back and croak hollow praise into the night. Come for me, moja blamia. Let it all out. I reach down and press my hand over hers. Instead of waking up or even stopping, she bucks up into the resistance and grinds her own hand without any hesitation or hint of knowing. Can she feel me? Can she feel me hold her in place as she tumbles over the edge? Daphne's body shudders from head to toe, the waves of her orgasm rolling through her. Two of her fingers thrust inside her slit and work herself through new heights while her torso turns and she all but bites the pillow. I'm ready to burst myself. The way her breasts strain against the fabric of her nightie, her hardened nipples begging for attention, the way her lips pucker and tremble the needier she gets, and the way her breathing staggers as she reaches the edge of release. Most of all, the way she breathes my name in plea for more. That's what brings me right to the edge. I won't tell her I was here, just like she won't tell me she was in the bathroom, watching me stroke myself as I daydreamed about her. But we may need to have a different sort of conversation eventually, if her dreams are any echo of her reality. I slowly ease her limp hand from her slit and lift it to my mouth. She tastes so fucking sweet. I can't get enough. I have to suck each finger clean just to make sure nothing goes to waste. We may have been keeping each other at arm's length, and we might continue this dance in the morning, but the fact that we're both hiding the same secret from each other confirms what the sickest parts of my brain have been hoping, that this story isn't over yet. My erection is raging inside my sweatpants. Fucking hell. What I'd give to be able to relieve this between her creamy thighs and hear her moan for me while she's wide awake and willing. But instead, I silently make my way to the bathroom and wait until the door is closed to turn the light on. I can still taste her on my tongue, can still feel my body clenched up and ready to uncoil the very fucking second I allow myself to. I have no idea how I'll approach her in the morning. For now, though, I'll come as hard as I've ever come before, then fall into a deep and dreamless sleep with the sound of Daphne moaning my name still echoing in my ears. Chapter 27. Pasha. One would think I'd be in a far better mood. I should be. Daphne blushed hard when she saw me at breakfast, as if she knew that I knew, though there's no way in hell that could be true. She doesn't have to worry. Her secret's safe with me. For now. What's killed my good mood is the fact that Senator Brennan is now blatantly ignoring my calls, texts, emails from my corporate office, everything, as if he has any grounds to dodge me, the same man who can blow up his marriage and his career at the snap of my fingers. I'll be out most of the day, I warn Daphne as I pack up to leave. Call me if you need anything. I try my best to ignore the way her face falls as I tug my coat on and grab my keys. What more does she want? I have shit to do, lives to fucking ruin. But fuck me, I can't leave. I get to the front door and find myself unable to leave the penthouse with this nagging feeling that I've somehow disappointed the mother of my unborn child. The trek back to the kitchen is worth a squeal of surprise she gives me when I wrap an arm around her waist from behind. With a low, wordless growl, I snatch her up and press a savage kiss to her exposed neck.
What was that for?
She breathes giddily. Because I fucking wanted to. This time, when I return to the front door, leaving feels much, much easier. I need to see Senator Brennan. Now. The senator's assistant, a mousy little man by the name of Barney Fitz, stares at me with wide, fearful eyes and a gaping mouth. He puckers like a fish before he finally manages to squeak out,
Do you have an appointment?
I've been trying to make one. Since he's been so busy, I figured I'd save him the time.
Ah, right.
Fitz shuffles through some paperwork on the desk as he collects his thoughts.
I'm sorry, but the senator is unavailable today.
Fucking figures. When will he be back?
I'm sorry, sir, but...
Fitz glances at the computer screen, at me, and back down at the papers he keeps fiddling with.
The senator has several prior engagements he cannot miss. I will let him know you stopped by.
My gaze narrows. I have a few options here, and I only like one or two of them. I could grab this poor excuse of an assistant by the shirt collar and make him regret ever standing between me and the office door. I like that one. I could just shove the scrawny runt aside and kick down the door to Brennan's office. If he's there, I could give that fuck a full shakedown until he signs the contract in front of me. If he's not there, I could turn his office over until the right paperwork falls out and just forge his damn signature myself. I like that option even more. But there's a third option that involves diplomacy that doesn't involve me getting arrested. Swallowing my frustration, dealing with my impatience, and pretending to be a reasonable corporate CEO who plays by the politician's game. I despise that one, and yet it's my only real choice. It's imperative that Senator Brennan contacts me as soon as humanly possible. I reach into my coat pocket and pull out a Chekhov Industries business card with my office information on it. I grab one of the pens from Fitz's desk and jot my personal cell phone number on the back. Here's my personal number. It seems he may have lost it. Fitz accepts the card from my hand with shaky fingers. The way this man's sweating under the collar, it's like I'm holding a gun to his head. Not that the temptation hasn't popped up in the back of my mind. One of many blood-soaked options I considered.
I'll be sure to pass the message on to the senator.
Fitz tucks the card under the corner of the desk phone and shrinks back down in his cheap office chair. None of this inspires any confidence that he'll do what I've ordered. But I'm the head of an organized crime syndicate, currently standing inside a government office. Sometimes it's best to just play ball. With the bare minimum accomplished, I turn to leave this office and return to my own. I make a mental note to see if Mac will have any luck applying pressure to Fitz. That man is so tense, a simple poke would probably make him burst wide open with information and intel. But before I can reach the exit, Brennan's office door opens and the man himself emerges, laughing and chatting with the last motherfucker on earth I wanted to see. Jeffrey fucking Alisher. Part of me can't help but admire Alisher. He runs a shipping corporation that has caused me no end of grief over the last decade. Everywhere I go, there they are, bidding me up, undercutting me at every turn. The far bigger part of me wants to skip rope with his fucking entrails, though. But he's got a Q score as high as my body count. The public loves him, for reasons I will never understand. His smiling mug is pasted on damn near half of Alisher Industries' advertisements. The question of the hour, though. What the fuck is he doing here, schmoozing up to the senator? Chekhov, as I live and breathe. Alisher grins as he booms my name with an outstretched hand. We were just talking about you. A glance at the senator confirms that they were, in fact, talking about me, and Brennan really didn't want me to know about that. Interesting. I shake Alisher's hand and return his charming smile with my own. Apologies for such a dull topic of conversation. Hardly. You know, I have to admit some jealousy on my part. You've been the leader in weapons manufacturing for... shit, how many years? And that takes an incredible amount of development to even get updates off the ground, let alone new innovations for our armed forces. Again, I cast a glance at Brennan. They dared discuss me and my business? Behind my back? Well, it's about throwing darts at the wall and seeing what sticks. We can't have everything, no matter how hard we try. Alisher claps a hand on my shoulder as he passes. But we do try, am I right? Fucking snake. He's up to something. I can practically smell it in the air. Thanks for everything, Senator, he adds when he reaches the lobby door. We'll be in touch. The second that door closes behind Alisher, I spin around to glare at Brennan. What?
It is standard policy, Mr. Chekhov,
he interrupts with a placating hand,
to solicit multiple bids from multiple companies.
My teeth grind together as I resist the urge to throttle him against the wall. I'm aware of the policies, Senator.
So, you understand?
No, actually, I do not. I take a deep breath and once again remind myself that I can't plant my fist in his face, at least not here and now, no matter how much I want to. We've been in talks on this deal for over 6 months. 6 goddamn months. And now you want to hedge your bids? With Alisher? Brennan straightens his tie, like he's the one in charge of what's happening here.
What I do and how I do it is my concern, Mr. Chekhov, not yours.
I'm so tempted to reference his latest ROMs at an out-of-town hotel as an example of what and how he does things. One glance at his assistant, however, makes me bite my tongue. There's no telling who knows how much in this office, and less is always better. Swing a weapon too often and people learn not to be afraid of it. I'll be in touch, I snarl instead. Nothing in my gut buys the bullshit he's spewing. It nags at me on the way to the elevator and all the way down to the parking garage floor. 6 months of clear sailing. What's changed? I snatch up my phone and dial. Sophie, tell Brennan around the fucking clock. I want eyes on him 24/7. I shoulder through the elevator doors and beeline from my car. Something's up.
Oh?
My sister's voice chirps on the other end.
Anything special I should be on the lookout for?
I need to know everything about every single person he talks to. Housekeeping staff, the homeless guy on the street, I don't fucking care. Don't overlook a single one. No bribe is too high either. Find out what you can about his recent behavior.
You suspect something.
I suspect a lot of some things. I just have to figure out how many of them might hurt us.
Chapter 28. Daphne.
Mom, please. You know I have orders.
I know. I take another sip from my travel mug and offer Pasha's driver a sweet smile. But as I've shared with you before, I'd rather drive myself. Lev sighs and keeps his hand outstretched, as if I'm going to give up and finally return him the car keys.
I understand, believe me. But what the boss says goes.
I'll be sure to tell the boss that it's not your fault. Am I a shit stirrer? Not usually. I'm more of the type to keep her head down, move in the shadows, don't draw attention, etc. I don't like causing waves. What do I like? Pasha's reactions to my stubbornness, for one. We've settled into a nice, easy tempo at home that should have me feeling comfortable and relaxed. He comes home for dinner, we slide into small talk and do our best to avoid sharing details about our respective days. It's what happens after bedtime that keeps me on edge. And it's not his fault, necessarily. I'm the one having depraved sex dreams about him. I shouldn't be. I mean, yes, he's the father of my child. And yes, that happened in a very steamy moment of passion neither of us can quite bring ourselves to regret. At least, I don't think he regrets it. If he does, he's never let on. But chief among the things he never does is touch me. I'm literally right here, under the same roof, sleeping in his bed, and he won't touch me. And the more I dream about us entangled together, his rich voice whispering all sorts of naughty things in my ear, the more I want him. Badly. I'm just too chicken shit to tell him. So my next best plan is to antagonize him just enough that he'll get all riled up and manhandle me into doing what he wants. Like with the post-dinner dishes. He'll tell me to sit down while he cleans off the table. If I stand up and insist on doing it myself, he'll wrap his strong hands around my waist, get in real close, and press me back down into my chair. Usually, I'm able to wait for him to walk away before I allow myself the shiver of delight. This morning, I really do want to drive myself. I'm not a fan of this chauffeur BS where I'm driven around town by someone I don't even know, all because some man I'm not actually in a relationship with said that's how it has to be. I also want to see how Pasha responds. Maybe he won't even notice. Maybe he won't care. But maybe, just maybe, he'll take matters into his own hands. It's me. I'm matters.
Ma'am, please.
Lev pleads again.
You'll be late for work.
I'll be right on time if you just move from the door. Lev folds his arms across his chest and arches a brow at me. He doesn't say anything else, but the look on his face is clear. Do you really want to do this? I do, actually. Bring it. When he sees I'm not backing down, he sighs and pulls out his phone to text I don't know who, all the while still leaning against the driver's side door of the SUV. A few moments pass in the stare down. Lev just smiles at me, no longer begging me to get into the back seat. I smile right back at him, car keys in my hand, and wait on my toes, ready to go once he moves. His gaze flicks over my shoulder. His smile twitches a little wider.
Sir,
he says with a nod. Sir? Oh, Hey, what the hell are you doing? Put me down! Pasha grunts as he lifts me into his arms, plucking me off my feet without so much as a measly hello. I kick my feet through the air in protest, but he just holds me tighter to him and walks around the SUV to the other side, where Lev meets him and opens the back passenger door for him. I'm plopped right down into the seat. Pasha's hand grips my thigh to pin me in place, while he gruffly reaches for the seatbelt, buckles me in, and snatches the keys from my slack hand all in one swift move. But he's close. He's touching me. And at this angle, right when he's reaching across me to buckle me in, I can smell the cologne on his neck. Outside, I'm pretending to pout. Inside, I'm purring. He's about to pull away when he stops, looks at me, then leans in closer and sniffs my neck. A small smile tugs at the corners of his mouth as he growls, "I like your perfume." He noticed. I lower my lashes as I blush. "You should. It's yours." Because I couldn't find any of my own perfumes that I swear I unpacked and put away in the cabinet, all I could find was a bottle of his cologne. Did our stuff get mixed up, or is this a weird game of his? Whatever the case, I'll gladly play along if it makes him look at me the way he's looking at me right now, with heat in his eyes and a hungry possessiveness that makes him lean in even closer. "I can get you a different one if you don't like it." He rumbles, his gaze flicking between my lips and my neck. "I love it, actually." Whoa, I did not mean for that to come out as sultry as it did. Heat ignites into fire, and for a breathtaking moment, I'm so certain he's going to close the distance and let me finally taste him. How could he not? But he doesn't. Instead, Pasha lifts his hand to tuck my hair behind my ear and lets his fingertips trail along my cheekbone. He's touching me. Surely that's a win, right? "Have a good day," he murmurs, and with a light tap of his finger to the tip of my nose, "Try to behave." I want to laugh. I want to cry. Most of all, I want to get this whirlwind of emotions and urges under wraps before I do something really, really stupid. Chapter 29. Daphne. Another day, another trudge through the muck of a job I used to love. More and more, I wonder if I ever actually loved it, or if I just loved the freedom away from Conrad and my parents and their never-ending attempts to control every last aspect of my life. When the day ends, my afternoon guard brings me home. I don't bother making a fuss about who drives this time. "Hold on." Victor barks when we reach the penthouse door. He pulls me back and steps in front of me, drawing his gun in the same motion. I don't know what's got him on edge all of a sudden, but when I try to ask what's wrong, he gestures for me to remain quiet. My heart jumps into my throat. Slowly and silently, he eases the door open and creeps inside. Someone's in the kitchen. That must have been what alerted him. Someone clanking and clinking and making all sorts of noises with our dishes. Pasha isn't due home for at least another hour or two, and we don't usually have an in-house guard stay behind all day. Victor keeps his gun poised and ready. He takes one step closer and... "Since you're not rushing in, I'm assuming you have a guard with you." What the hell? A woman? A woman whose thickly accented voice Victor automatically recognizes because he relaxes and slides his gun back into the holster. "Boys moi," he calls back. "Did Damien let you in?" Through the hall from the kitchen appears a stunningly beautiful, albeit older woman with the same dark hair and flashing eyes as Pasha and his siblings. Her smile is warm and welcoming when she sees me. "Dosha, it's so wonderful to finally meet you." Pshk. She gives me a thorough once-over. "Pasha said you were beautiful, but he was certainly holding back. And no." She clucks as she turns to Victor. "I have my own key for emergencies." Victor nods and turns to leave. He shoots me an apologetic little smile and makes quick work of getting the hell out of here. The woman wraps her hands around my arms and continues to beam at me like I've hung the moon in the sky all by myself. "Look at you," she croons. "Just look at you, all glowing and radiant and far too good for my moody son." The pieces fall into place. "You're Pasha's mother." "Asya," she confirms with a wink. "Apologies for making myself at home. I just knew it would be ages before Pasha actually introduced us if it were left up to him." "How come?" I ask as carefully as I can. She eyes me closely, almost skeptically. "I'm assuming he told you about our family?" I nod. The Bratva, yeah. And how he's in charge, the boss with a capital B. Correct. Well, what do you think happens to the big, bad Bratva boss when his mother comes around? She winks at me again, releases my arms, and turns to sashay back toward the kitchen. Heaven forbid he let you see his human side. I can't help my laugh. At the same time, I realize I'm in no state to receive or entertain guests. I'm sorry, but I didn't expect company. Go make yourself comfortable, she calls over her shoulder. I'll be in the kitchen when you're ready. Alrighty then. I head to the bedroom, suddenly feeling very self-conscious about my appearance, my home, my everything. Pasha's mother? Here? Unannounced and uninvited? Is this going to be a regular thing? She has a key to the place. She could pop in whenever she damn well pleases. Does Pasha want this? Is he okay with this? Am I okay with this? I change into a silky velour sweatsuit, increasingly self-conscious about my growing baby bump. What does she think about me? Am I just some gold-digging whore in her eyes, and all this kindness is a front? Does she know that this was all completely unintentional? The questions just keep coming. By the time I reach the kitchen, I'm a nervous wreck. Asya? My words trail off when I see what's waiting for me. There's a fresh honey cake with one slice already served up on a dessert plate, alongside a bowl of strawberries, a matching bowl of cream, and a crystal dish piled with dark chocolates all perfectly arranged on the kitchen island. Come, sit. Asya urges with a warm press of her hand to my back. You are growing a baby. You deserve to be spoiled with sweets and treats. On second thought, I think this woman might be an angel. I feel my cheeks heat as she ushers me onto a seat. Thank you. I made tea. She sets a teacup on a saucer in front of me and gracefully pours the tea from a teapot I didn't even know we had. It's good for you and the baby. Thank you. I stammer again. While waiting for it to cool, I watch her slide the slice of honey cake toward me before she carves out her own. So, what has Pasha been telling you about me? Asya smiles at me knowingly. Worried what I must think about you? Some random young lady who got pregnant with my son's baby and is now living in his home? I blush more, but she's pretty much hit the nail on the head, so I nod reluctantly. I should be the one thanking you, Dosha. Safe to say that's not at all what I'm expecting. Sorry? Asya laughs. I've been so worried about that boy. All work and no play turns anyone into an absolute ogre. I love my Pasha dearly, but he was becoming unbearable. She gives me a sideways smile full of warmth and mischief. Until he met you. So yes, I am very thankful to you, and for you. This is definitely not the interaction I expected to have with his mother. I mean, I'm not sure what all I really was expecting, but this warmth and kindness and overall affection? Not a bit. Maybe it's because Conrad's parents are a lot more like my parents, controlling, obsessive over the weirdest and worst details, micromanaging their son's life as if his relationships are transactions rather than human connection. I wasn't a future daughter-in-law to them. I was a pending purchase, a broodmare. In their perfect world, a trophy wife. So, tell me all about you. Asya doesn't even seem to mind that her mouth is still full with cake. Instead of gross, I find it endearing. She seems more real that way. Still angelic, but less otherworldly. And start from the beginning, spare no detail. What do I say? Where do I start? I'm also trying to maintain a certain amount of anonymity, especially now that the dots have officially connected between Pasha and my sister's exposure and the subsequent family downfall. He doesn't know I'm a Hamish, and if he doesn't know, his mother definitely doesn't know. I'm an events coordinator at an art gallery. Bloomington Brothers? Maybe you've heard of it. Asya nods between bites of her cake. Pasha mentioned it back when he was planning to go to that auction. Some modern artist, I think. I took a look at the brochure, and it's just not my cup of tea. I snort into my own literal cup of tea. Yeah, that would be my ex. Aha! I don't blame you for dumping him. I know art is subjective, but that was just atrocious. God, I think I love this woman. It's certainly an acquired taste, and I never acquired it. I don't want to keep talking about my ex-fiancé with, well, whatever Pasha is to me. Whatever this arrangement could be labeled as, she's still his mother. What kind of art do you like? Oh, I'm a classical lady. Asya beams at me like she just shared a juicy secret. Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Caravaggio, Rembrandt. Levitan is a personal favorite, of course. This is a conversation I can have any time of day. I brighten and flash her a grin. I love his Autumn Day Solniki. It's almost like a photograph, but the colors are just so lovely. Asya looks at me for a long, silent moment, that smile unwavering on her face even as she continues eating her cake and drinking her tea. Did I say something wrong? Shit, did I pronounce Solniki wrong? Her accent makes me think she's bilingual. The last thing I want to do is insult her by slaughtering her language. What do you like to cook? She suddenly asks. Apparently, we're done discussing art, and now we're on a subject I'm a bit more ashamed about. I don't really know how to cook. No? Pasha has told me all about the meals you've made for him. YouTube is a godsend. I confess, my cheeks feel hot. I'm sure I look beet red. I'm trying to learn more. So I didn't get to learn growing up. I glance at her and I'm surprised to see genuine interest in her eyes, not judgment or pity. My mother doesn't cook. I don't know if she even knows how to operate a microwave, and that's not even a joke, really. We have had cooks, and I never was really allowed in the kitchen. So when I went off to college, I ate out a lot, or found stuff I could heat up in the oven or whatnot. But now that I'm having a baby, I want to be able to do more. I want to be able to make her homemade cookies and her favorite meals and just spend more time with her, to teach her, you know? And while I'm at it, I kind of want Pasha to think I'm a halfway decent cook who won't poison our kid. I don't realize I've been blabbering until the silence settles in. Asya blinks at me, still smiling, her plate now empty. And then she's hopping off the bar stool, whisking away our dirty dishes, and guiding me to my feet. Before I can get another word out, she ties an apron around my waist and hands me a bowl. Come, Dosha. You want to learn to cook? I will teach you. And believe you me, she adds with a playful nudge, if my son isn't falling to his knees for you after he takes a bite, he doesn't deserve you. Chapter 30. Daphne. An hour later, Asya and I are busting up laughing while I utterly fail at stuffing the dough for meaty pierogies. I'm either overfilling or rolling the dough too thin because the membrane keeps breaking no matter how delicately I handle it. You're doing much better than I did when I first learned. Asya exclaims while watching me struggle with joining the seams of my second attempt. The trick is being able to measure a balance with your eyes, and better a thick dough than a broken one, yes? So what do I do with this, whatever the hell this is? I laugh as I hold up my sad attempt at an international cuisine. She plucks it from my hand and lays it out on the counter. Take it apart and try again. Smaller meat, thicker dough. But what if it looks bad, or is too small compared to the others? Then we eat it as a tester. Always test your cooking before serving, moja dosha. Better a fat chef than a skinny husband. I damn near choke on my own spit when she says that. Husband? But maybe she meant it as a saying she heard somewhere, a general statement, nothing to do specifically with Pasha and me. Yeah, that's what she meant. I roll the dough again and try for a slightly thicker spread this time, glancing at Asya for her approval. She smiles and nods, but she's been smiling and nodding even when I royally fuck up the process and make a mess, so I take it with a grain of salt. Woohoo! I hold my sealed, if a bit lumpy, misshapen pierogi up in triumph. I did it! Wonderful! Asya slides the bowl of dough and meat in front of me. Now, we do it 10 more times. You maybe 15 or 20. Practice makes perfect, yes? You're right. I tear off a fresh ball of dough to roll out and grab the rolling pin. So you said these are Pasha's favorite? She nods, moving to the other side of the island to work on chopping vegetables for a crunchy side salad. It's a comfort food back in Russia. I used to make them for him when he had a bad day. Not that he'd ever tell me if that was the case. That does sound like him. But a mother can always tell. You will learn this soon enough with your own little one. So I would let him think I didn't know, and I'd make pierogies for dinner to cheer him up. Did it work? Asya grins at me. Every time. The quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and both of Pasha's are huge. I bite my tongue before I voice my concerns about just how true that is. She seems to sense my hesitation because she rests her hand on mine and gives it a gentle squeeze. He is a stubborn man, but a good one. Be patient with him. I tend to think I'm the one who needs all the patience. I half-heartedly joke. Pshk, keep him on his toes. Make him earn your love. Men like him are used to getting exactly what they want, when they want it, so you'll be doing him a favor. He has the bratva to serve his demands. He needs his family to keep him humble and human. In a weird sort of way, I think I know what she means. It seems like Mac and Sophie have that on lock. Asya laughs and nods. My little troublemakers. All 3 of them, really, and Pasha was always the worst defender, so watch out. She warns with a wave of her spoon at my baby bump. That very well might be genetic. Pasha? A troublemaker? I'm laughing at the mere idea of little Pasha running around making a ruckus. Why do I believe that? You should. He was my little prankster, always pulling the wool over someone else's eyes for a good laugh. He once trapped Makari in his bed with a plastic wrap. Oh my God. I literally snort when I laugh and have to step away from the raw pierogies. Seriously? Waited for him to be dead asleep before he got to work. Just wrapped and lapped his little brother to his bed, tight enough we had to cut him loose. Did Pasha get in trouble? Of course. She furrows her brows like just remembering the moment brings up some residual anger. I had to make sure he was being nice to his little brother. But between you and me, one of his funniest pranks by far, I had to laugh myself clear in the bathroom before dealing out the motherly justice. Her voice pitches to a mimicry of what must have been little Pasha and little Mac. He stole my Walkman. He took my bike. He won't play with me. He won't leave me alone. Bosh moi, they could go at it. But when things got dark, Pasha was right there for his siblings, and for me. I notice the way her eyes mist up and her voice softens. It's not my place to pry, so I don't ask about what she means by dark. I can only imagine that a life supported by organized crime has its fair share of shadows. All right, Dosha, it looks like you're ready for the next step. Asya wipes her hands clean and comes around the kitchen island to usher me towards the stovetop. She grabs a pot, has me fetch a stick of butter from the fridge, and walks me through the actual cooking process. You're going to melt the butter. Salted is always tastier. And once it's nice and hot, plop. She makes a pierogi with what remains in the bowls while I watch the butter melt. If I ever doubted her skills as a chef, the impeccable timing she has erases all such doubts. Without hesitation, she turns from the island to the stovetop, plops the pierogi into the pot, and shows me how to turn it with a wooden spoon. See? Plop! Flip a few times until it's golden, then serve it up. I grab a serving platter for her to put the pierogis in, thinking she's going to fry the rest of them, but she shakes her head with that signature grin and hands me the spoon. Nyet, you need to do this. I can tell you how, but you won't learn until you do it yourself. Know any good Russian takeouts? I joke as I accept the spoon. She playfully whips a kitchen towel at my butt and goes back to assembling the salad. I have to admit, I'm really enjoying this. All of this. The cooking, the learning how to actually cook, but most of all, Asya herself. She's the perfect example of everything I've never had with my own mother. Loving, compassionate, with a great sense of humor and the patience of a saint. And the way she treats me, I can't dwell too much on it without feeling my eyes start to sting with unshed tears. I always knew I was missing something in my relationship with my mother. I just never had a good basis of comparison to identify what. Now I do. And as nice as it is to feel it now, it's heartbreaking to think of year after year when I needed it so badly and got none. We both hear the front door open. Asya smiles at me knowingly while I start to panic. Keep at it, moja dosha. She mutters to me on her way to the cabinets. I'll set the table. It's a longer moment than I expect before Pasha appears in the archway of the kitchen. He's sniffing the air with a growing smile, and my stomach does a little flip. Will he like it? Will he forgive my lumpy, misshapen interpretation of his favorite food? The moment he sees his mother in the dining room, he freezes. Mama, what are you doing here? Asya is completely unfazed. I had to come see the beautiful mother of my grandchild and give a few pointers for dinner. She winks at me as she finishes arranging the silverware. I notice she's only grabbed enough for 2 place settings. Aren't you joining us? Thank you, Dosha, but I have my own plans. She walks over to me and kisses my cheek. Besides, you'll want your alone time. For the first time since I've met him, Pasha looks completely bewildered. Be good and... She slaps her son's chest lightly. Be good to her. She's done a marvelous job cooking you a warm meal. The least you can do is be far more accurate when you brag about her next. Mud. Enjoy, my daddy. Call me if you need anything, yes? And just like that, Asya Chekhov whirls out of the penthouse and leaves us to each other. Pasha watches the door closed for a while, breathing softly, before his gaze swings to me. He says nothing, just looming and looking and smelling way more intoxicating than is fair, in my opinion. He glances into the pan. Is that? Pierogies. There's a side salad ready on the table. I just need to grab the dressing from the fridge. He nods and turns to go get it, then changes his mind. How exactly did you get a hold of my mother? I didn't. I came home with Victor and she was just here. Made me tea and fed me cake. Said she wanted to get to know me better sooner rather than later. I flip another pierogi onto the platter so I won't have to look at him, though I can still feel his eyes burning a hole in the side of my face. She also said she has her own key for emergencies. Pasha just stands there for a tense, silent moment. Then, to my surprise, he bursts into laughter. I should have known better. Did you give her a key? Hell no. She must have slipped a copy from me during my last visit to her place. That sounds... How do I say it? Pasha answers for me. Like the wife of a Bratva Pakan. The widow of one, anyway. If you think I'm tricky, just remember, I learned it from somewhere. He plucks a dumpling from the platter and takes a bite. I suck in a breath. Moment of truth. Pasha's jaw drops. Fuck, this is amazing. He looks at me, and I swear I haven't seen that gleam in his eyes since the auction.
You made this?
I had help. Lots of it. I blush and my eyes fall to the floor. But yeah, I made that one. The fancy-looking one is your mom's. He stands there and watches me fry up the last of the dumplings in the butter, holding the platter for me as I set them in. He doesn't say anything, and I don't know if that's a good thing or if I should be worried. When the last dumpling is fried up and ready, Pasha takes the platter into the dining room while I untie my apron and wash my hands. I don't know why, but I feel a nervous flutter in my stomach that isn't our daughter tap dancing in my uterus. The flutter grows stronger when I join him in the dining room. Not only did Asya set the table with the nicest set of plates and silverware, she lit a few candles and turned on some classical music at a low volume for ambience. Someone, not me, but someone, a total third-party stranger who doesn't know any better, could easily mistake this to be a romantic meal. My place setting is next to Pasha's, not on the other end of the table like usual. Should I move? Is this weird for him? For us? Pasha pulls out the chair for me. He's composed, elegant, so I guess this isn't as weird for him as I thought. I sit down, he pushes me in, then goes back to his own seat and sinks into it slowly. I wait nervously for him to make the first move. I expect him to zero in on his mother's perfect pierogies, but he completely ignores them and piles up my lumpy ones instead.
She used to make this for me whenever I had a bad day.
Did you? Have a bad day, I mean? He pauses, thinks about it, then shrugs.
Things didn't go like I planned. I guess you could call it a bad day, but...
He raises his eyes to meet mine.
It doesn't feel like one anymore.
Oh? I take the platter when he hands it to me and pluck the two his mother made for myself. What made it better?
I came home.
Our eyes lock. He's smiling, genuinely smiling, which... Ooh, buddy, that is a deadly weapon. And it's infectious, beyond infectious. I can't help but smile too. Chapter 31. Daphne. Several pierogies and a crisp salad later, Pasha and I are laughing over a joke he heard Mac tell one of his men.
It's even better in Russian.
He sips on his water, still chuckling.
Fuck, I gotta remember that one for Sophie.
Do you speak Russian? Almost immediately, I want to kick myself for asking such a stupid question. I mean, I hear you say a few words and phrases sometimes, but...
But am I fluent? Yes.
He sets his glass back down and smiles at me with all the warmth I wish he'd have every day. Asya was right. His stomach is a direct road to the best version of him.
I was born here in America, as were Sophie and Mac. But our father insisted we go back and visit frequently. He wanted to keep us rooted in both worlds, old and new.
You must have loved it. Pasha thinks about it for a moment.
For the most part, yeah. Especially at Christmas time. The lights on the snow. I'd be bundled up so tight I couldn't put my arms down below my waist, but it was worth it.
I try to imagine a tiny version of this man, a sweet little boy, waddling around the frigid snow like a marshmallow. My heart squeezes. In a few short years, I'll be bundling up a little girl who looks just like him. Our plates are empty, so I automatically start to get up to clear the table, but Pasha beats me to it.
We've been over this.
He rumbles with a disapproving glare. It's not a big... But then he rises and towers over me. One hand bands lightly around my throat. He's not smiling, but I can feel a little glimmer of that mischief his mother was talking about in him. Although, when it's communicated through the form of a 6.5-foot tall man with eyes that can commit murder on their own, it's less ha-ha he-he and more gulp. My throat bobs against his grasp.
Hush.
He passes a thumb across my lips. I I swear he's also increased the temperature in the room 30 degrees, but that just might be my imagination talking.
You don't listen to orders very well. Sometimes I have to put my hands on you to make you understand.
I gulp again. I nod. I'd do just about anything he asked me right now, truth be told. With the tiniest amount of downward pressure, he puts me back in my seat. My knees buckle instinctively. Those filthy, traitorous whores. I almost gasp when my butt hits the cushion.
That's a good girl.
Pasha croons. He teases my lower lip once more with his thumb before he withdraws his touch altogether. I almost moan at the loss of contact. Then, with one more withering look, he scoops up all the dishes and disappears into the kitchen. I listen to the sounds of Pasha rinsing off dishes and loading up the dishwasher and coach myself through the steps of inhaling and exhaling again, which requires a little more conscious effort than it usually does. The candles are low, casting a perfect golden glow in the room. Damn, if I wasn't pregnant, this would be the perfect moment for a glass of wine. The water turns off in the other room. Silence. And then he's behind me, smoothing his hands along my arms and breathing me in.
I know I've said it before.
He rumbles in his chest.
But my scent smells incredible on you. You smell incredible, moja plumia. I can't stop thinking about you.
His mouth is so close to my neck, I can feel his breath fanning across my skin. I can't have wine, but I can have him, can't I? I turn my face to his and decide in the last breath to just go for it, take what I want, see what happens. The worst he can do is throw me out, right? I mean, no, the worst he can do is murder me, dismember my body into a million little pieces, and dissolve each of them in a vat of acid, but I can't remember what my point was, because right then, our lips meet. If he did it or I did, I can't be sure, but we come together and there's no denying what this is. He's kissing me. He's kissing me. I want to moan. Fuck it. I do moan. He tastes even better than I remember, and it feels like everything I've been aching for. When his moan echoes mine, I swear I'm about to melt into a puddle on this chair. Pasha reaches down and lifts me out of my seat. We're so hungry for each other. My fingers thread through his hair, and his hands wander over my body until they rest on my waist. All the while, we're devouring each other's lips and tongues like nothing else will satisfy. He hoists me onto the table and nestles himself between my spread legs. This feels familiar. I can't help but giggle between my moans at the thought.
Something funny, moja plumia.
Pasha growls over the pulse in my throat. No. I'm half giggling, half breathless, but when he catches the zipper of my sweater between his teeth, all the giggles vanish. What will he think when he realizes I'm not wearing anything underneath? Well, nothing except a bra. My boobs are growing too big to just freebird anymore. Heat flares in his eyes when his nose rubs along the bare skin of my cleavage. He doesn't stop tugging until the sweater is completely open and peeling away on the other side.
Naughty girl.
He teases in a low growl. Even in the heat of this moment, his smile still flickers like embers. I lean up on my elbows toward him, but before I have the chance, he leans forward to capture my lips with his once more. I hear myself let out a small whimper of need, and it fuels his desire, leading his hungry mouth back down the other side of my neck to the ever-deepening valley of my cleavage. I reach down to the clasp holding my bra together and unhook it. I've been loving front closures lately because of how easy they are to put on. I'm now loving them for how easy they are to take off. Pasha straightens up. I fully expect him to utterly devour them, but he surprises me. His tongue glides over the swell of one, followed by a warm, suckling kiss. Again and again, he does the same thing all around my left breast until my nipple is practically begging for his attention. Finally, his warm lips wrap around the puckered bud, and I gasp. I arch. I feel my toes start to curl when he flicks it with his wicked tongue. Pasha slides his hands under me to rub my lower back and hold me even closer to him. I can't stop myself from grinding against him. Very naughty girl. He nips the underside of that breast before kissing a trail to my right one, where he does it all over again. Pasha, I hear myself whine. Pasha, please. Those strong hands smooth down my back until they hook into the waistband of my sweatpants and panties. He doesn't let go of my nipple with his mouth as he slides both items down my thighs and drops them into a pile at our feet. Part of me feels so self-conscious about the changes in my body. My stomach is fuller, my breasts are larger. Hell, I think my thighs have grown a bit thicker too. I'm not the woman he first undressed in that storage closet. But just when I'm ready to plaster a self-conscious hand in front of my belly, Pasha seizes my wrist in a grasp firm enough to shock a surprised little yelp out of me. If you think for even 1 second I'm letting you hide any part of yourself from me, you're fucking delusional. He snarls. I want to see all of you. Every last beautiful inch. He descends with kisses down the swell of my breasts and the swell of my belly and the swell of my throbbing labia. So beautiful. I hear him whisper again and again. I'm blushing like crazy. My cheeks are on fire, and my skin is on fire, and everywhere he touches ignites with an aching need for more of him. I don't even realize my fingers have tangled in his hair until I feel his tongue glide along my slit. My spine buckles. Pasha. He shifts his shoulders for a moment, struggling with something I can't see. But then he's back, his hands smoothing from my spread thighs and over my stomach, and I'm met with the wonderful feel of his bare skin against mine. I've got you, baby. He murmurs, his mouth hovering over the very spot I need him most. Fuck, do I need him. I need him to be hungry and greedy, and I need to be the only one who can satisfy him. His tongue glides through my slit again, but this time he doesn't let up. He dips, licks, sucks, renders me mute. Every sensation feels twice as intense as before. I can't stop rolling my hips or pulling on his thick, dark hair. I can't stop moaning. I can't stop gasping. I don't want to stop any of this. Pasha latches onto my clit, and I buck into his mouth with a loud mewl of pleasure. His hands caress down my body to wrap around my thighs, holding me to him as he devours me. Pasha, fuck, I'm breathless. I can't form words. I just need. He presses a finger inside me and fuck. I'm so close, right on the edge, needing just a little more until... What? He's pulling away? I could cry. I want to sob with frustration, and this literal ache now pulsating throughout my whole body. I lean up on my arms to demand an explanation. I met with him, all of him, so warm and solid and strong and bare. His mouth collides with mine. My tender breasts are pressed against his chest as he pulls me closer to him, closer to the edge of the table. His hands spread me wider around him, and oh my fucking God, he's throbbing hard and thick right at the core of me. Pasha cups my face to make me look him in the eyes. He doesn't say anything, but he doesn't have to. The pure rapture on his face as he pushes into me is a mirror of my own. Was he this big before? Did I feel this full before? Oh fuck. My lashes flutter when he pulls back and surges deeper. Pasha, fuck. Let it out, baby. His breath is hot against my skin.
Let me feel you come for me like the good girl I know you are. That's all it takes. As soon as the sentence ends, I'm a shuddering, spasming mess in his arms, flying apart at the seams. He doesn't stop moving, doesn't stop fucking the life out of me. The whole table rattles with every savage thrust. I cling to him like that'll keep me from dissolving into the ether. Good girl, he growls repeatedly. So fucking beautiful when you take my cock. If I didn't have a praise kink before, I do now. It's one thing to be desired as a physical object. It's another thing entirely to feel like he'd fuck my soul if he could. And who's to say he isn't? Judging by the way he's groaning, he's in me deeper than he's ever been in anyone before. Tremors ripple through my limbs and center in my core. The aftershocks make him groan again and again. Good. I love making him groan. Keep doing that. He rasps against my throat. My swollen lips curve in a wicked smile. Doing this? I rock my hips and squeeze around him again. Keep that up and I'll fill you with my cum right this fucking second, baby. He grabs my ass, his fingers digging in as he guides me to the rhythm he wants. I'm biting his shoulder, feeling another eye-rolling orgasm building up inside me. The more I move, the more he moves. We're on this race towards a finish line neither of us wants to cross too soon. Daphne. Pasha's voice melts into a series of grunts and groans, his thrusts growing harder and deeper. Fuck, Daphne. I want it. I don't even realize I've said it out loud, although more accurately, I think I breathe it in a gasp. I want it. I want you. Fuck, I want you so bad it hurts. The table creaks and groans beneath us. I don't care if it collapses. He'd better not stop fucking me, even if it does. I want him. I need him to ride this overwhelming wave of pleasure with me. It crashes over us at the same time. Heat blooms deep inside me, and the world goes bright. He's grunting, groaning, gasping as he pours himself into me. Every spasm milks him, and he shudders, his fingers digging so hard into my flesh that I'm certain I'll be wearing bruises for a while after this. Not a problem as far as I'm concerned. Finally, the orgasms finish having their way with us. We collapse on the table together, a tangle of panting limbs and shivering aftershocks. His face buries between my breasts as he tries to catch his breath. Slowly, gradually, he eases his hold on me. You are. Pasha laughs deliriously against my skin. You are the best dessert. With one last lingering kiss, he eases out of me. I hate how empty I suddenly feel, even as he leaves a new sense of fullness at the same time. I hate even more the reality that comes crashing down when he moves away to grab his clothes. What did we just do? He doesn't say anything more, just tugs his pants on and shrugs on his shirt. No glances at me, no more sweet words of affection. It's just like we engaged in a mutually beneficial transaction, because we did. Of course we did. I can't believe I was so stupid. I can't believe I even allowed myself to think, to imagine, but what does it matter? This whole arrangement is strictly business. He needed an heir, and I needed a temporary rescue. We just happened to find what we were looking for in each other's available resources. Me, a womb. Him, a protector. My face heats with shame. Is that what he thinks of me? A live-in benefit? A convenient outlet? Quietly and without sparing him a single glance, I pluck my loungewear from the chairs he threw them on. My panties are the worst reminder of how hard I fell. They're still damp in the center with my desire for him. I know he wanted me too. His is just a different type of desire, one that doesn't involve emotional connection or monogamy or anything but the pursuit of his next orgasm. Pure sex, nothing more. Daphne, are you?
I'm fine. I can't look at him. If I do, I might actually cry. I need to go take a shower.
Chapter 32. Pasha.
What size would you like that in?
I consider the different options. Give me 2 of the travel vials and 4 large bottles. Personalized, as we discussed. My assistant will handle the payment. I hit the button on the receiver for Paris to pick up and finish everything that needs doing. Today's first task is to have a custom perfume made for Daphne to wear. Something from me that marks her as mine in the best way. Last night was incredible. Much needed. Long awaited. Until I turned into something different that I still can't quite figure out. Why did she run from me? What on earth did I do to make her hide in the shower and lock me out of my own bedroom? I haven't pushed her for an answer. It's possible that our little romp pushed her far enough, and that's what sent her into this panic. She didn't even give her driver a run for his money this morning like she usually does. Just packed up, piled in, and let him take her to work without a word of complaint. I shouldn't let it bother me. It shouldn't bother me, but I can't tamper down the nagging feeling that I need to do something. I need to fix this. Someone knocks at the door. It's Mac. His head pokes through right before a dossier in his hand follows.
I've got updates.
I wait for him to come in. What did you find?
As expected, she's totally clean.
He sets the file down on my desk and settles into the chair facing me.
No parking fines, no speeding tickets, not even a late payment on any of her prior residences.
I grab the file and start flipping through the pages. It's pretty damn thin for a person's whole life report.
Too clean? You would think so, but witnesses and back records confirm she's just super conscientious about following the rules. Some people are like that. Not me, but some people.
I want to feel relieved. I want to be able to tuck this away as basic due diligence and move on to discussing more pressing matters, like Brennan and the fucked up contract. So why can't I? Why is my gut screaming at me that there's more to this than meets the eye?
There is one thing,
Mac adds with considerable hesitation. There it is. My heart leaps into my throat. I nod for him to continue.
Well, maybe 2 things. We can't find her sister.
I could smack him for keeping me so tense. So, keep looking. Mac drums his fingers on the armrest and blows out a puff of air.
No, I mean, we can't find anything to prove she even has a sister.
That makes me pause. Go on.
It's tied up with the second thing. Daphne Covington? She's got to be from out of town, because all her records are fairly recent. We're talking about within the past 5 years. She's not old, of course, but there should be a lot more than one employer and a tiny handful of apartments on her record. Even her driver's license doesn't go back that far. My guy at the DMV told me he usually sees this with non-public name changes.
I sigh and rub the bridge of my nose. If she's got scrubbed records, that could explain why we can't find her sister. Mac leans back in his chair and turns it to gaze out the window.
I'll have my guys keep looking. It's been a lot of weeding through names and duplicate paperwork, so...
That catches my attention.
Duplicate what? He shrugs. You know how sometimes people share names or addresses and credit reports mix that shit up? Your Daphne just happens to cross paths with a completely different Daphne at a few of the addresses. But that one left town several years ago, which pans out with our Daphne's supposed arrival. There's something to it, but I'm instantly distracted by his choice of words. Our Daphne?
Max smirks and steals a sideways glance at me.
Oh, come on. You know Mama was on the phone the second she left your place.
I grit my teeth. What did she say?
Would you like the conversation before she and Sophia went crazy over wedding ideas, or after?
It's all I can do to not faceplant onto the desk.
We barely... Oh, come on. Don't even start with that shit.
We barely know each other, but we've created a whole human being for this world.
I gotta agree with Mama here. If you felt the connection enough to bed her, breed her, and bring her home, you should feel the same connection to wed her, too.
Don't make it sound so crass. I scrunch my face in an ugly frown. Breed her? Hell no. Mac turns his chair back to me and smiles.
So you agree. You get a beautiful new bride, and I get a sister-in-law.
The back of my teeth grind together once more. Fuck Makari and his logic. Fuck the guy who taught him how to spin debates into his favor. Oh, wait. That guy was me. I'll think about it, is the only answer I feel ready enough to give him. He raises a brow.
All right, if that's how you want to play it. Just remember, while you're thinking about it, someone else can come along and just do it.
The fuck do you mean?
Didn't she have some ex you tangled with at one point? An ex-fiancé?
Again, he shrugs.
He lost her to you. Without a ring on her finger, what's stopping her from fleeing to the next hero?
He's gone from toying with my temper to straight up stomping on it. You've made your point. Now, kindly fuck off. Mac doesn't take it personally. He never does. He just gives me another one of his smug, I told you so smirks and heads for the door.
Don't forget, big brother, your gain is our gain, and your loss is our loss.
The door can't slam hard enough behind him. I don't need my siblings poking around my business and telling me what to do to manifest their idea of a happily ever after. But he does have a point. I don't need some random stranger swooping in and sweeping Daphne off her feet as easily as I did when she came to me for help with Ewing. Images of Daphne and my mother laughing and talking together swim through my mind. It was nice, I suppose. I could tell how much Mama adores her, and it seemed Daphne really enjoyed the Chekhov matriarch's unique brand of crazy. But then, new images start floating into the mix. Daphne at the kitchen island, giggling and spooning cookie dough with a beautiful little girl who has Mama's hair and Daphne's eyes. That same little girl snuggled between us while we watched a movie. It is so crazy to want that. Is it so wrong to want Daphne to be my wife? I give myself a little shake to brush off the invasive ideas. None of them do anything productive for the company or the Bratva. I was getting along just fine, back when all this family lovey-dovey stuff was Mac's problem and not mine. Still. Hey, it's Chekhov. I need to place a rush order. The center stone should be around 3 carats. More if you have it. 4? Perfect. Make it 4 then. Chapter 33. Pasha. Daphne's eyes widen when she sees me walk through the door.
Oh, you're home early? I haven't started dinner yet.
It seems whatever spooked her has passed. Thank God. It's all right. I'm taking you out for dinner instead. My treat. Her blush doesn't escape my notice. She tries to keep herself busy, and I know it's a tactic. So before I can second-guess the instinct, I step up behind her and wrap my arms around her waist. Her breath stills. Mine does the exact same. Every day, it seems like our baby is growing bigger and stronger. I rub my hand over her bump to feel the flutters and kicks. Daphne sighs and leans into my embrace, her eyes slowly closing for a moment. Her hand rests on mine, and it's startling me how easy this is. How easy us is. I've got something for you, I murmur into her shoulder. Fuck, it's so tempting to nibble her soft skin just to listen to her moans. But I need to stay on task. I reach into my pocket and pull out the jewelry box I've been hanging onto for the last 3 hours.
That better not be a car,
she teases. Fuck, you guessed it. I pretend to sigh in disappointment. I'll send it back if you... She grabs my wrist with a laugh.
No, stop. I'm playing. I know Bucky Laddie doesn't make cars.
You know the jeweler? Her face falls, and then her eyes dart around like I've just caught her in the middle of something she shouldn't be doing.
I mean,
She sighs and presses a few fingers to her temples.
Fine, you caught me.
Another deep breath, and she meets my gaze.
I'm a boarder.
I try not to laugh. All the drama for that? A boarder.
You know, a boarding school student.
I still don't get it.
The kind only parents with private islands can afford.
Oh, that does explain a few things. It also indicates a glaring hole in the background research I had Mac run on her. Did the dossier even list her parents' names? Or were they just listed as alive and well? I'm about to ask her more questions when she interrupts me with a loud gasp. She opened the box.
Oh my God. Pasha.
My pride swells. So does something else. But I'm determined to stay focused on the topic at hand. The last thing I want is for her to go running away again. Daphne carefully lifts the diamond filigree choker from the velvet box. The center stone is a brilliant cut of a 4-carat diamond, inlaid in white gold and surrounded by swirls of smaller diamonds that glitter and sparkle with every turn of her hand. She won't notice a few of the finer details, the ones I had included for myself and myself alone, including a few choice Cyrillic letters that spell out Chekhov. In other words, mine.
This is...
She glances up at me with tears brimming on her lashes.
You really didn't have to. You shouldn't have.
I slip the necklace from her hand and move behind her to carefully drape it around her neck. I don't miss the shiver that runs through her when I sweep her long hair over one shoulder. You deserve it.
But why?
Something in the back of my mind flags this question as strange. She knows the exclusive jeweler. She apparently went to an elite boarding school, and I've watched her carry herself with the high-handed dignity of a proper socialite. So why is she so skittish about receiving luxurious gifts? Isn't that something she should be used to? You're doing all the heavy work carrying our baby, I explain while turning her to face me. It feels so natural for my arms to rest around her waist. I leave them there. Am I not allowed to show my appreciation for you? Her cheeks go pink. Does she know how alluring she can be when she's like this? Soft and warm and vulnerable, in my arms and not fighting me at every turn. Although I'd be lying if I said I don't love her fire too. I also love the way the necklace looks on her. My name fucking belongs there, softly nestled against the tender skin of her throat. It's not a ring, but it's damn near close. Anyone who runs in my circles will know that this is my woman. Off limits, exclusive to me and me alone. And anyone who doesn't run in my circles will learn the lesson soon. Daphne leans up on her tiptoes to press a soft kiss to my mouth. I let her do it without giving in to my instincts for more. I don't need to claim her right now. The necklace is doing a perfect job of that on its own. But she's delicious, and she's mine. All mine to taste whenever and wherever I want to. Soon enough, I will.
Okay. Yay. Thank you. I guess I should go get changed for dinner.
She eases away from me with a coy smile. Her hand lifts to touch her necklace, and her smile brightens. Mine does too. Worth every penny.
Chapter 34. Daphne. Yup, it's still there, just like how it was there 3 minutes ago, and 30 seconds before that. I can't stop touching my new necklace, mostly to remind myself that, yes, it's real. That did happen. Pasha totally gave me expensive jewelry. And then he kissed me. I wouldn't have been opposed to another tabletop tenderizing, as Hazel would so crudely word it, but I'm actually kind of glad he didn't make a move for it. It's one thing to know I'm the subject of his fantasies. It's a whole other thing to know he enjoys me in the small moments, too. At least, I think he does. I hope he does. It's honestly a bit confusing with him at times, so I'm just going to ride this as it rolls.
God damn!
I'm startled out of my daydreaming by Hazel in the office doorway, one hand clutching her coffee mug and the other dramatically clasping her own throat.
Girl, what is this?
She gestures at the necklace, slack-jawed.
Who, what, when, and why haven't you married him yet?
First of all, how do you know it's a him? Hazel looks at me like I've just said the dumbest thing ever.
Because your sister isn't exactly flush with cash, and your mother would sooner wear that herself than give it to anyone else, least of all, you.
She has a point.
So?
She plops down on another office chair and wheels over to me, sipping her coffee with an excited grin.
Details?
I know I'm blushing. I'm also toying with the pendant for the 1,000th time. Well, Pasha just... My cell phone starts buzzing on my desk. I'm hoping it's Pasha, but my heart sinks into my gut. Conrad. Ugh. I send him to voicemail and shove the phone into my desk drawer. Take a hint, asshole. Hazel frowns. Was that... It buzzes again, louder and angrier now that it's inside the drawer. I yank the drawer open and hang up on him again. Super annoying... Again. Hazel grabs the phone from my desk and answers. I try signaling for her to stop, don't talk to him, but she blatantly ignores me.
Daphne Covington's phone. How may I direct your call?
I narrow my eyes at her. She simply grins and winks at me before returning to her professional mode.
I'm sorry, but she's unavailable. No, I mean she's unavailable to you. Specifically you. No, I won't. No, and no, Mr. Ewing, she says with her professional laugh. I don't think you understand what the word no means. You will not speak to Miss Covington, and you will cease any and all attempts to contact her after this phone call. Understood?
I cringe. All these dramatics have got to be unnecessary, right? I have this under control. Ignoring him is better than baiting him, right? Right?
Okay. I'll try saying it again in very tiny words for your very tiny brain.
Hazel's voice drops into a far more threatening tone.
You no call Daphne no more. No call Daphne, okay? No more. No, I don't want to hear your excuses. Man up and eat the shit you threw.
She hangs up and hands me back my phone. I don't know if I'm feeling pissed, violated, or relieved. I can handle him.
Really?
Her brows nearly hit her hairline.
So how is he still able to call you?
I
need to block his pathetic ass.
How do I do that? I pull my phone away when she reaches for it again. No, not literally. I mean, how do I block someone I spent over half a decade with?
Easy. Go to contacts, hit his name, and then block this caller.
I'm about to roll my eyes at her when I spot someone else standing in the doorway. Sophie, hi. I glance at Hazel, who looks smug enough to rope Pasha's sister into this debate, and I don't think I want that. Hazel is tough enough without reinforcements. What's up? Sophie glances between us, her expression just as skeptical as Hazel's. I heard about the necklace and came to see it for myself. Now I'm glad I did. Who's calling you? No, but
her ex.
I shoot my best friend a deadly glare. She pointedly ignores me and focuses on doing exactly what I don't want her to do.
Sydney Conrad Ewing can't take a fucking hint. He's been blowing up her phone nonstop. I was just telling Daph she needs to block him.
She grinds the last two words through her teeth and a side-eye. Agreed. Sophie nods at the phone in my hand. Block him, be done with him. Officially feeling cornered. I'll take care of it. Right now. Okay, not loving the pushy version of Sophia Chekhov. I said I'll take care of it. You don't understand. She walks over to the other empty office chair and slides it up to my desk with a sigh. How do you think it looks that your ex, who is clearly toxic, can still call you and text you? She leans forward. Because you allow him to. Something churns in my stomach. It's not my baby, and I don't like it. But I keep telling him to stop. Make him stop. But, Daphne... Sophie reaches across the desk to take my hand in hers. You can do this. You need to do this. Not just for yourself, but for his sake, too. You think my big brother is just going to sit on the sidelines and allow this asshole to keep harassing you? Trust me, his version of blocked collar is a lot bloodier than a little button. I didn't think about that. I haven't really seen Pasha in his full form, and I'm not sure I want that unleashed on Conrad, even though I feel like he deserves it. There's a part of me that agrees with them. It wonders why the hell haven't I just cut the last ties with this backstabbing traitor and given myself peace? But every time I've hovered over that button, I haven't felt right. For so many years, Conrad was my friend. Then he was my boyfriend, and then my fiancé. He would have been my husband by next year had he been a decent man. He's not a decent man, though. And Sophie's right. It's not a good look for me if I insist on keeping this final connection to him open. Texts start pouring in. Asshole. Tell your guard dogs to back off. Asshole. I just want to talk to you. Asshole. Grow the fuck up and answer your phone. I take a deep breath. I could block him now, but I should at least do the polite thing and give him a courtesy notice. Me. I don't want to talk to you, period. Me. Since you can't respect my boundaries, I'm blocking you. Asshole. Wait, what? Asshole. Are you fucking serious? I glance up at my friends who are leaning in to see if I actually do it. At the same time, they rub my shoulders and murmur words of encouragement to help me through. You can do this. You'll feel better, trust me. Trust us. We've got you. Another text from him pops up at the top of the screen. I don't look at it. I'm done. With one tap of my thumb, he's blocked. I blow out a heavy sigh of relief the second his profile vanishes from my contacts. They were right. I do feel better. Like I can finally breathe again. Please don't tell Pasha. I mutter, unable to look Sophie in the eyes just yet. She sucks in some air through her teeth. I don't know if I can keep this a secret, Daph. Just being honest, but... She adds when I clearly start panicking. Since you did take care of it, I'll keep this all to myself for as long as he doesn't ask about it. And if he does? She smiles. Then I'll tell him you did the right thing and blocked the ass bag. I guess that's better than the alternative, telling Pasha just how long I've allowed Conrad to try to shoulder his way back into my life. Hazel glances between us. Should I be worried about the new guy? Don't get me wrong, I'm loving the protective vibe, but... My brother is hard-headed and intense, Sophie answers. But he's a good man. Family means everything to him, and now Daphne is our family too. I recognize her sweet smile and soft voice more and more like it's sort of a mask she wears in public, a smokescreen so people don't know about her, or her family, with a capital F.
Chapter 35. Pasha.
Well, well, Mr. Chekhov, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Cora's eyes scan my body as she struts into the foyer of the Brennan estate. The exaggerated sway in her hips is pushing the limit. The dip of her neckline, paired with what's obviously a push-up bra, makes her deep cleavage beyond obscene. What's even more obscene is how my mind immediately leaps to Daphne wearing the exact same thing. The scarlet wrapped dress hugging her thighs, her breasts threatening to spill out of the top of it. But only for me. It'd be a cold day in hell before I let another man lay eyes on her like that. We need to talk about your husband. I'm determined to keep this strictly business. Sophie stands behind me, no doubt doing her best to conceal her own disgust at Cora's antics.
My husband is out for the day.
Cora purrs each word and saunters forward until we're barely a breath apart. She smooths her hand over my chest and smiles up at me.
All day.
I can feel Sophie step forward. Her irritation practically ripples in the air. But I make the move before she can. I'm engaged, I inform the senator's wife bluntly as I remove her hands from my chest. And we're expecting. Cora's mask promptly crumbles. She takes a step back, smooths her dress down, and clears her throat.
Well, congratulations are in order.
She flicks her wrist as a signal for us to follow her into her home. I'm not surprised that her room of choice includes a wet bar, which she beelines for.
A toast to the happy father. Are you registered?
You know what'd be a great gift? A thorough explanation as to what the hell's going on with your husband. Cora takes her time mixing a cocktail, her back turned to us. I glance over at Sophia, who was glaring at the woman like one word from me will set her fury loose.
I don't actually know what's going on with Scott.
Cora sighs and stirs her drink before taking a sip and turning back to us.
He's certainly been twitchy lately, hiding his phone from view, taking calls in the middle of the night, claiming he has all these different lunch meetings and late nights at the office.
She takes another sip.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say he started up a new affair.
I frown. Cora's no fool. She's known about her husband's extramarital activities for years. She's also guilty of having plenty of her own, just to keep the ledger balanced, as she once described it to me. That's the one thing the two of us have in common, blackmailing the senator with his sins. Something in her tone snagged my attention, though. But you know better, don't you? This isn't an affair. This is different. She rolls her eyes and her jaw tightens.
When it comes to sex, Scott's sloppy, both in the act and in trying to cover up the evidence. It would be embarrassing if it wasn't so damn entertaining.
She sachets over to a lounger and sprawls herself across it. If she thinks she's being subtle about the way she occasionally eyes me, she's mistaken. But since she's being surprisingly helpful in the face of her husband's flakiness, I'm not going to call her out. Yet.
This time, though, he's being too careful, too clean. No panties under the couch, no costume jewelry in the bathroom, and it wasn't perfume I smelled on him the other night.
I know what she's doing, but I bite anyway. What did you smell? She stares at me over the rim of her martini glass and nearly downs half its contents in one gulp. With a sigh and a smack of her lips, she answers,
Scotch, bourbon, and expensive cologne.
I bite back a laugh. You don't think.
I wouldn't fucking care if he did, but no, I don't think he's taken up residency in the closet just yet.
Cora lifts her glass as if toasting an idea.
If you ask me, he's making friends in shady places and your little deal is in trouble.
So you know about that.
Please, don't insult me. Of course I know all about that. Sadly for you, Scott hasn't come to me for advice, and quite frankly, I'm not in the mood to give any.
Don't lose your fucking temper, I counsel myself. Keep it cool, keep it calm. I force a smile, though I'm irked to no end that this woman can be so fucking flippant about the single most important deal I may ever broker. What are you in the mood to do? Cora runs her tongue over her bottom lip.
Since you're off the menu, I'm feeling like having a little fun with my wayward husband. He might crack under the pressure and slip up. It could be an affair and he's just actually discreet this time. Or, and this is a big or, he might reveal some valuable information that you might find useful.
I sigh. It's the best I'm going to get. You'll call me?
Now, what do I get in return?
She slides off her seat and sidles over to me. That sway back in her hips times 10. It's doing nothing for me, other than setting both Soph and me on edge.
Scott gives me diamonds and furs and the occasional car whenever he figures out I'm on his trail. What will you give me in exchange for my help?
My respect and gratitude. I sidestep her advance and nod at Sophie. It's time for us to leave. Sober Cora is bad enough to deal with. We don't need to tango with the drunk version. And if you ever run for office yourself, I could squeeze in a sizable contribution. Cora's eyes light up, and I regret the unintentional innuendo as she eyes my crotch with renewed hunger.
I'll hold you to that, Pasha. I'll hold you tight.
Sophie's practically dragging me out the door. I don't blame her. We can't leave fast enough. And for once, I'm not too disappointed that we didn't get as much information as we wanted from the visit.
You weren't kidding about bringing a spray bottle,
my sister mutters under her breath as we make our way out through the main foyer.
She's like a fucking cat in heat.
I'll never understand why people stay in marriages they have no intention of honoring.
Politics.
She rolls her eyes, even though we both know she's right.
It's probably easier to be the pitied wife of a wayward sleazeball who holds influence in the White House and Pentagon than the disgraced ex-wife of said sleazeball. Plus, the alimony can't be as good.
Oh? How do you figure?
Well, if she outed him as a cheating scumbag, he'll lose a shit ton of votes. No votes means no office, no cushy paycheck, no cushy paycheck.
No cushy alimony. I unlock the car and wait for Sophie to slide in before I do. Not for any security reason on our end. I'm more concerned about her changing her mind and going back in to teach Mrs. Brennan a thing or two about boundaries. Even now, as we talk through stats, I can still feel Sophie's rage simmering under the surface.
I'll have my men keep digging,
she says as I fire up the engine.
Telling him hasn't brought much insight, other than confirming what Cora said about the late-night meetings.
At his office? Sophie shakes her head.
Not usually. He hasn't departed from his usual haunts. The same old clubs and bars and the like, just changed up his schedule a bit. And if anyone notable is meeting him, they arrive before he does and leave long after him.
She shrugs and pulls down the visor to check her lipstick.
It's the only explanation we have for not seeing who exactly he's meeting with.
It's all I can do to not peel the car out of Brennan's driveway and leave a few burned tracks. I'd rather not risk my good tires or what's left of our tenuous relationship. We need to figure out a backup plan, just in case.
In case the deal falls through?
I feel my back teeth grind just thinking about that possibility. If it does, I'm going full scorched earth on the Modoc. And Cora, too. Hell, I'll torch the whole damn estate if I have to. No one fucks over a checkoff and lives to laugh about it.
If I were you, I'd be more concerned about what you just pulled over Cora.
At my sidelong glare, Sophie shrugs again and gestures back toward the manor we've left far behind.
What? You think she's just going to take your word for it? She's going to verify you're engaged, and once she finds out you're not, well, better fire up that restraining order.
Daphne's already wearing the necklace I gave her. It shouldn't be a problem.
Yes, if anything screams property of Pasha, it's the diamond necklace equivalent of a dog collar.
Again, I shoot my sister a glare. You know that's not how I think of her. Sophie is completely unfazed.
What I know is that it's not an engagement ring. And I also know it's not what Mama and I had in mind when she said,
I know what she meant. I'm considering my options.
Sounds like you made up your mind back in that spider's web.
She arches a brow at me.
Or was that just cowardly bullshit?
Careful, sister.
Careful is exactly what I want you to be with Daphne. Same with Mac and Mama. You already carelessly sowed your seed and got pretty fucking lucky that it's her, and not some airheaded bimbo without enough good sense to fill her bra cups. But you can't look me in the eyes and tell me that your overprotective obsession is enough to lock things down with her. Women need more than just shelter and resources. They need commitment. Children need commitment.
I'm not going to argue with her on this. I don't even know where I'd start, frankly. Fucking hell, I say with a suddenly exhausted sigh. Sophie's mouth twitches in a wry grin.
Which means?
You know damn well what it means.
Yes, but I want to hear you say it.
I grit my teeth. It means I will. It means you're right. Mama is right. Fuck, even Mac is right. I'll give Daphne my ring and my name, and our daughter will have everything she needs.
Music to my ears,
she says with a giddy grin.
But is that all you'll give her?
The way Sophie asks it, all gentle and shit, sets me on an uncomfortable edge. I know what she's asking. What she's really asking. It's all I can give. It's all I'm able to. She sighs, but she lets it go. Thank God. I can make Daphne my wife and our daughter my legitimate heir. They deserve my protection and all the benefits that come with bearing my name. But love? Affection? I wouldn't know those things if they stabbed me in the throat. I can't give her what I'm pretty sure I don't have.
Chapter 36. Daphne. There's my girls! Asya coos at Sophie and me when we approach the restaurant for lunch. She gets up out of her seat to kiss Sophie's cheeks, then pulls me in for a hug. I'm so happy we can have some time together. Come, sit, eat. I do 2 out of the 3 and gear up my excuse for not doing the third. I'm not very hungry. Nonsense. Asya interrupts before I even get halfway into my BS. You are eating for 2, and I remember how hungry my babies always were. You must be famished. Well, shit. I am. I can feel my stomach rumble, and my daughter is throwing her voice in the mix. Asya smiles at me knowingly and reaches across the table to pat my hand. My treat. I insist. My face heats, and I'm suddenly too shy to look her in the eyes. Thank you. What is it about this family that keeps melting me into a gooey puddle of feelings? It's not that she's treating me to lunch, which is obviously already beyond generous. It's more how she does it, like she's caring for me, like she cares about me, which is so unlike my own mother. Plates come and go. In between courses, Asya laces her fingers together and grins at me. So, have you chosen a name yet? I'm still exploring options. I don't want to rush and give her a bad name. Asya clicks her tongue. Pshk, any name on a child half as beautiful as you will be perfect. Sophie nods. Mama's right. Go with your instincts. Have you thought about the kind of name you want? Like Americanized or not? Natalie or Natalia, Helen or Yelena. You get the idea. I almost named you Ekaterina. Asya muses. Almost. But the more I carried you, the more you felt like a Sophia. Perfect choice. I smile at the two and offer up a little prayer that the right name will come to mind eventually, preferably before I go into labor. Anyway, no pressure. So, Daphne, that's such a beautifully classical name. Sophie takes a sip of her lemon water. Is there a special meaning behind it? Fuck if I know. I shrug and try to think of a way to divert the conversation away from my parents and how they make any of their decisions. My parents were blessed with their own interesting classical names, but weirdly enough, my sister was given a pretty normal name by comparison. Still Greek, and ironically, it fits her better than I think anyone intended. Which is true. We had a good laugh about the fact that the black sheep of the family has a name that literally means black in ancient Greek. Sophie furrows her brow. Your sister? Yeah, she's pretty much the only person in my family I'm close to. We try to keep in touch, like weekly FaceTime. She's so excited to be an auntie. I've been meaning to ask. Asya silences her daughter with a sudden hand plastered to her wrist. Don't look now. Obviously, that makes both of us really want to look. So I do, as slowly and casually as possible, in the direction Asya was just glancing before she froze. Shit. Double shit. Triple, quadruple fucking shit. My mother is locked in on my location and weaving a blazing path of barely contained fury between tables and chairs. To get to me. Because she's not only seen me and seen that I'm here, the one place she refused to invite me to, but that I'm having a great time with people who definitely don't like her. It's pretty obvious the sentiment is mutual. What is she doing here? Sophie hisses to her own mother. She glances at me, but I'm frozen to my seat. I can feel my mother's presence draw nearer. I can almost hear her mind preparing a scathing lecture about loyalty and the family. I can definitely smell her perfume now. She's so close. I think I'm gonna pass out. But then Sophie glances over my shoulder, nods to someone, flicks her wrist to subtly indicate Ophelia Hamish, and before she can descend upon our table, my mother is cut off by two giant men in sharp business suits. Ma'am, if you'll come with us. I'm very much not looking in her direction, so I can only glean her reaction from the reflection in the window and off the polished silverware. She gasps, indignant, and tries to look over their broad shoulders. Let me through! I have a reservation. There seems to be a mix-up, ma'am. Please, come with us. You have to let me through. I am a patron of this establishment. Neither of the men budge. We understand, madam, but we will need to physically remove you from the premises if you continue to refuse our request. How dare you? Who the hell do you think you are? I'll have you know that's my... Hey! Get your hands off me! By now, half the restaurant is watching in interest as the men do exactly what they said they would. She's hefted into the air by the arms and carried out the front door. Her body language screams, I'm nowhere near finished. God only knows what she came here to start. The moment the men successfully escort her away, Asya blows out a heavy breath through puckered lips. I cannot believe they allowed that awful woman back in here. Want me to speak with the owner? Sophie volunteers. Asya shakes her head. No need, not for now anyway. If she can't accept defeat, then maybe discussion will be in order. How can she even afford the membership here? I thought she and her husband were financially ruined. Sophie takes a deep breath and does her best to shake off the encounter. Whatever. We took out the trash and that's all that matters right now. I don't know what to say. I'm not sure I can say anything at all. I'm frozen in my seat, unable to even pick up my water glass without feeling my fingers tremble. Asya seems to notice something because she leans across the table to squeeze my hand. It's okay, Millie. It's all over. That woman won't be allowed back in here, at least not while we're here, so there's nothing to worry about. Just enjoy your time with us and... She adds with renewed excitement. Enjoy this wonderful food. The waiter begins setting down our next course, a study in red cabbage, and I know I need to pretend like I have the appetite to eat. My daughter kicks inside my stomach. She couldn't care less about Grandma causing a scene. All she wants is food. I just wish I could shake this horrible feeling. The feeling that my mother is only about to get worse. Chapter 37. Daphne. The rest of lunch with Pasha's family went by without a hitch. It got easier to unclench when Asya and Sophie launched into stories about the mischief that little Pasha used to get into. Now, I'm back at work and trying to focus on the booking calendar, trying to forget that stomach-dropping moment when I thought my mother was about to blow everything up. I don't like lying to the checkoffs. It's not like I'm blatantly lying, per se, but omitting particular facts like, I don't know, my birth name, still feels like a form of deception. Especially when, every time I try to imagine telling Pasha the truth about my name, my relationship with the family he clearly despises, well, that spike in blood pressure isn't good for the baby. I grabbed another smoothie on my way back to work to continue calming my frayed nerves. I don't know why I can't shake this feeling, even though Sophie was swift to stop shit from happening before it even started. The smoothie helps. At least it would, if my mother hadn't just materialized in my office doorway. She looks at me, doesn't say a word, then storms across the room and slaps me across the face. How dare you! I think the surprise of it hurts me more than the actual blow. Sure, my cheek stings and my eyes well up with tears, but nothing compares to the gut-wrenching pain that my own mother just struck her pregnant daughter. More and more, she feels less and less like my mother. I saw you, you ungrateful little bitch! Ophelia stabs her bony finger in my face. Cuddling up to to them! Will you stop at nothing to humiliate your family? What family? I keep my voice in the same low whisper she's hissing at me with, but I'll shout if I have to. My hands are shaking with rage and fear, and there's no telling where it might go if I let it. She looks at me like I'm the one who threw the slap. What family? What family? This is how you thank me and your father? For what? For sparing me the disgrace of being publicly disowned? I don't have anything to put into the filing cabinet across the room, but I grab a stack of papers just so I have something to tap against the desk. I need to distance myself from Ophelia, or I might get matricidal in a hurry. I'm the one who did that for you, remember? I disowned myself. And before you talk to me about humiliation, just remember which one of us got thrown out of the restaurant today. What did you do to stop it? She screeches. You just sat there and watched your own mother get manhandled by those thugs. Those brutes. You did nothing. I take a deep breath and keep pretending to file the paperwork in the cabinet. It could be crayon drawings or priceless masterpieces for all I know. I just need an excuse not to look at her. I need to buy time to collect myself before I do or say anything I'll regret. Of course, Ophelia takes my silence as an invitation to keep going. To think, after everything our family has been through, after all that your father and I have done to keep this family... You know, you keep saying our family, this family, your family, as if you have any fucking clue what the word actually means. I barely hold back my ironic, bitter laugh. I've learned more about family in a few short weeks with the literal crime syndicate than I have in a whole lifetime with the sick motherfuckers who call themselves my parents. Don't you dare laugh at me, young lady. She raises her hand again to point her quivering finger at me. I am your mother. Are you, though? She pales. Excuse me? For someone who keeps claiming to be my mother, you sure don't act like it. I've hit her below the belt. The evidence is welling up in her eyes, but I don't feel even 1% guilty for saying it. Someone has to. I don't know everything about what happened between you and the Chekhovs, and I don't want to know either. But if you're feeling any sort of envy, I think that's probably correct. Asya could give you plenty of tips on how to actually be a halfway decent mother, starting with not abandoning your children. Ophelia blinks at me. For a second, I think I might have actually gotten through to her, Could it be? Then her thin lips twist into a victorious little smile. That is never, ever good. You may be right, she confesses with a fake, half-hearted sigh. It's a bullshit show of surrender she always does when she knows that somehow, some freaking way, she's about to splay out a winning hand. I just hope she's been as forthcoming as you hope. I don't like the way she says that, especially with the way her eyes are glued to my necklace. What do you mean? Oh, nothing. I'm sure she's already complimented your little dog collar. It is quite lovely, even if it's basically a brand. She flicks her gaze over my body. Or has he marked you with one of those already? A tattoo, perhaps? My fingers press to the center diamond as I take a step back. What are you talking about? Ophelia's smirk grows. Oh, so you don't know. She tilts her head to one side and regards me with false pity. I guess that's partly my fault. I should have taught you better. Haven't you noticed how people look at you? The hell is she talking about? Oh, for fuck's sake! She hisses under her breath when I fumble helplessly for what I'm supposed to say next. You're wearing his name, you foolish girl. Might as well include property of. I snort. And you would know this how? Do you think I wouldn't recognize the symbols of your father's decades-long employer? She sniffs, as if the memory of Dad's old job, the one he lost right before Melanie's scandal, is stinking up the room. That family has never been subtle, clearly. I don't believe her. I don't want to believe her. But she has me thinking, pulling up recent memories of going around the city while wearing Pasha's gift and how people just seem to... Fall in line is the only phrase that comes to mind because that's exactly what they've been doing. Men opening doors for me, offering assistance with carrying my bags, ducking out of the way, and damn near sprinting away to clear the sidewalk. And the women? Envy. Pure, barely masked envy. Everyone sees this collar, and they know something I've been too stupid to see. Ophelia, the woman who is supposed to be my mother, straightens herself and proudly smooths out her dress. Well, I'm glad we've reached a point of clarity. Accuse me of whatever you want, my dear. Just remember how I looked out for you when none of them had the decency to. She stops on the threshold and casts one more look back over her shoulder. Branded like a dog, and you didn't even know. Then she leaves before I have the chance to respond, before I can even collect my thoughts. But I'm sure she doesn't need to hear them. She could see them written all over my face. Chapter 38. Daphne. I'm angry. No, scratch that. I'm fucking pissed. At my mother. Yeah, because, well, I've been pissed at her my whole cursed life. But more than that, by several orders of magnitude, is the single name pounding through me with every beat of my pulse. Pasha. To steal a phrase from Ophelia, how dare he? How dare he collar me like some fucking mutt? I didn't consent to this shit. Consent. Does he even know what that is? Or does he just dance through life openly manipulating everyone and everything into doing what he wants? That thought makes me freeze in my tracks. Did he manipulate me into believing that he was some kind of hero just to get in my pants? I'd believe it if anyone told me that's exactly what happened. The Pasha I met at the auction and the Pasha currently lording over my every inch of existence seem like two entirely different people. I find charm attractive, smiles, a great sense of humor. I don't sleep with insufferable egos. The back of my mind whispers, Conrad, as a reminder of how I have absolutely slept with insufferable ego aplenty. But I shove that shit back down and tell it to shut the fuck up. I don't have time to dig into the past. I need to put my foot down in the here and now. I shudder as I enter the penthouse. You know, the one he manipulated me into. Corralled like cattle. At this point, it's amazing to me that he hasn't just whipped out a hot poker and told me to bend over so he can stamp his name right on my damn ass cheek. Teeth clenched, I charge into the steamed-up bathroom and rip open the shower door. Did you brand me? Pasha wipes his eyes. The hell are you talking about? This! I rip off the necklace, ignoring the painful pinch at the back of my neck where the clasp breaks open. Is this a fucking collar? Like I'm some property you can just tag as yours? Finders fucking keepers? He sighs. Daff. No, none of this daff listen bullshit. I want the truth. Did you mark me with this? I shake my fist at him, the necklace dangling from my clenched fingers. His jaw clenches. I have to make a solid effort to ignore the way the hot water is dripping down his muscular chest and washboard abs and... No distractions. I'm not going to be manipulated by this pretty man again. Pasha, however, has other ideas. He grabs me by the waist and hauls me into the shower, ignoring my yelp of surprise when he moves me under the spray before pinning me to the wall. Of course, I marked you. He says it like it's the most obvious, acceptable thing in the world. I need to be angry. I should shove against him and tell him to stay the hell away from me. But if I touch him, I'll be touching his chest. His naked, warm, wet chest. It doesn't help that he's caged me in. He's bracing his hands against the wall on either side of my head, and I get the impression that if I were to try and duck under them, he'd just catch me and shove me right back to where I am. And God help me, there's a part of me that doesn't want to leave at all. Well, don't. I clench my fists and keep them at my sides. I won't give in to the growing temptation hammering at the back of my brain. I am not your property. No, he agrees. But you are the mother of my child. Like that has anything to do with it. It has everything to do with everything. The most infuriating thing about this confrontation is how goddamn calm Pasha remains, whereas I'm moments away from screeching like a vulture and slapping that smirk off his face. If you think I'm going to let you wander around the city unprotected and unmarked, you've lost your damn mind. My bottom lip trembles. I don't know if it's more rage or my willpower crumbling, but he notices. He notices and locks his gaze on my mouth, heat flaring in his eyes. Do you not realize how fucking tempting you look? Pasha lowers his hands, but only to graze down my sides and pin me closer to the wall with his body. Do you not even notice the way men stare at you? Just as hungry for you and your beautiful moans as I am. My breath catches at my throat. Can't say I've noticed that in particular. Nope. So forgive me. He drawls sarcastically without an ounce of actual apology. For wanting to make sure that no one in their right mind gives in to any wrong ideas. I swallow back a moan. His hands keep rubbing, stroking, caressing me as he speaks. You're mine. Pasha rumbles in my ear. And I can think of so many different ways to make sure the whole world knows it. This is only the beginning. I scoff, but only so he doesn't notice how close I am to moaning. Is this just some one-way street, then? He pulls back, but only far enough to look me in the eyes, like he's waiting for me to do something, like he's waiting for me to answer that question for him. My lips crush against his in a searing, angry kiss. I don't just thread my fingers through his wet hair. I tug and pull him to me, so he knows I'm not playing around. He wants to stake his claim? Fine. I'm staking mine. I suck on his tongue until I feel him moan. Only then do I ease up enough to nibble and tease around his mouth. Pasha presses me harder against the wall and wastes no time in peeling off my soaked dress, careful around my baby bump, but possessive and firm everywhere else he touches. You think you're the only one who's been marked. He growls against my neck as he rips down my panties. The second I kick them off, his hand cups my pussy in a way that feels like claiming. You think you haven't done the same to me. My head is swimming with pleasure. Just his touch on the surface, just that press of his hand against my heat has my lashes fluttering closed and my lips parting in soft gasps. What? What are you talking about? I had a meeting today. Pasha kisses a fiery path down to the tops of my swollen breasts. My bra is barely containing them at this point. I'm gonna need to replace it with a maternity version soon. Had to deal with this desperate cougar who keeps trying to get in my pants. The hand between my legs slowly starts tracing my outer lips. Against my better, more logical judgment, my hips start rolling, and soon I'm grinding myself against his palm. She kept throwing herself at me. He continues, again and again and again, and all I could think about was you. He works my bra open and tosses it aside, replacing it with his mouth on my nipple. Oh my God. It feels even more sensitive there now than it did a few days ago. Every warm, deep tug sends ripples of intense pleasure skittering down to my clit. Not exactly a turn-on, I pant, fantasizing about some other woman, while you're... Pasha switches breasts. His hand delves 2 fingers inside my wet slit, and yet I still find myself feebly trying to push at his shoulders. We need to talk about this. We need to... fuck. He captures my wrists in his one hand and cages them to the shower wall above my head. With a mournful sigh, he lets my nipple fall from his mouth and rises up to press his forehead against mine. He sighs in a way that makes me pause. Is he as breathless as I am? Am I underestimating how much I affect him? You're not hearing me, Daphne. Pasha slows his fingers inside me until they're pressed against that sweet spot I need him to rub. But he won't move. Only the heel of his palm works my clit in slow, intentional agony. The cruelest tease. I'm not fantasizing about another woman. I'm telling you that I could have any woman I want. And I want you. They're all nothing to me. Ashes, dust, meaningless, useless. There's only you, not some desperate heiress or giggling, insipid socialite. You. He captures my shuddering moan with another possessive kiss. When he lets my wrists go, he eases his fingers from me, and I almost beg him to go back to what he was doing. But then he's gripping my ass and lifting me in his arms, my legs spread around him, draped over each arm. Look at me, Daphne. I don't even realize I've closed my eyes until he says that. When I do, all I see are his, huge, burning so bright I feel like I'm staring into twin black suns. Then, with one groaning thrust, he's inside me. This isn't my first time taking him, but I don't know if I'll ever get used to the way he stretches me around his thick shaft, how he makes me feel every single inch in depths I never knew existed before him. This, he snarls once he's fully seated inside me. This is what I want. You. Only you. Always you. When he moves, I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him closer for another kiss. I can't move on my own, not with the way he's impaled me like this, and some deep primal part of me sings with distinct pleasure just at the thought. His to enjoy, to savor, to angle just how he wants, so we're both feeding each other our moans and gasps and grunts. His to crave, his to protect. It doesn't take long to push me over the edge. Pasha holds me there, squeezed against the wall and balls deep inside me, not giving me anywhere to buck or writhe my release out like my body wants to. But being this helpless only intensifies every spasm, every limb-tingling surge of pleasure, until even Pasha is gritting his teeth so he doesn't tumble with me. It's not until the spasms subside that I realize I'm biting his shoulder. He cuts off my apology by ripping my face up so he can claim another kiss. Tongue sliding along tongue, making sure I ride out every aftershock on him. When he lets me go, he snarls. Don't you ever fucking apologize for what you do to me, for what you make me do to you. If I hear sorry on your lips again from now until the end of time, well, I'll have no choice but to fuck that sorry right out of you. He sets me down, but it's only a fraction of a second of catching my breath before he whips me around, flattens my hands against the wall, and shoves himself right back into my throbbing pussy. So fucking beautiful, he murmurs. He feels even bigger at this angle. Every thrust pushes me up onto my tiptoes until my legs tremble, and I don't know how much longer I can stay here. We go faster. His hands roam everywhere, and every thrust comes with whispered little snatches of words that make me shiver and shudder and come even harder. Mine. Perfect. Take me like my perfect little slut. A fist grabs the nape of my wet hair and pulls my head back. Pasha sinks his teeth into my neck, right below my jaw, and sucks. I'll mark you however I fucking want. He pants in my ear. I'll keep marking you until everyone knows that you're mine, until there's no room for doubt. With diamonds, with love bites, with handprints on your ass and your thighs and your throat so they all fucking know whose queen you are. All I can do is moan. He thrusts deep, and my pussy spasms, and my head swims, and finally, my legs can't take it anymore. I fall off of Pasha's cock and go slithering to the ground, but that's fine, because when I turn around, he's still right there. I act without thinking, like his hands and his words have turned me into exactly what he called me, his queen, his perfect slut. And God help us both, that's exactly what I want to be. I reach up and circle his huge dick with both hands. Rising up on my knees, I suck him down. I keep my eyes open so I can see his face contort in surprise, and then, right on its heels, the most savage, growled pleasure I've ever heard from him. It's almost enough to make me come all over again. Don't ever apologize for what you do to me, he said. How can I, when it feels this good to know that he makes that noise for me and me alone? Not any other woman alive can do to Pasha Chekhov what I'm doing to him right now. So when he roars and explodes in my mouth as he splutters, "Fuck, Daphne," I don't bother apologizing. I just swallow his salty cum and let myself be exactly what he wants me to be. Pasha braces a hand on the wall to steady himself. His chest keeps rising and falling as he struggles to catch his breath. And he's staring at me with something like wonder in his eyes as I smile up at him and lick the rest of him off my lips. He reaches down to pull me up into his arms. The water is soothing against our hot skin. I can already tell I'm going to be walking funny for a while, but I have zero regrets. I also cannot remember why I even barged in here in the first place. Pasha tips my head back so I can see the smug pride in his eyes. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel some smug pride in my own right.
A woman like you should never be on her knees,
He murmurs.
but damn do you nearly bring me to mine.
Chapter 39. Daphne. God damn it! I'm muttering under my breath, but I'm pretty sure my driver for today, Ivan, still hears it. Not that I care. I'm busy freaking out over the giant hickey Pasha left on my neck. I can mark you however the fuck I want. I mimic Pasha's voice as I fish through my bag for my cover-up. Thank God I keep a stash of makeup on hand for emergencies. I have no regard for your professional life. Look at me. I'm Big Bad Pasha Chekhov. I'll just throw money at you because I'm a big, powerful man who simply must pee all over his territory. Ivan glances in the rearview mirror and offers me a sympathetic smile. If Mr. Chekhov gave that to you, ma'am, it's best to leave it as it is. I frown. How will he know either way? He's not visiting me at work. He might. I chew on the inside of my cheek. Is a visit on his itinerary? Mr. Chekhov loves to deviate from the itinerary. He looks up in the mirror again. I can't begin to know what it's like to be in your shoes, ma'am. I just know that it's always best to assume when, not if, as it pertains to Mr. Chekhov. I like Ivan. Something about him feels warm, genuine. I appreciate your concern. For now, I'm gonna take the gamble. Better to bet on his good graces than that of my employer's. Ivan nods and leaves the issue alone. I finish blending the concealer into my skin with my fingers, and even though it's not completely invisible, it's nowhere near as noticeable now. I breathe a sigh of relief, but it's short-lived. One problem down, a million more to go. Surprisingly, everything goes pretty well once I get to the gallery. Todd and Keith are in great moods. Hazel is as lovely as ever. And all in all, this is shaping out to be a decent, uneventful start to the day. Just what the doctor ordered. Until Todd turns in his office chair and says, "We're organizing another show for one of our more renowned artists. We'd like for you to spearhead the efforts. Should be easy. You're familiar with the artist and his work." I'm all in until I hear his. My pen pauses over my planner. The artist is Conrad. He's thinking that he'll display. I'm not comfortable with taking this on. I set my pen down and glance at Hazel, who looks like she's seen a ghost. Respectfully, I'm gonna pass. Keith frowns.
Well, respectfully, you don't have much of a choice. Your job is to curate our shows. That's exactly what you'll be doing with Conrad.
Who is my ex? I pick my pen back up to repeatedly tap against my planner so I'm not tempted to stab it through the table. Or, better yet, through either Tweedle's throat. My lying, cheating, manipulative ex who is just this side of a restraining order.
Be that as it may, he is one of our most prestigious artists and brings in significant revenue per showing.
Which doesn't say much about our selection, does it? Especially since this gallery's biggest sale literally went up in flames. The room goes completely silent. My job might have just gone up in flames too. Hazel clears her throat. I can take this one, guys. Conrad won't give me any issues.